Hello, everyone. I hope that you can hear us. We're going to test some audio first. So if my lovely guests, Unwithered Truth and Candy, can say something so we can test the volumes, that would be great.
You go first.
I was going to say ladies first. No, okay. Hey, how's it going? How's everybody doing?
All right, what do you guys think? Are they too
Attention,
loud?
traitors! Admin privileges have been revoked!
Lullaby. All good. Okay, sweet.
All good. So, this stream, as the title says, Solving Moon.exe if it kills us, we are going to take this as slow and methodical as we need to try to come to a satisfactory conclusion about specifically who we play as in Moon.exe, as well as what it might sort of be saying on a deeper level. I know that a couple people have released their What is Moon.exe videos, and they are well argued, and I think that they are good, but I would like to come to a conclusion myself, if that makes sense. Like, I want to go through and really test everything.
Yeah.
So...
Crash is saying, it's nice knowing you three.
We're going to go through and look at a couple screenshots I've gathered, because I think that these are important starting places, because I think that they say a lot about what the game might be saying. So, if you've never played Moon.exe before or seen a playthrough, you might be extremely confused. So, this is a game that you unlock while playing Secret of the Mimic. You can go to any computer terminal and select Moon.exe and then run the game. And in order to actually progress, you need to find all of the collectibles throughout Secret of the Mimic. And then it's sort of a Myst-type game where you have to use the items to, like, do little puzzles and walk around an environment. It's more like a parser-driven King's Quest type thing. So this screen, about halfway through, is us showing up at the Costume Manor. And we have Mr. Helpful there, and he starts talking to us, the player, and he says, "You rebuilt yourself, but now you are split in two. Moon and sun, destruction and life." So whoever we are was one being, which I think is very clearly supposed to be Eclipse. And now after this point, we've been split into sun and moon. So whoever sun and moon signify are halves of whoever we are playing as, and I think that's very important to keep in mind. So what do you two think this might mean?
Yeah, I suppose I'm looking at it, and because this game is just filled with weird metaphors of everything that's going on and how we're supposed to be like one character, and then it seems we're kind of shifting perspective, and then this line in particular comes after the sort of fantasy segment, and then we're now in the MCM within the MCM. So the whole sun, moon, destruction, life thing, I think, can be like, oh, that means those characters are halves of a whole, or it means that we are a combination of those two people. And I have certain thoughts on who we're playing as and who those people represent. So I think, there's arguments to be made whether sun and moon are just literally like this one character split in half, or if those two things together makes a new character, if that makes sense. Like it's, either half and half or one and one being put together.
As if they were sort of like parents and had like a child who might be aspects of them or something.
Maybe.
Okay. ...
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, and like the thing that this immediately follows is the part where you put the moon statue back together, and it doesn't really make like from like only the perspective of the game and not trying to piece together who the characters are, it's really weird to have been this character that's running around and gets stopped by the moon as a separate entity that tells us to go back to bed, and then we come into this cave and we put the moon together, and then after we walk through the cave it says you put yourself back together, because clearly we're not the moon.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
the
it would even. Or sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but if the moon hadn't been a separate character that was putting us to bed, the implication would have been that we were the moon, because we put the moon back together, and then it says you put yourself back together. The end.
Yeah, even if it had been a statue of Eclipse, that would be something, because then we could say, oh, okay, so we're Eclipse and blah blah blah. But it's like, no, we specifically real the moon as a statue, but it's also the moon from the future, as in from like the security breach era, rather than the moon from this game, which is like the one that's in Moon.exe. So it's really strange that we're putting together like a slender, slim moon with the hat and everything, and then we're going up against this big round moon that's just a head with limbs.
Yeah.
I love the head with limbs moon.
Like,
yeah. Lullaby.
oh my gosh, is he officially
That's gonna
called
happen so
Sleepy
much.
Moon, or is that just what we were calling him?
I don't know, man. Somebody said that he was officially called Moonlight, but then I couldn't, or Nightlight, but then I couldn't find anything in favor of either because I'm not a data miner or anything like that.
You know what? I can find it in the files for you right
Heck
now.
yeah. So yes, the
Yeah,
relationship
it was actually
between
surprisingly easy to.
between Sun Moon from Security Breach and Sleepy Moon in this game is very odd, because he is the moon, but he's not the same character, if that makes sense.
Right. Is the moon in the basement even at all related to Moon.exe?
Who knows? The other important screenshot, I think, is this one. So at the end of the game, when we complete Moon.exe, it says, the end must come from the beginning. To sleep the tiger, you must complete the story, which is sort of a metatextual hint that we need to finish the campaign to get the new ending, because technically you can complete Moon.exe the moment you start New Game Plus. So now it's telling us, like, hey, you have to go beat it again. But the important line here, I think, is to sleep the tiger, because the tiger is David. And so I think that this is fairly overt confirmation that M2 is actually possessed by David in some way.
Okay, on my last video, the Moondrop video, a lot of people in the comments were like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for saying that the tiger is David. Are there people who think that the tiger is M2? I actually haven't talked to anybody who's had that opinion.
Wait, say that again?
I haven't seen that either. That's odd.
I was saying, in the comments of my video, when I said, without any hesitation that the tiger is David, because I thought it was pretty clear. But then a lot of people in the comments were like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for saying that he's David. And I was like, is this a controversial thing? I thought that was one of the things that was pretty set in stone. But he does say some other lines when you're around him. I think he says
well, he repeats some of the stuff, I think, that the M2 says to Edwin in the final tape, where it's like, not right now, buddy. Which is, now someone correct me if I'm wrong, because I think it's like the child's voice that you can hear throughout the the costume manor when the tiger shows up. You can sometimes hear the kid's voice then echoing around, and I think it repeats a lot of those lines that Edwin has said, which is weird, because then we've got a situation where the tiger is David, but is repeating stuff that M2 says, which implies that David is somehow split between being a projection and being in the M2 robot, right? Wouldn't that be the interpretation?
Yes.
That would be kind of how I took it.
I can't hear the word projection seriously anymore in my life since
No,
Kelsey. My dad said the word projection last night at family dinner, and I went, Kelsey's a projection.
I think the relationship between Tiger and David is probably very similar to Golden Freddy, and I think it's possible that Golden Freddy can teleport and has some very serious ghost magic. I think it's possible that he can sort of be half possessing M2 and also be the tiger. His free spirit floating around manifests as the projection that is the tiger, but he's still tied to the actual endoskeleton of M2 because of agony or remnant or something.
I'm just saying, have you ever
Wonder-
seen M2 and the tiger in the same room? No, I didn't think so.
I wonder. This is. I'm not going to go too far down this rabbit hole, but I wonder, is there any sort of implications we could take from that, in the sense that, usually when we look at characters like Golden Freddy, or like, Baby, or anything in the older games, we usually consider it that, like, oh well, if a child is possessing a robot, they are in that robot and that's it, and they just sort of walk around as that character. But if we've got a situation here where David is both possessing M2 and projecting as the tiger, then is there possibly a scenario where Crying Child could both be in Golden Freddy and also projecting as, like, Shadow Freddy, as an example?
Or even, like, if his consciousness is any character within, like, FNAF world, right? Like, if he's the player, or if he's the Void Eyes, or if he's literally anything in FNAF world while also being Golden Freddy, then you can say that his consciousness is in two places.
It's interesting.
This is why we just need a
Um,
second David.
a second David. God, David. But yeah, so I think, the Sleep the Tiger thing is important, and I'm sure we'll have more thoughts on it as we're going on.
Someone in chat said, Tiger's voice lines are called mimic _ white tiger _ child,
Oh,
which might be very helpful.
fascinating.
Yeah. Some of the stuff in these audio files is very difficult to parse through, because they're all, like, numbered as big blocks of just, number this letter, number letter, number letter. But apparently, I think if you, like, export them or something, it gives you the folders. So I can't see that right now, but I'll take you at your word, whoever said that.
Also, Withered Circles in the chat, what's up?
What's up with the circle?
So then, like, the two routes to go with that is that both the Mimic and the White Tiger are possessed by the same, or M2 and the Tiger are possessed by the same thing, David, or neither of them are possessed and it's just M2, and M2 can teleport.
Yes, but only when he's mimicking a ghost does he have the power of teleportation.
That would be absolutely freaking wild, man.
You could just mimic being a ghost.
All right, this next screenshot is sort of the big important one, as far as connecting the symbol of the character of Sun within Moon.exe with Fiona. When you start talking to her, these screens just blink on, and they show this symbol, which is the symbol of Sun. And then all of them besides the middle one fade away, and then the middle one also fades away. I got this ending, this is the parachute ending, before I played Moon.exe, so I saw that, and I'm like, huh, that's interesting, I don't know what that is. And then played Moon.exe, and I'm like, oh, it was Fiona all along.
Yeah, I did the exact same thing, because I don't think I hadn't even gotten far enough in Moon.exe to even get to the Sun part. So yeah, this was, to me, the first time I'd seen this image, and then, like you, when it showed up in Moon.exe, I was like, oh, okay, so it's F10. But we've got thoughts on that relationship between F10 and Sun. But Candy, do you have anything that you got from the first meeting?
No, but it reminded me of Giffany from Gravity Falls. Hold on, I'm sending it.
I don't recall what that is.
It's the robot girl that Seuss falls in love with from, it's like the Doki Doki Literature Club X FNAF episode before either of them were released.
Yes, the anime girl arcade
Ahead of the game.
person. Yeah, which is crazy. Nara Ravens in chat says, look at the things each character gets in the final section. It connects to Happiest Day and what they're missing. So I'm guessing he's talking about, like, Chica getting the cake, Jackie getting a boot, which is still odd. But we'll go through that when we get there.
Give Jackie the boot.
Yeah.
That might genuinely be what it means. I don't know if this will work. It did work. Okay. Yes, sure. I see it. I see the vision. It's Fiona.
Great episode.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my gosh, and you defeat her by throwing her in the oven too, which has very loose connections.
No, that's it.
And an animatronic diner, which has strong connections.
Okay, I can confirm after a lot of searching, it is called Nightlight in the files. That's what
I love the
name
name Nightlight. That's such a good name.
Better.
But he's a big moon.
He's sleepy,
Big
sleepy
moon.
time moon. Chat says, but that's Monica. Yeah. So this final image is something that T-Dreads discovered. This is from Help Wanted 2. In Help Wanted 2, if you do the Foxy Log Flume shooting minigame, and as you go through, you shoot all of the Helpies, which I think we would all agree is symbolic of David, because if Mr. Helpful is Edwin and Mrs. Helpful is Fiona, then Helpy would be David. If you shoot all of the Davids, it opens a path, and when you go down that path, you see 2 graves. Unfortunately, the second one's not pictured here, but it's just a normal blank grave. Standing in front of this grave is Moon, or Nightmare Moon, and if you shoot him, he jumps out of the way to reveal this second grave that has what looks to be a owl thing on it.
Is that an owl or is that an angel?
It could be an angel.
Looks like a human-y kind of face.
Human.
You might need to run that by me one more time. So wait, we're on the log ride, we're shooting things.
If you
There's
shoot
a bunch of graves?
If you shoot
3
Helpy, there's 2 graves. One is blank and one is this one. Moon is standing in front of this one, but then he jumps out of the way to reveal it.
So there is a second David.
And the idea So the idea is that it's supposed to symbolize, oh, that's Fiona and David. And David has an owl that might also just be an angel.
Yeah, it's not. I can't see it close enough to know that it's an owl for sure, but it's got wings. So
yeah, it would be great if someone could like go through the textures of Help Wanted 2 and maybe get a higher resolution version of it. But this is what we have so far. Yeah,
chat, Help Wanted 2, is it?
Help Wanted 2, yeah. Chat saying it's an angel, looks like an angel. It's an angel, baby angel.
Yeah, it's like a cherub kind of thing. I'll install Help Wanted 2, see if I can find the file.
Yo.
But I love it was just called like David Grave, David Afton Grave.
D Grave. All right, so I have notes. These are the notes I have so far that we'll start with as we go in, which is Moon.exe must happen before the tiger can be rested. So as far as like chronology, it has to happen before that ending. It's literally called Moon.exe. So if we're saying that Moon might be symbolic of Edwin or Nightlight might be some given character, it's possible that that has to do with the game itself because it's literally called Moon. Our player character is split into 2 as Sun and Moon. Fiona is associated with Sun, Edwin is associated with Moon. The tiger is David. The chests that we see toward the end of the game are very odd because the symbols on them are a moon, a star, and a snowflake. Unclear what stars and snowflakes might be symbols of. The owl is clearly David. I think that we agree with that. And then Mr. and Mrs. Helpful and Helpy are probably Edwin, Fiona, and David.
We've lost Unwithered.
He's he's digging
like
he's going
40% smarter to make up for it.
Do you agree, Candy, with these axioms to some extent?
I definitely do. Although when I played through Moon.exe, like because obviously you're like looping through a couple of times before you actually get far enough to see some of the more interesting stuff. For a long time, I thought we were playing as David and that the owl was our white tiger, but I was thoroughly incorrect. Clearly, like there's not a lot of reason for it to be the white tiger, I think.
Yeah, and then again, we'll sort of explore this as we actually go through the game. But what's interesting to me is there's some talk about like having to sacrifice the baby owl, which is just so weird to me. You're back. Which is just so weird
sorry.
to me.
I had to start downloading Help Wanted and it just crapped out. So sorry about that.
I had a thought. Oh well. I'll have another in a few minutes.
Sorry about that. You were just going through all the different stuff about Moon.exe in general. Cool.
Yeah, going through just like, okay, we think that the owl is David, and therefore X, Y, and Z. Okay, before...
I remember my thoughts.
What are your thoughts?
Okay, it was on how you're talking about, like, it has to be completed before you can sleep the tiger, so before the ending of sticking the glitch permission in the mimic socket. I don't know. It's also interesting because, like, from a minigame perspective, the minigames in, like, FNAF 3 and stuff like that, they didn't necessarily feel like they were happening chronologically after the action that you took to do them. Like, you put the code in the
Mhm.
wall tile, but you're not necessarily thinking like, oh, the player character put the code in the wall tile and then played this arcade game or something like that. Like they kind of feel separate. But with Moon.exe, there is like a very real possibility that it is very literal, as in Arnie actually ran the .exe program, if that makes sense. Kind of like how Gregory actually plays a Balloon Boy minigame in a physical location at a physical arcade cabinet. Nice glitching textures there.
Yep. I want to ask you guys, just because I'm not super familiar, is this train supposed to be here?
I don't think so.
Is it canonically
It
suspended
was
from
there
the
in my.
ceiling?
It was there in my game, but I don't see any reason for it to be there. It
I don't
feels like it's a mistake.
Well,
I'm gonna look at my footage.
This is your
The
game.
train
This
is
is
a
your save
projection.
file.
The
No.
train is a projection.
Oh my gosh. I originally wanted to come in here because in this room we do see a sun and moon and stars, like over there.
Kissing.
And the moon is like eclipsing the sun. It's a whole thing.
That was also in the welcome show, wasn't it?
Yes, and this is also the room. I don't want to spawn the mimic. I'm trying to be careful.
Oh my gosh, the train's there for me too. There's just
Okay,
a train
good.
floating in the air.
It's
Yeah,
probably like
yeah,
there's supposed to be fishing wire like holding it up, and they're just like, oh well, you couldn't see that, so it can just
Or
float.
like a track for
Yeah,
it to go
or-
around. That
Yeah,
wooden
dual processes
train
in the
model,
chat saying that.
I don't know if you guys remember that wooden train model is down in the Storytime showroom. There's that like in one of the off rooms where like you can look through and see a bunch of unpainted set pieces that's got like a hot air balloon and clouds and stuff like that, and the train is in there also.
And
that specific
Oh.
exact train
And
model.
David does have
David's room. Yeah.
an empty train track in his room.
Yes.
Is his train painted? Or does he also just have the
I don't
wooden
think there is.
train?
I don't think there is. Is there trains in that room? I know there's the track, but I don't know if it has the actual train
I
toys
shall
in there.
check.
Yeah, I don't think so. Also, for some reason, the game, like the resolution and frame rate for the stream is like really low, and I don't know why. I apologize, guys. When we're in Moon.exe, it won't matter as much.
It's looking okay to me. I got it up on the other screen.
The other thing is we have the moving Mr. Hippo animatronic in here. Is that anywhere else in the game?
I don't think so.
It's such
Probably in the opening, right?
Oh,
with
yeah.
with Monty and everything. The one where Helper in Moon.exe is like, "Here's your tickets. You're split in half."
Yeah, it's just such an odd. Again, I really don't want to die in here. Oh, there he is. Oh, he just popped out of nowhere. Hello, hello. Okay, we're gonna run away. Because if I die, we're gonna respawn in the basement. Okay.
Oh no!
So yeah, this is literally your save file. All right, we're gonna do Moon.exe.
You're right,
Okay.
there's no train in his room, it's just tracks.
There's no train? I just totally misremembered that then. Okay, so let me know if you guys have any specific, like, oh, let's do this option first. Let's do this option. So we spawn in the room. What should we do?
So, are we starting on one particular assumption? Like we're gonna run with a assumption first?
Yes, let's.
Oh wait, there is a train! I'm a liar, I just couldn't see it in the
You
shadows.
filthy liar.
I'm sorry!
Andy.
You have an assumption about who you think we're playing as. So let's start with that one. Do you explain to chat what's going on?
Sure. So this is based on a few things that go on later, but I have come to somewhat of a conclusion about M2 and how it was created, given one of the emails from, or one of the logs, quote unquote, from Fiona, or F10, which says that M2 started as a copy of her program, which I think might say that M2 literally was like a second Fiona, and then something happened that turned it from a Fiona bot into a David bot. And I think there's some evidence in Moon.exe, one of which is if you hit the rodeo hat there and see what it says.
A Deadeye Roxy
Deadeye-
rodeo hat. You wore this until it fell apart. Everyone loves Roxy.
So part of the reason I think that we might be playing as a version of Fiona beyond other things going on later, is that this in particular rodeo hat says you wore this until it fell apart. It's one of the rare times in the game which we like notice that we are being referenced. You know, it's not him, it's not his, it's not them, it's not whatever. It's specifically us. And this rodeo hat is something that we have worn. And Candy, I think it was you actually that noticed this when we were talking about it last time. Is that Roxy in this game is shown to be a cowboy character, and her attraction and sign that are down in the storage area seem to be a lot older than a lot of the rest of the stuff in the factory. And then I think GiBi, you were suggesting that because it's older and because it's cowboy themed in particular, that's something from sort of a previous period in reality in terms of pop culture,
like the 50s,
kind of
yeah.
50s. Yeah. So what I'm thinking is because the first puppet that we see Fiona make for David in the family tapes is a Roxy puppet, that potentially Fiona was a fan of the character Roxy when she was younger and then carried it forward into MCM, and that this rodeo hat is supposed to be a symbol of her youth and growing up and wearing this until it fell apart.
Yes. And we see Fiona make the pirate Roxy character, so kind of like how we don't think that she literally invented Chica, she just drew designs for the modern restaurant. She could have like worked on a modern incarnation of Roxy, but was not literally its inventor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think because it goes from cowboy to pirate, and then the pirate theme seems to continue, that would line up with the idea that this was one character originally and has been made into a new character through her changing it up for David.
Yes, and then I mean, my current assumption, I don't know what everyone else thinks, but my current assumption is that Roxy was a cowboy and then became a pirate, and then sort of the way that like Funtime Foxy is a Foxy, I think that Foxy is a Roxy. Like that makes like I don't know, Bonnet is a Bonnie, the way that Foxy is a Roxy.
I think that's definitely what I used to think that about Roxy the other way around in terms of like Foxy inspired Roxy, but now that we know she's this old and it seems to be that maybe she's the inspiration for Foxy, I think it might be, yes, she's the inspiration. I don't think that like Fazbear as an entity would refer to her as a variant of Foxy, but they are like related, and I think he's named after her rather than the other way around, which we might have assumed, and that his theme becomes more popular as the pirate, and so then she adopts that for a little bit, and then eventually it kind of, actually it's interesting because in Help Wanted 2 the log ride is Western themed, right?
Yeah,
which is interesting. It's kind of like, even though it's Captain Foxy's log ride, it's Western themed, so I think it's like kind of looping back in on itself.
Very true. So sort of with that perspective, we're kind of like, okay, we are a young, childish version of a copy of Fiona's consciousness, and so that could sort of be why this is a child's bedroom who is not David, right? Like, this could be Fiona's bedroom, question mark, which could also be why there's a flower on the wall, because we'd be a little girl.
Yeah, it doesn't seem
that could work.
It doesn't seem likely that we are David or an M2 pretending to be David, because of course we get to David's room later and it's not this room.
Yeah, we're still in the interpretive kind of fantasy part of the universe, so I could see this being still a variant of David's room or representation of David's room, and that we are currently inhabiting it maybe because our ultimate purpose will be to become David, but currently we're still maintaining the Fiona persona. Ours.
What are the odds? I haven't looked at this at all, but like that the areas that you go through could be mapped back as if like when you make the moon statue and it turns bright white and you're in the factory, if they could be like an inverse of each other, so you start in a room, you end in a room. I can't think through the order well enough to tell if that's likely.
So if we mapped like, we start, the way we leave this room's going out the window, so we'll call that forward, and then you have to turn right to get to the cave, and you have to go straight to get into the cave. Like, if we mapped out those turns, we could get somewhere.
Well, no, I was thinking more like just like the place that you start is the fantasy version of where you end, and then the next place that you go after this is like the forest with the trees, and that would be what is the area you're at right before the storybook? It's the admin wing, isn't it?
Mhm.
That it could somehow be the
Yeah.
fantasy version back and forth like that. I don't think that's that likely, but I can't do that in my head.
There is
Yeah,
there
there's a
is a
workshop-y
lot
thing.
later on, especially about directions. Like they specifically say like, oh, it's west out this way and east back in this way, and there's and then we get to the 3 points in the road and there's northeast and west, and they do a lot to establish the geography of that space. Instead of just saying the path is behind you and this is ahead of you, it's like go west to go back out of the cave that you just came into. So it is interesting that they give you a lot of information in terms of the mapping out of the location. So you might not be far off in terms of what if there's a potential of mapping out this place that it could correspond to something in the real world. You might just
That
have to note down all that.
which would be an absolutely be a thing that they would hide in the game. It's like, okay, if you find where the pile of rocks that cries is in the real factory, then you'll know what it's symbolizing. Something like that.
I still think it's the wet floor bots that cry and ruin. Because those are two things that are vaguely related, and that's all I need.
Speaking of, I had a dream last night that the Cleanovats are haunted by Edwin. And as everyone
Oh my
knows,
God.
the Cleanovats become the Pat Pats from Ruin. So those are also Edwin.
Edwin is the Pat Pats.
Yes, Edwin killed Bonnie.
Everyone killed Bonnie as a pet.
That's the theory.
Now that's a take I haven't heard yet. Did Matt Pat show up and confirm the theory in your dream?
No, I'm gonna have to wait for tonight for him to do that. All right, so
Expect the second ghost when the clock chimes 2.
Oh my god. Yeah, the ghost of theory present. So we're gonna answer the phone. This is what I wouldn't say this caused God David, but I think this is a big factor. So use toy phone. This is the toy phone we find in the factory. That's the same purple telephone that's in FNAF 4. And when you use it, it says, a toy phone rings. A child cries softly on the other end. He never sees me. If we are M2 starting as Fiona, slowly gaining sort of like David's consciousness, I could see the child on the other end of the phone being sort of the ethereal tiger David. So like we're making a connection. We the Endo, we the robot, are making a connection with the real ghost boy. And he's like, he never sees me. He's like, I'm a ghost in the factory, but my dad like never looks over at me. Why doesn't Dad notice me? I'm just a ghost.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you got some super chats.
We got Sauce's Best in $5. Isn't M2 just repurposed M1 for David? Why else would Fiona not still be an Endo? Also, big ups, y'all three. God theories brain rot commence. I understood the first half of that. So we see a lot of broken Endos around the place. And we also know that M2 at some point does not have legs and then gains legs. So I don't know if they're supposed to be the same robot. What do you guys think?
Candy, you go ahead. I've yapped.
I think it's definitely fair to theorize that M2 is just the M1 code repurposed and the M1 body repurposed, but it's definitely dangerous to say that like that's the assumption that you should start with, because it's definitely just a theory and nothing more at this point. It's neither community consensus nor too much more likely than any of the other possibilities. Because definitely talking with other people, you see them interpret it as there were 2 endoskeletons, there weren't 2 endoskeletons, there was a successful Mimic 2 program separate from the Mimic 1 program, and you shouldn't take that copying so literally, or you should take it exactly literally and think that he kind of hit copy-paste. I personally think that there was a successful M2 that wasn't just a copy-paste of M1, at least for the purposes of my last theory, but like it's so early, I'm totally open to change my opinions at this point. That's what the stream's about.
Yeah, my thing with it is, at least by the start of the game, or actually as soon as Fiona is in the F10 machine, we have to assume that whether or not there was at any point more than one robot mimic, like physical body, that after she gets put in F10, one of them is gone. Like even if
Yep.
you assume there is two, she eventually can't have a body because otherwise the whole game can't happen. If Fiona can just walk around and do whatever she wants, then she wouldn't be saying stuff like, Edwin, come visit me. Edwin, why aren't you answering your phone? Edwin, help me out. I can't, or it's nice to meet you face to face when you walk up to the big computer with a camera on it. So I'm currently working under the assumption that there's one machine that the code gets transferred or copied or whatever, variation on that you like. But I'm also not against there being a second robot that gets decommissioned.
Yeah, my understanding would be something to the effect of Fiona was in the robot, and when Edwin has his he wouldn't really be him, you're not really her moment, that's when he, removes her brain privileges and puts her into the computer. So like before that, the only endoskeletons would have been failed copies of David or whatever, and so then he probably reused her now empty endo into making M2 that became David. And the reason it was missing its legs is because he broke its legs when he got angry at it, which is why it then broke his legs when it got angry at him.
This is an important distinction because for what we're doing right now, because if we're going forward and trying to test the assumption that we're playing as M2 from like the very inception of it waking up all the way through where it turns into David, my default is to say that David hasn't yet died, but if you think that M2 wasn't started until after David died, then David's already dead at the start of Moon, unless it's not that literal, which is totally fine.
Yeah,
okay,
that's part of the weirdness with the owl representing David, because if David is talking to us on this phone, that would imply that he's dead already. And like the note, oh, can you bring back the sun, whatever. If we're in his room as well, then it's like, oh, well, his room's empty. But then we go outside and the gator and the owl are there, and then the owl later on seems to represent David. So it's a weird at this point whether or not he's up and running or not.
But the white owl doesn't have to be David the child. It could be David the ghost.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's actually, that's a good point.
Like when we put on his mask is when the transformation from a copy of Fiona to becoming David begins, I guess.
Mm-hmm. But then it is difficult to know what to make of the oven. I never know what to make of the oven. What a freaking curveball.
We'll get to the oven when we get to the oven in 7 hours.
All right, good plan.
Someone in chat mentioned how in the files there's only one mimic and it's just called M2. I think that was just so they didn't have to model a second one. Like the Fiona in the tape has the same broken and repaired legs as the M2 that we see for the rest of the game. And so I think that that's just because they didn't want to make a separate M1 model for the game, not like any lore reason.
Yeah, someone told me that there is a separate M2 endoskeleton under a tarp in that underground basement where you hear him do the 4625 message where he's like, hello, who's there? And then Fiona speaks over that call. So unless that's because there's also the blueprints in that same room for the mimic. So if that is the case that there is another endo there, I don't know.
There's several endos in that room. So there's I think 3 endos, 2 that are like slumped on the ground and 1 that's on a table. And then there is a tarp, but like it's one of the same ones from the that display case area where the mimic always kills you because it always spawns in really inconvenient places by the elevator. The same tarps is in there where like if you clip inside, it's just a model of there's nothing inside the tarp, it's just shaped like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's just but it is just like it's because someone I think said to me that there's an M2 robot, like specifically the M2 model under that tarp, but if that's not the case, then I've been misinformed.
I could also not be talking about the same tarp, but in that workshop, I think there's only the one tarp. Let me send the photos from the workshop.
All right, Sauce also says...
The one in the basement, yeah.
Yeah, Sauce says $2. Think Ruined 2 Mimics is a program and an endo, which is also how it works in Tales, where the Mimic M1 endoskeleton is different than the Mimic 1 program, which is then put in a bunch of different robots.
So
Yeah,
that like
it's-
red tarp in the background, that's empty on the inside.
That one there, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sweet. Okay, cool. I've been misinformed.
But
Grand.
there's all these other endos.
Yeah,
And
I mean they're all just M1s, right? They're Freddy Fazbear's Pizza endos, or sorry, not M1s, endo ones.
naming isn't difficult enough already.
So where are we on who we think's on the other end of the phone?
Are we not throwing out any of the other more wild card characters like the actual crying child or anything like that at this point?
So I think most
I mean,
people
I'll throw it out.
community consensus at this point is probably that it's Dave acting crying child, because it says a child cries softly, he never sees me. So if you're gonna have a child cry softly, you're gonna think crying child.
I'm
And
definitely
at
not
this age,
opposed.
he'd be like 3.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We don't really know
Yeah, it depends when this game.
when this is supposed to be depicting.
Yeah, it depends
I'm
as
not
well on.
opposed to it being the crying child, as in like I wouldn't be like, oh, I can't believe they threw that in there. It has no place in here. But like at the moment, this is kind of the same with like the argument that you make for the Vanessa therapy tapes. Like there's not exactly a reason for him to be in this game, and there's no reason for this piece of text to be building characterization for anyone but the characters that we have in front of us, unless we see that there is some greater connection to the player of this game, whoever we are right now, and the crying child. So I'm inclined to think that it's just David, not Dave.
Yeah, besides their names being the same, I would sort of see this as like, okay, if there's more in here about crying child, then we could use these pieces of evidence and link them together. But right now it's just the word crying and the fact that this phone exists in other places. And yeah, I think if it's a more self-contained narrative than the idea that that's Tiger David talking to M2, I don't know. It just seems like that's more cohesive with what the rest of the minigame's saying.
I wish we had a bot in chat that could count how many times people say God David. It's already in the double digits.
Yeah, all right, everyone in chat. Awesome. I cannot believe we've 200 people watching and only 10 likes. What is that? We gotta like the video and everyone post God David in the chat. On a scale of 1 to 14, how hyped are you for T-Dread's video on Sunday about God David?
Is it coming out on Sunday, God David?
Yeah, I think he said 2 p.m. Eastern on Sunday.
Woo.
Woo.
14 out of 10.
14 out of 10, yep. Okay, so I guess, do we care that it's the FNAF 4 phone? Do we think that, like, it is Steelwool just saying, Edwin invented that phone, which is why it's the same? Because I think the FNAF 4 Dreamer's Mike, so that wouldn't even, connect it to Crying Child. Although it is in the logbook, so, like, who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, the weirdest thing to me is that it's specifically the FNAF 4 imagery which is being recycled, and in the case that there's nothing going on in terms of connection between Dave and David, assuming that Dave is actually his name, I think it's a real mishap on the part of Steelwool and Scott to evoke that game so heavily when they may be trying to avoid those connections. You know, like if Scott, say the whole thing with Gregory linking to Crying Child was a mistake and a miscommunication as a result of the way that Security Breach was made, it's a really, really terrible decision to then put the finale, the secret finale to your game, set in a visually reminiscent room to the room from the game that the Crying Child comes from, because then you're immediately crossing wires between, oh, it's not actually Gregory isn't another Dave, he's another David, but that kid who's got nothing to do with it, we're also going to evoke the toy phone that's referenced in the logbook, or we're going to evoke the bedroom from the game he's in. You know, I think it would be a crazy mistake to do that, unless there's some other grander reason that doesn't have anything to do with Crying Child. But I think the fact it's the FNAF 4 telephone is important, but I also can't see what relevance it necessarily has directly within Moon.exe. So the simplest, explanation is just that it's the spirit of David on the phone, and he's saying, "Oh, my dad never sees me," and it's on the same desk
All right.
as the note which says "Bring back the sun."
Please,
And
please
here's
don't
T-Dress for
derail.
God,
Please
David.
don't derail.
Oh,
What-
David.
What insanity have you guys come up with so far?
We've yapped for an hour about the first 2 screens. We did, before we transition into whatever this is going to be, we did get a super chat. Something, oh my gosh, I lost it already. It's something about the phone. meaning
CC
that he's
confirmation
phone
for
guy.
FNAF 4 phone guy is for him, JK.
Okay. Yeah, so it's saying that crying child's phone guy. Someone else in chat was talking about how so the flower that's in this room,
Mm-hmm.
the sister / Elizabeth has a flower in her room in FNAF 4,
Yes.
but it's explicitly not the same flower. That's just a giant petal, whereas this is a flower in a pot. And so if they're going to say, like, okay, a flower symbolizes that we're in, like, a young girl's room because of symbolism, but it's not the same flower, so it's not Elizabeth. We can go, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true.
But then
This is interesting.
we turn the corner, and it is literally the same phone from FNAF 4. So, like, why... Either why isn't that the same
Yeah.
flower, or why is this the same phone?
Yeah, I find it interesting the things they choose to keep, the details they choose to put in the rooms, because obviously it could have been a portrait of anything, and there's so many weird details that carry over. Even I don't think it's in this house, but even like the Edwin's house, they have like the grandfather clock there too on purpose. They carry between like all these different iterations of the house. They choose to put in so many of like the same types of things, but they're not exactly the same model, which is weird. Like even in the files, they have like nightmare legs, but they're spring traps. It's very strange.
I think with the phone as well, the area that you find it, it's the birthday area, like on the way from the showroom to Jackie's by that big code. It's like the little storage closet there, which has the only Cleanovac that doesn't move. It's the Cleanovac who's just stuck T-posing.
Edwin, yes.
So, do we have any clue what any of these posters are supposed to be? Like, what is that thing? What even is that in the top? Is that like a sad guy?
No, so that's a house on top of a hill with a big, like, moon setting behind it. That's what I see. And then that's
It's underneath it.
That's the smokestacks from the factory.
What about the next screen? Because there's another house portrait there.
Yes, there's a few, but this one to me seems pretty clear, where it's the house on the hill, smokestacks in the foreground, moon or sun rising in the background.
Yeah. It looks like a sad guy.
This one, a river, a house, and a cloud with a lightning bolt.
Yeah. There's the one on the left. We're never gonna find out. The river's interesting because obviously that's the setting we see later in the game, and then the house with the chimney. I see that. And then the toy phone from. It's odd because here's my thing, right?
Mhm.
Only the orange items seem to be literal in-universe things. Everything else seems to be symbolic.
I mean, they could also be symbolic. So the main thing that you missed before you got here was
but I mean, like, also literal. Like, they're both. They could be both.
Yeah, because we get them in the real
items
world, and then they're in the game.
Yeah.
What you missed. So we're going to be going through the game, and we're going to sort of, like, be assuming that we're playing as a certain character, and we're going to see how far we can get before that's contradicted. So the first person that we're assuming we are is M2, the moment it was copied from M1. So it starts as a copy of Fiona's programming. So we're sort of we're waking up into the world as a copy of Fiona. And then as the game goes on, we believe that we're becoming more and more like David. And that by the end, we will be David.
The combination of the Roxy hat, the Deadeye Roxy hat, which we see in game, and then also the poster with the flower on it, which is historically how Scott signals that you're in a room meant for a girl, I feel like, are 2 points towards this being a girl's room.
Yes.
There's not a lot else
That's interesting.
particularly gendered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no colors.
Weird lawn chair in the corner as well. Yeah, and it is. I know it's not necessarily the most concrete thing, but the Sharpay being the toy as well, which is a girl character, female character.
Yeah, and Roxy would be more of a
and Roxy
and
as well. There's actually a lot.
Yeah, it says you wore this till it fell apart, which implies that the character has a history with Roxy.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Which
were talking
David
about that earlier.
probably did not, because he freaking died.
All right, we're gonna open the dresser. Let's see. Your socks are nicely folded. That's right. We're a girl.
That's female behavior.
Yeah, it's good.
That's hilarious. I
Uh,
I wonder why Fiona would be scared to go to bed though.
Yes.
'Cause I feel like
So,
that fits more with
well,
David and other stuff.
did we not find a note at some point that says that someone who's probably Fiona doesn't want to go to sleep,
No,
wait,
just
where
that
is
she
that?
would
Actually-
never sleep again.
would never sleep again?
I actually don't remember that. Where is that from?
That's
That's
the
in the
memory
moon
file.
basement.
That's the weird
The
Tales
moon
note.
basement.
That's interesting.
Can
Tales
you
fiction.
can one of you guys find that and I'll pull it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if we try to go to bed, you don't want to go to bed. Never again.
Bottom one,
Yeah.
not the deja vu one.
All right. Give me a second, chat. I gotta.
So
switch
what
over.
if? Oh, okay. So there is also that interesting line about. Thank you. There is also that interesting line about when Fiona's talking about the copy of herself. I'll find the exact quote. About how M2 started as a program. Blah 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 blah. Let me find it here. So. Copy. No. Copy.
So this is the note that we find in the moon section. So this is when Nightlight, that was his name, right?
Mhm.
Nightlight is chasing you around, and you find David's ball. You can find this in the office, and it says memory
Yes.
error detail report. This is written in pencil right next to a physical pencil that's on the desk. We were expecting. There were complications. Consciousness was lost for an undetermined time. Once I woke, we were all together and happy, a family. But something was different. It felt wrong somehow. Was I me? I would never sleep again. Corrupted file suspected. Please advise. So the first thing
that
everyone
doesn't really
knows.
tell you why she couldn't. Yeah, that's still so strange. It's still a mystery.
Well,
as
it's like,
to
oh,
why?
the last time I lost consciousness was because something bad happened, so I will never sleep again. I am Fiona.
Yeah, but I'm talking about, like, let's see. It says we are expecting there's complications. Consciousness was lost for an undetermined time. But that's so contradictory though, because then she says, okay, I'm going to sleep at the end of the game. At the end of the game, she shuts down and goes to sleep.
Standby mode
apparently.
though, doesn't she? She doesn't say
Yeah.
sleep.
Well,
Standby.
the GiBi's thought is that she'll be cooked for like years or something. Like 70 years just won't turn on for anyone. So that's
Well, I think
don't know.
she's
It's-
capable of coming on and offline. Because she
Yes.
does come back online for the last little like chat with who she thinks is Edwin when we're going down to the elevator. On this note, it's interesting because we've got the line something was different. I felt wrong somehow. Was I me?
I mean,
And then in there's the Glamrock Freddy thing of I am
I
not
am
me.
not me.
But there's in the received 5 minutes ago log, which is the one where she says, while the M2 began as a copy of my program, I believe it can become something more. She says then, it wasn't me, it was something different. So I wonder if there's some sort of implication that in the beginning, M2 was supposed to just be like another Fiona before, like, because see the thing is, it has to be the robot before it can be F10. But if we just kind of ignore the weirdness of the timeline for a second, it wasn't me, it was something different. Is there maybe an implication that the copying process between it becoming M1 to M2 damaged it somehow, and that this is what that memory error is a result of? And it's saying I would never sleep again is linking back to Moon and to tell us, like, okay, it doesn't want to go to sleep. Something's wrong with it. It's damaged. It's not really Fiona.
As far as we knew, M1 itself never had to go to sleep in the story. I don't think. Do we ever see a time where M1 before the end of the game, like Edwin has to put it down? I
Well,
don't think so.
there's a big gap of
I'm wondering
time when Edwin is like, "You're not really her," and I'm kind of assuming that she's still in her robot body at that point, and then at some point she's now in the giant F10 computer.
But how's she writing this from within a computer?
No clue.
Ah, this is
Well,
what
I
I
don't
said.
think-
Handwriting. Somebody needs hands.
That's
to write
why.
this.
That's why I'm
Yeah.
saying that if this is the new Fiona having been copied into the physical robot, then it would have the ability to write. So
Do you
it
think
could be writing
M2 is
back.
writing this as M1
Well, then it
And,
would be
like,
a mixture
it's
of
just
Fiona
newborn
and
him.
David, probably, right?
Newborn
It'd be,
him
like,
too.
Because I
somewhere in
mean, we have the
between.
question, was I me? And then in the received thing, it says it wasn't me. It was something different. So I wonder if that's kind of like a call and response thing, that this M2 was a copy of my program, but it wasn't me. And this is the
Well, it
M2
might
sort
just
of realizing
be.
that as
It
well.
might just be in between. It might just be in between her and David now. Like whatever this consciousness is, it's because he's trying to get
Yes.
David into it, as far as I know. So it could be that it's currently at an in between stage which is actually kind of similar to what you see in the. I know this is not Fiona, but if you think back to the sticky note room, half of the things that it writes in those notes contradict itself, kind of. It's like hide, no hide, home, not home, your home, my home, stop, go. Like they're very. It's clearly something that is like in its own head. It doesn't know what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
So it
it's
could be that this
learning.
is this could be that it's whatever the mimic program is struggling right now because it's between Fiona and David. It's like bouncing back and forth.
Yep. Sauce is best in $2. God Digiwriter from Black Ops 3 COD Zombies. Or Black Ops 2 COD Zombies. The bus driver reminds me of Digityper.
Or Black Ops 3 Curse of Dreadbear Zombies, which could be what COD stands for. That always confused
Oh
me
my
for years
gosh.
when I didn't know what COD
No.
meant. I was like,
Yeah.
Call of Duty, what the? Why are people referencing COD?
Black
This is
Ops 3
serious.
Curse of
I had
Dreadbear.
the same problem.
That's funny.
Alright. Anyway, so I believe that what we're currently thinking is that we are M2 waking up as Fiona, childlike tendencies, becoming David.
Yeah, I'd say she's in between right now.
Yes.
She's in between Fiona and David.
And
Which
so
is also like, the little like this is gonna sound stupid, like I don't know, Saturn or whatever that I'm so dumb. I'm assuming it's Saturn.
yeah.
On top of the screen,
Yeah.
all of like the fucking planets. That is stereotypically more of a boy thing, as far as I know, for young boys to have like, look, the fucking solar system. Whoa. Stereotypically. Obviously some girl out there has fucking Saturn on her ceiling. But so
It's
like
a
I said, it's a
mobile,
mixture of
mobile.
yeah, it's a mixture of both like boy and girl stuff.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I went on a whole tangent the other day on the fact that it's Saturn in particular that is being highlighted. And someone actually in chat was saying that the poster that we were saying might be a cloud might actually be Saturn as well. If you want to look at that one, GiBi, I don't know. But I went on a whole tangent. See on the
Ooh,
left? I guess
yeah.
it could be. It's potentially. But I went on a whole thing about how Saturn. The first thing I thought when I was like, what would Saturn have to do with it? Is the painting by what's the it's Saturn eats his son, or Saturn devouring his son by Goya, and just this horrendous image in a series of images which were acquired from the artist's house after he died that were sort of left there and nobody knew about them. And I thought that might be an interesting connection back to Edwin, like this idea of like leaving behind a house and things being found. And, if we're representing Saturn and we're connecting it to the mimic, and, there could be something there. It might be a big stretch, but it was just something I saw and I was like, Saturn is an interesting one to specifically put above the bed. But again, it could also just be to evoke planets. It doesn't even necessarily have to be Saturn.
Yeah.
It's just because it has rings.
Yeah, because if you see a circle like that with rings, it's definitely a planet, whereas otherwise it could be anything.
Someone in chat said Roxy, or an affinity for Roxy is kind of tomboyish too, which is interesting. But I don't know. I think you're right. Like, I wouldn't say that. Like, I had like space stuff in my room as a little kid, but it's not exactly that we're talking about like what is plausible so much as in like such a limited medium as Moon.exe. If you were trying to communicate the gender of a child, a flower and a Roxy is a girl, but a solar system is probably not a staple of a 2-bit girl's room. 4-bit, I guess.
Here's a question.
Yeah, it's the same with the flower poster. It's like, yeah, you can have a flower poster in your kid as a boy, but like it's indicative of what they're trying to show us about the time period as well, considering.
What do we think is giving you the hedgehog mask? Because apparently it's not Moon. Those hands
The
are
monster.
Moon. Apparently.
So,
Yeah, who's that?
I want to die in the closet right here.
Me too. I want to die. Oh, in-game.
Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Happy Pride.
I think that
60 hours of God, David will do that to you.
the moon constantly wanting to put you back to bed to me could be sort of the struggle that Edwin is having with F10, where he's like, it's not working, like, why isn't it gaining his consciousness? And she's like, you need to try again. And so it could be that this is the consciousness, and whenever it fails to do the correct thing to become David, you know, that fail state is it goes back to bed, and it has to, like, wake up back here and start over until it gets it right, like a neural network learning how to do something. You gotta do the correct path to wake up the David.
My name is...
Anyway, let's die in the closet.
Can you die in the closet with all the items?
You're not
we
not
can't?
streaming the game, by the way, GiBi. You're still on the browser.
Wait, no, I see it on
No, he
the.
is.
Oh, really?
I think
Yeah.
you're
Oh,
Yeah.
I am
with your
actually
fraud.
completely behind. My
With
stream
your
does this. It always
fraud.
slips out.
You
by a
take the
few
mask.
seconds.
Okay, so because we have the hedgehog mask, we can't die there.
Can you just go in again?
What about now?
Yeah, you can open the closet again.
think it'll
Oh,
kill
it says
you.
the monster's gone, I believe.
You
It
slowly
says
open the
monster's gone.
closet. There's nothing in the
I believe
closet
it's the
anymore.
monster.
The thing is gone.
But I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
from playing the game, it's when you open the closet and there is no Halloween mask. It's that like something grabs you and it's like the little hands vibrating and it's kind of like toothy, a little FNAF 4 to be honest. And then it
Yeah.
says Moon pulls you away from the thing and says back to bed. So it's not Moon that's in the closet.
It's interesting because
Correct.
GiBi's not. You guys aren't wrong. There is a lot of like, yeah, Fiona kind of imagery in here. There's also a lot of FNAF 4 imagery, which is so weird that there's
Fan
both.
closet.
Yeah, that there's both of them. It's so weird.
The FNAF 4 experiments are actually based on Fiona's bedroom as a child.
No,
We're gonna go back
no.
and get a prequel to that game.
Rory
we're gonna see an
Murray.
exact FNAF 4 room, but it's pink.
Rory Murray, Greg Rory, yeah.
Gregory Davids.
Another point sort of against Fiona is it is odd. I guess like the Roxy character, it's not like she couldn't have had an affinity for the Roxy character as a young child, but we don't necessarily know of her having a connection to Murray's until she's hired there as like a young adult after a career of being a puppeteer in some way. Like the audio where the helpful audio where he's introducing himself to Fiona and asks her to record. He's like, I heard that you, what is it? I heard that you sew puppets or are a puppeteer or something. And she goes, oh, well, I used to be. So it seems like she had like a whole different career path before she showed up at Murray's. So I don't know that necessarily Fiona has to be the one here that has a connection to Roxy. We've given her a connection to Roxy because she's a female and the hat is old and Roxy's an old character.
And because she makes the puppet for David based on Roxy.
Yeah. But it's not actually a super strong connection. We could easily tie it to David because it's a puppet his mom made him or something like that.
A puppet.
I suppose this would be a good time then to discuss what the hell this trophy is.
No.
Well, in the game, the physical one you pick up is like #1 customer or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Which I think diegetically in Moon.exe it cannot be that because that would make no sense.
Yeah.
But then
I
again,
agree.
all the other items are the exact same, right?
A
Not
grand
true.
prize
There's several
trophy.
differences.
Yeah, look, a grand
Okay.
prize
Okay.
trophy stolen in the night from Moon's bedroom or something.
Okay, that's
Some of
neat,
them-
that's neat.
Yeah, from Noon's bedroom.
Some of the items have different names when you pick them up in the world versus in Moon.exe, which could be intentional or could just be that their names changed and they didn't think to update them in both. Like the Star Orphan Nightlight is just called a Star Bright Nightlight in Moon.exe.
Well, it could also be called. Remember, this could also be called the grand prize trophy because you win it in that wheel spinning area. So, or you get it. Yeah, you don't win it, but you know what I mean. You know, spin and get the grand prize, and then you get the grand prize trophy right up the stairs from that. So it might have nothing to do with. I don't know. It could be a carnival prize. not
Very
necessarily
symbolic. It's very odd.
Yeah.
But definitely some of the items can't be the same within the game. Like they get bigger or smaller. Like there's no way that the net for a tiny fish could fish the moon head out of the water or anything like that. They do undergo some sort of change to meet their purpose in Moon.exe.
Yes.
Only one thing's for sure, and that's that Gregory is David.
Okay, we're gonna turn on the fan, which I don't think does anything. You
just
turn the
feels
fan
nice.
on, nice. I think we're in agreement that like.
Oh,
Yep.
wait. It's you turn on the fan.
We play as Mike
Where is my ball?
Schmidt. We play as Mike Schmidt.
You know what is one thing I will say about the fan? The fan feeling nice would imply that we're capable of sensing change in temperature, which
No.
we don't
or
necessarily know
airflow.
the mimic can do, or airflow, but
I
as
mean,
in it
my-
implies like
My computer can
potentially
tell the
human.
temperature it is.
That's true. Yeah, we're cooling in at CPU.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have opinions about that though? Does it have opinions about
Yeah,
that?
I mean, I think it's like a tutorial item. It's to like show you,
Yes.
oh, you can click stuff.
That's what I
No,
was
it's
gonna say.
it's the most expansive lore ever.
If you
Is it
enter,
significant at all that it's a fan, which is like in every
Yes.
FNAF game ever?
I think it is.
Yeah.
Means you play as Mike.
All right, let's open the bedroom door.
Oh, incoming.
The door
crying child
is
/ midnight
barred
motorist.
from the other side.
Oh, I'm midnight motoring it /
So
crying child.
we've
again.
been locked in the room, right? That's what that's saying?
Yeah.
Or like barred does not imply to me a locked door. It implies
Okay.
like
True.
Yeah.
Okay.
like a chair
go-
in front of it or like boards.
Yeah,
Then
hammered.
again, we go outside into
Cool.
a magical cave with magical like fountains and get transported in time. I don't think it's 1-to-1 literal with like what the words mean.
I just think
No,
that
not
No, I think
necessarily. But the game is
locked-
like just full of cryptic symbolism, and it's like it's so difficult to tell what's important and what's not important. Like,
All that
is
matters
it
is
supposed
that
to imply that something is forcibly keeping us in the room, or just that
Yes.
it's locked? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
no, it's the thing keeping you in the room is on the other side of it. You're not in here of your own volition. You have been trapped inside this room.
It's
That's what
actually
that's all it's supposed to be.
it's a COD Zombies reference actually. I will say that I think if it was supposed to just be locked, they would have just said it was locked.
Yeah, that's what I think. I think there is. I mean, obviously, then we connect that to David's room at the end of the game, like in real life, where it's physically boarded up.
Boarded, yep.
Which I think this is what it's more evoking rather than a locked door. Because, yes, while the images in this game are symbolic of other stuff, they're not misdescribing the symbolism. Like, they're not saying, it's a leaky fountain, and then you see in the game it's actually a waterfall. It's like they'll say it's a waterfall, but it might be representative of something else in the real world. So to say it's barred and not locked, I think is saying that this is a barred door within the context of this game, so it's not locked within the context of Moon.
Yeah. Some people in chat are saying like Midnight Motorist imagery, and I again very strongly don't think this has anything to do with any previous lore. But in Midnight Motorist, it's locked from the inside, not
That's true.
the outside. So I don't think
In
that's
FNAF 4
fair.
still stands though. That one is locked from the outside.
Wait, what's wrong with what's
In fact,
Midnight
that's also,
Motorist
like,
is
the first
also
thing
locked?
they tell you in that game.
The child.
Oh, I see. The
Motorist
child locked their
is-
door.
yes.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. But then again, in Midnight Motorist, you also run out the window to escape your father. It's so weird. There's so
You
many
find a
little,
Sharpay
like...
plush inside the chest. Yay! Oh, and we have to take the plushie.
Aki.
Oh, also, sorry, yeah, Candy, you just sent the
Key.
stuff from what happens if you get taken by the monster in the closet. And something that is to note that's different to the other monsters later, where the moon saves you from them. This one pulls you to the moon, who screams back to bed, and everything fades to black, which is a variation which I think is important because it implies that whatever is in the closet is working for the moon.
That's interesting.
It's also odd. I think
Xenophobia.
the
No.
I think the moon. I didn't send it as a video, but like that creature in the darkness is one of the only things that actually like moves on the screen in front of you. You generally only see the thing, and then you take an action, and then it cuts to another still screen after the thing happens. But that guy actually like his hands move up and down in his eyes, and it kind of like rumbles a little, which is weird.
It also has 5 fingers, which, and we already all agree it's not the moon, but the moon explicitly has 4, and the thing in the closet has 5.
Like a spring lock.
Like a spring lock. Like a William Afton. I don't know.
Like Williams in the closet.
There's no way.
Well, it's Pride Month, you know.
Screams back to back.
Wait, couldn't you use the same logic though to say that the monster in the closet is literally a monster because it's described as a monster?
Well, the way that it's literally
Yeah,
an
in
owl.
the context of
yeah.
Moon,
.exe, okay.
So the question is like, is it a
Oh,
real...
you were just talking about the mini game. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
if the owl is David, is the monster in the closet anything in particular? Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're going to try to open the window without the mask, which I think we can do. It's climbing out that's the issue. It's cold outside, but we just said that the fan felt nice. How is it warm and cold outside?
You unlock the window. It's cold outside, but the fan feels nice.
Yes, very odd.
Maybe it's a
Do we
heating
think
thing.
that's, or do we think it's relevant that the time of year could be around when David died because it's December when he dies?
Yeah, or fall when Fiona died.
Idiot?
There is no snow. You're right,
Mhm.
but the
Well,
trees don't have leaves, so
It's
it could be fall.
snowing. It snows in September
Fiona
in the
with her tree.
game.
But
It's-
it doesn't
Oh, that's
snow
true.
in December in the 4th birthday tape where he gets the
Mhm.
thing, which just leads me to believe it's a chilly area with low precipitation.
Yeah, Utah. We climb out the window. Oh no, it's the
We didn't put on the
moon.
mask.
Yeah. The moon stops you from exiting the house. Back to bed, he screams as he grabs you and everything fades to black. Restart.
It's always everything fades to black. Sorry,
Some-
another
well,
thing on the creature. This is not going with the theory that we're thinking of right now, but if you were playing as David. Wait, no, I don't like that already. But I'm going to keep saying it because I already started. If you were playing as David, the thing in the closet that is bringing you back to the moon, which represents Edward, could be the mimic without costumes on because it's like a creepy monster that he's afraid of and doesn't like and won't be fond of it until it puts on costumes. Although that's later
hated
contradicted
that.
by the fact that we see it taking care of him just as the bot. So scratch all
Yeah,
that.
he does. He does tell David pretty much though to like, when I'm busy, yada yada. Like those obviously things he says to David more so than Fiona. He does say it to both, but in the context of this minigame, it's obviously like, hey, look, your parent is making you go to your room because they're too busy to do anything with you.
Yeah, I will say the idea that like the first thing we have to do is put on a mask of one of the characters definitely screams mimic to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know why my computer's buzzing, but if we are a copy of Mimic's programming, it's like, okay, well the first step to, gaining some other sort of intelligence or whatever is wearing the masks of different characters. Now you're the hedgehog, and then later you'll wear the mask of David to like become literally David.
You think it looks like a
It's
map?
interesting because it implies if we are playing as, so this is like on the same route as if we're playing as M2, but before it's David, whatever, that it dresses up in costumes before it becomes the M2 that we see in the game. That's like constantly dressing up. And David does reference in the log or in the audio log where he meets M1 for the first time. He's like, it's scary. And then Edwin says, oh, we can put on any costume you like. Don't worry about it.
Why does it look like that?
Yeah.
It's scary.
I hate you.
Hey, sorry, my impersonation is so good. It's not
So
my fault.
good.
Not my fault. Yeah, so this does trick
happening in
Moon. Oh,
Yeah.
Anyway,
Sorry.
what is it?
FNAF Universe uses the Mayan calendar. I just am curious about
Scary.
what.
What that means.
Summer job in November. I get it. Okay.
Haha.
I'm colloquialisming it. Colloquialisming it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do this for Fazbear Entertainment, actually. Can we all agree that the Mimic as a concept was invented before Fiona died?
No.
Chopped.
No, I don't think so.
I can
I'm going to
theorize
make your
that,
mother.
but I can't
I'm
just
going to
accept
make
it
your
100%.
mother climb in every costume.
Oh, no. It wasn't made to be Fiona. It was made to just be a
Yeah.
regular robot that could do
That's
stuff.
what I said.
But it wasn't
Yeah,
made
that's what I
before
meant.
she died.
Oh, I strongly disagree because before she dies, he's being babysat by Trisha. Like, I think the reason we get a name drop is like, you have a babysitter, his name is Trisha.
I'm sorry.
Is that we
what I meant is,
don't...
was it made specifically to house Fiona?
No, not
I
at
don't
all.
think so.
It was made.
Some people think so.
I
Some
think
people think so.
Edwin had a bunch of products that could do mimic-like things, and they all got returned. And he's like, "I'm gonna mash these concepts together. It can grow and shrink. It can respond to your voice and say the same thing back to you."
Yeah, that's what I meant. Because I've talked to some people who are like, "Oh, I think he just made the mimic because he knew he wanted to put Fiona inside of it." And I was like, "Eh."
So Pickle Pepper says Moon.exe is the process to put David back together, taking all of his memories and bringing them together. You might just be playing as Arnold. So some people have thought that was one of my earlier takes, but I think that the more we play, the more it's clear that we're one of the Murrays, just because we're explicitly told that we are sun and moon, we are creation and life and death.
David is a Murray, right? Oh, I see. Oh, yeah.
Like we're not
David
Arnold.
is a Murray.
We're not Arnold, yeah.
Yeah. Like, we are literally Arnold at the table, but there's clearly a character within the game that we are controlling. In the same way that we, at our computers, aren't literally Arnold. We're playing
What?
as him. Arnold is playing as
Speak for
some
yourself.
character, which is representative in Moon. Sorry. Of
Arnold
course,
is Edwin.
I'm Arnold.
Arnold. T. Arnold.
West Forest Path. Why is it the West Forest Path? Why do we get cardinal directions? I think it's kind of weird.
This is what I'm saying, yeah. There's a lot of directions in the whole
East,
game. And you even get to see them
west.
in relation to where the house is. Like, you can see the window you just climbed out of, so we know
Yeah.
where the house is in relation to all this. Are we going to make a map of this game? Is that what we're going to have to do?
One of you guys, if you pull out just like the map
Pull out a piece of
from,
paper.
or just the map from Secret of the Mimic, like the in-game map. If we find a spot that we're like, okay, this is certainly this, maybe we can backwards engineer something.
Okay, well, you know what? I'll try and draw a little map, and then if somebody else pulls up the map, and if you notice anything,
Yeah.
then we can compare notes.
So Absol and Smiley are both saying that this is just typical for games like this, which is true. If you play like Zork or something, it'll be like, do you want to go north, south, east, or west? But it's such a...
That's true.
It's such a persistent thing that it makes me wonder if there was any... Like, why do we spawn facing west, right? Like, what's the function of that? Is it because the moon's in the background and the moon's in the west? I don't know.
Is the
Do we
moon
know which
in
is
the
going east and
background?
which is going west?
Is they talk about like the moon like descending on you, or like it looks like the sprite of the moon descends upon you. Is the moon in the sky supposed to be the same moon that's harassing you, or is it supposed to be that the moon is like
Yeah.
a character and there is also a moon in the sky, like there's a sun in the sky?
I always thought it was literally like that thing we're looking at right now will fly down at you if you try to enter the cave. It's like, I am moon, go back to bed. Go to
It is
sleep.
fun that way.
Creates a lot of tidal waves and stuff, but it's worth it to put you back to bed.
MCM, this is from Permare. MCM looks to be in a mountainous area, and it's only shown to be snowing while we're on the roof. It's not inconceivable for September in Utah. Yo.
The mountains of Utah.
Got a meteorologist now in our FNAF theories. That's how bad it's gotten.
Well, we need it, yeah.
I remember back when there was just back in my day there was just some guy in a suit stabbing kids. None of this David Murray nonsense.
Tree with a scary face.
Love the tree with a scary face. 10 out of 10, by the way.
Trees with faces. Love
No
them.
leaves.
No leaves.
Yeah, that's another thing. Oh, I want to bring this up. Almost
Charlie's in
every
the
not
background.
not literally everything, but so many things in these games, artificial objects, have sense perceptions of their own. Like the rocks are sad, the
Mhm.
tree is like, "Oh, you stabbed me." Like there's a bunch of stuff I think in this that's like, you can feel the fucking grass be sad, and it's like, why is the set dressing feeling emotions?
Well,
Is
it's-
it agony? Was Talbert correct?
or in the manor itself, all the inanimate objects have faces on them. Like they're all personified and anthropomorphized.
Wait, in a real manner?
Yeah,
Did
like
the clock have a face on? The grandfather clock had a face on it?
stuff
Is that
with
what it's
faces
I
on it.
didn't notice.
Maybe, yeah, maybe not specific things, but like just in general.
No,
Um,
like it's a
clocks do
characteristic
have-
of Edwin to make everything anthropomorphized so that everything is a friend. Your coat right
Everything
here
looks
is a
like
friend.
some FNAF world.
Your vacuum's a friend.
yeah,
Everybody's
with
a friend.
eyeballs
I
and
don't know. I feel like that.
hugs.
Yeah, that one seems like a bit more of a stretching interpretation. I wonder what it would be under if it is a supernatural thing. If it is supposed to be like, look, there's an element of like agony memories around the place.
Pat
So-
pats.
Because if we saw like if they had little googly eyes on them, I'd be like, okay, well yeah, that's
Yeah.
But they're very clearly just rocks.
Sauceman says we're in West Virginia because of Mothman. God Mothman.
What? When did Mothman come into the
I don't
discussion?
know.
Don't worry about it.
No, I won't worry
Okay.
about it.
We're gonna try to enter the house again, and it's not gonna work, right?
Hmm.
Once you have the map.
Oh no,
Oh,
it
does
is
let you go in.
interesting.
Yeah, once
You
you have the
you
mask,
can't go in after, yeah, which is interesting. If this is Fiona's room, and again, it could just be so that they don't have to think of like 100 scenarios of where you already have the mask and don't want to go back into this and whatever. But it could be interesting if we are this room is representative of Fiona's room, and that once we become David, like with the mask, we can't go back into the room. I don't know. Could be something there.
That's strange. Especially because the moon wants you in that room so bad. Because he wants you to
Oh.
be David, right? So even if you are David, you should be like, yes, continue being David in this room. I have no clue. Very strange.
Hold on, are they talking about west as in like, because we were talking about the cardinal directions of the game, so the west forest path is
Oh.
West Virginia, where Mothman is? And therefore it's
that might
God
be it.
Mothman because we're making all these jokes about God David?
Not where west.
Yes, sure.
West Virginia, clearly God Mothman.
Super chat solved!
Mormon Freddy.
Super chat. We finally solved this super chat.
But that's just a chat. Super chat.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for money.
Saying thank you, Candy.
Thanks for money.
That's good.
Wait,
All
hold
right.
on. Did we ever talk about the trophy? The trophy stolen from the moon's bedroom?
We did.
Stolen.
Yeah, that was my trophy.
Yeah,
Stolen
I
in the
think.
night?
I think. Okay, so if we're M2 currently is Fiona training to become David, why would we have Moon's trophy?
If
From
we're
his
anyone, why would
bedroom.
we have Moon's trophy?
If we're in his like workshop or whatever, or his house, I don't know.
It says we stole it, so we're not supposed to have it, which
It
doesn't fit under
says
the interpretation that we're
stolen.
Moon either. Because if we're just
There
playing
is-
as Edwin, Edwin should be allowed to have Edwin's trophy.
It says stolen. There's
Yeah.
no implied subject. No, there is an implied subject, but I don't know what it's implied to be.
Yeah, that's why it's so strange.
Yeah, it could be
'cause I feel like if
stolen
it was
by
that they
someone
all
else to put in
yeah.
this room.
If they all represented Edwin, I feel like it'd be pretty normal for Edwin to have his own stuff.
Candy Goat, she solved my brain rot. Now play COD. Again, Curse of Dreadbear or
Curse
Call
of
of Duty, I
Dreadbear!
don't know.
Call of Duty.
They should make some mod that's Call of Duty X Curse of Dreadbear and have fun.
Didn't someone mod a gun into this game? Can we play that?
There was a security breach gun mod. I remember that.
That's funny.
Oh, I
Oh
remember
my
that.
god.
Yeah. Ryan
Makes every
Toast
game
played
better.
it.
Okay.
Um.
The bushes.
So-
This is going to be a wild one.
Yeah.
Okay, also, just because just gifted 10 memberships, thank you.
Holy smokes.
Okay. This is... A lizard, a squirrel, and a snake are having a tea party, nothing unusual. Is this just quirky for the sake of quirky? Is there other quirky for the sake of quirky in the game?
Only one I can
The first
think of
time I
is
read this,
Afton, yeah.
yeah, the first time I read it, my immediate thought was that squirrel's gonna get eat because he's hanging out with a squirrel and he's hanging out with a lizard and a snake, and he's obviously at a disadvantage there. And the only other time I can think of having three characters, one of whom is going to wind up a victim, is that it's Edwin and the two Fazbear guys. It's William and Henry surrounding him. And he's just having a nice tea party with them. He doesn't realize what's going on. He thinks they're his friends and they're going to get him.
True. And this would be...
Not-
They don't... he doesn't realize they're traitors until they start stealing, like, the M2 files. So if this is still us, quote-unquote, becoming David, this would be before that betrayal. Candy, say the line.
What? The one about the squirrel?
No, the traitors.
Oh, attention, traitors! Admin wing privileges have been revoked, and no, you can't clear out your stuff. I love that line. I laugh so hard every time I hear it. Anyways, there's the squirrel in the Storytime showroom, this is not at all important or likely a connection, but there's like a little cutout of the squirrel by where Carter Caterpillar is. Which, by the way, what was Carter Caterpillar? He did
headless, right?
nothing. He was never a suit. Yeah, and its head is bit off. Okay, and then the Storytime showroom. That's where you find the audio of Edwin being all paranoid, and he's like, "Dad was right. Never trust them," and stuff like that. So, squirrel representing Edwin. Edwin's head is bit off in the Storytime showroom, where he's realizing that he shouldn't have trusted Fazbear. I don't know.
Good.
Mhm.
That's good. That's good.
Bonnie the Bunny says Dream Theory is real. Bonnie the Bunny is now banned from chatting.
Isn't that the guy that Edwin killed?
Yeah.
Bonnie. He died fighting. He died mimicking.
Gosh. Okay. So we think that probably symbolizes Edwin being taken advantage of, which would place this before that happened, which is where we think this game would be if we are currently the early stage copy of M2, right? Like in the timeline that works?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we ever come back? I never came back to that bush. Does it ever say anything different?
We can test it.
Yay!
After Owl dies or whatever, we can see.
We can't get back here after Owl
After
dies.
the owl
can we?
dies, we can't get back. Yeah.
Oh,
No,
okay.
this,
That's
this
also
train is
weird
fucked off
symbolism.
at
Is
that
that
point.
the sun intentionally kills the owl to steal its face?
We'll yap about that for, I'm sure,
Yeah.
a long time. Break the tree branch. I know that we can't, but I just want to do the options. The branch is too thick. You can't break it. But what we can do is examine nest.
Oh yeah, soup incoming.
You find a Chica party time cup in the nest because it's a bird nest and Chica is a bird.
Soup.
Soup.
Analysis.
This is actually called something different also in the collection system. It is
Chica cup.
called the Party Time Chica Vacuum Cup. I think
Huh.
the word vacuum is added on
Yeah,
there.
it is vacuum cup. I
Interesting.
think that's such kind of cup, dude.
Yeah.
I
Not
have
a
now
couple.
drawn
Suck-
a
it sucks things
squirrel, a lizard, and a
nest is
snake
empty.
onto the map. So
Nice.
just so
Well, a vacuum
Yes.
cup is the kind of cup that helps keep things temperature because you've got a complete vacuum layer in between the inner lining and the outer lining, and therefore there's not particles to be transmitting hot and cold.
Ole mole.
I'm too dumb to understand whatever just happened. Vacuums scare me. Not like in
Edwin
a,
is in them.
not like in a dog way, but in a like a philosophy way.
Oh, the concept of a vacuum,
Yes.
not like a clean vac.
Yeah, not like a dog. Okay, so forest cave. You stand in front of a dark, scary cave with a campfire out front. Above the fire is a bubbling cauldron that holds an odd-smelling soup. And then we can see next to it is one of the orphan lights. If this is a dark,
mountains in the background. Sorry.
if this is a dark tunnel cave, could this be the same as the place where we find Tiger Rock, or the same as the place where Nightlight is? Like one of those two, I think, could be dark maze caves. So maybe that could help position where we are right now if this does correlate with the factory.
Or where the tracks
Was this
are.
left or right of where you were
We
starting
were
there? Did
west.
you hit A or D?
So I hit right arrow. So this is west, and then we have east. There's no north or south.
Weird.
So we are facing north. So the soup thing is north.
Wait. Does this path just go in a big circle? Oh no, we're
Unless-
just walking along the path and we just have a weird camera angle.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when we're looking at the tree, when we have the window behind us, we're facing north.
Okay, so it's weird, right? So if this is the west path, you would
Oh,
think
that's
it's
the west forest path.
you would
Oh.
think it runs east to west, so west would be right of us, and we're facing south, right? Like, but
I was
unless we're taking it
thinking
literally.
at first that it was two branching paths, as in like you're on the forest path and then you can either go on the west path or the east path. But I think it's more like a long street where you're on the east side of the street and the west side of the street you're on like West Main
Yep.
Street and East Main Street. Yeah.
I think it'd be fair to say that this is the north area. The forest cave is north. Okay, so we're going to eat the soup, and it's going to kill us, right? Eat the strange soup. The soup tastes strange, like plums and nutmeg. The world spins, and the last thing you see is the moon above. Oh, yeah, and here he
Oh
comes.
yeah.
Ah. The moon saves you from the poison. What were you thinking? Back to bed. Everything fades to black.
That is like a wider angle of the moon from the room. You get to see more of him. You get to see his fun pants.
His fun pants.
They are fun pants.
So, plum and nutmeg are poison, I guess. Very odd.
Plum pudding.
Mm-hmm. We can enter the cave, which I think will kill us, right? He's like, no, you can't go in there. You walk toward the cave entrance. A cold, angry wind brushes past you, but you continue inside. Oh, here he comes. Big Moon Man. The moon comes out of the darkness of the cave. Not now. I'm too busy. Back to bed. Everything fades to black. Okay, so not now. I'm too busy. Edwin.
coded.
Edwin coded, and the maze is his office or whatever.
But super weird
Even though
because
he does come from the sky.
Well, yeah.
he wouldn't really say that probably to the mimic, right? He would only say that to David.
Yeah, and so
That's true. Unless he thinks it's Fiona.
yeah.
I mean, it is
now,
very
wife.
Edwin David coat. Yeah, not now, Robo wife. Yeah, it is very Edwin David coded. But
Mhm.
there's just because it is the moon, if he is representative of Edwin, that he's just like, get out of here, I don't want nothing to do with you. And you could be saying that to
Yeah.
anybody.
I think if because I it's probably both technology as well as like spirit world stuff, right? Like arcade theory. I think that even if Edwin isn't overtly programming this stuff into whatever this program is, it could still be that as the AI is learning to become David, the thing it knows is a representation of Edwin is like, no, I am too busy to spend time with you.
Sorry, I'm back all the way on the plum and nutmeg, probably
Yeah.
finding connections where there are none. But that is like a holiday, specifically like a Christmassy type of thing, like a spiced plum and nutmeg. Those are. It's
That's true.
December. David's gonna die.
Christmas, December. Yep. All right. We can soup in the cup. Does something bad happen if we don't get the Starbright? You pour the soup in the cup,
Yeah.
it's warm.
You need the Starbright to
Later, yeah.
get through the cave, don't you?
Yeah, it's later on.
Okay, let's not get it for now. Okay.
Okay.
East Forest Path. A forest path leads deeper into the night, but it's blocked by a gator who is trying to eat a baby owl. We can save the owl, throw soup at the gator, or examine the tree. I know that if we save the owl, it's going to be like, it snapped at you. The gator snaps at you, you back off. We're going to examine the tree. We pull a knife out of it or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
You walk up and examine the oak tree. The oak tree groans.
so me for real.
It seems to be in pain. It looks like the knife is sticking out of the side. Take Ranger knife.
Ranger knife is called Ranger Army knife.
You find the Ranger Army knife. The tree sighs and smiles. It's much better now. And now it's smiley tree. Look, the smiley tree. Is there any that makes me think of like the lion with the thorn that the mouse picks. Like, is there any sort of thing within the Secret of the Mimic factory itself that's sort of like that? Like, there's something injured that we then make uninjured? Like, we put together the spring lock suit, we take the elephant head out of the elevator. Is there anything that is hurt that we fix?
We're playing as Dolly. Send tweet.
All right, we cut the branch.
Send tweet.
Okay. Also, I was originally thinking of this. This is not an answer to your question, GiBi, because I have no answers. But the gator, I was originally like, oh my gosh, there's a gator character, and Monty Gator is like really aggressive. But this could also just be about us saving the real David over and over again from the big stompy loading dock area where there's that giant gator head that comes down that his play place is built too close to.
Oh. Ooh. Ah.
We got crushed by one of the floats. One of the logs does mention that they're shutting down any orders for new floats, right?
Yeah, Barbara's like, they make us so much money. Why would we stop? It's like, maybe one killed David.
Why are we turning down work? The floats have been doing really great. Ed's modular system is groundbreaking. Now he wants to shut the whole thing down. He just sits in his office talking to that thing. I've no clue what to do.
Yeah. And the staff didn't know about Fiona. They learned about Fiona right before David's 5th birthday where he died. Because they didn't know about her
We don't know
previously.
exactly when they find out.
Yeah.
But the fact that she says talking to that thing implies that they have probably met Fiona at that stage.
Yes.
Sauce's Best On also pointed out the OMC connection. Actually, probably other people did as well.
Yeah, Mr. Cheese, the OMC Lake. Yeah.
Yeah, we were also, you were asking about what thing we might fix. The only thing I can think of, because we pull something out of it, is the elevator, because we pull out the elephant head from the elevator, so we're pulling out a knife from the tree. There's nothing, I don't know if it's that close a connection.
Yeah, so Seeker of Comfiness says Ranger, that class that keeps popping up in RPG games. I think it's Ranger like the Lone Ranger, like a cowboy, like a Texas Ranger, not like a archer.
I was thinking like a park ranger, as in like an army knife for the outdoors.
Yeah, I don't think it means like medieval archer, like in an RPG game.
Yeah.
Aragorn, son of Arathorn.
I will say it is there's something interesting about the symbology of pulling a knife out of a tree and making it happy, and then immediately turning around and going to another tree and cutting off one of its branches. There's something weird there. I don't know if there's any interesting character connections we can make, but like helping one thing to immediately hurt something of a similar type. I don't know if there's anything there.
It's weird to try to make the pulling the tree out relate though to something that Arnie did if we don't think we play as Arnie at all. Like this is something that's
True.
happened before
Yeah, yeah.
Arnie arrives.
Yeah, I think this isn't necessarily something that was just trying to connect it to the elevator. If there was anything in MCM, but I think if there is something to be learned from it, which there very well could not be, if there is something, it's going to be something about hurting the other tree, and the other tree also not expressing anything. It's like, and this is like a healthy tree with leaves. The other one doesn't have any leaves, and it's scary.
This one is always angry no matter what you do. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a happy boy, and he has leaves. Look at all those leaves on all those trees. They're happy trees.
It's weird. The angry tree is like glaring over where this like nice tea party is happening with a bunch of forest creatures, and then this happy tree is just like, wow, look at that little bird getting mauled by a crocodile. Alligator, not crocodile.
Okay,
Sorry.
I love, like, if we can't end up solving any of it, I think that saying the gator is representative of the floats is genius. Because what are the other floats? Like 4th of July fireworks. What was the other?
Two
What was the
guys
third
with
one?
the hammers.
And the Hammermen. Yeah.
And big feet.
And then Monty feet. Yeah. Throw the.
No, Monty had Mr.
No,
Hippo
I think it's
right?
hippo feet.
It's
Oh,
purple
okay.
foot.
Yeah.
Why would you make that? Why would you make a giant foot?
Edwin, why are you?
Someone said to me that those floats have baby bottle on them. I know one of them does. I don't know if the Monty
Like the
one does,
spinny,
but they were
sparky
saying.
one?
I don't. No. I think it's the feet one. I think the purple feet one has a baby bottle or something on it, right? I could be. Am I going insane?
Weird.
I'll try find it
I
in
don't
my
know.
footage. But someone mentioned that there is a
The one
there
with
is
the,
one of the
the
one-
purple feet has baby bottles.
I said, haha, footage.
Haha.
I'm sorry.
No.
That's the kind of pun everyone has to like the video for. Everyone right now, if you haven't liked the video, like it right now.
Everyone put
Post
footage
feet.
in the chat.
Feet in the
I don't know
chats.
about
Feet
that.
in the
Emojis.
chats.
Don't do that.
Not any foot pics, just emojis.
Yeah, feet emojis.
All right, I gotta take off, fellas.
Bye.
Thanks for having me
Oh,
on.
we scared him away.
Bye.
Just like the alligator.
The
The alligator is
feetage.
symbolic of
Bye.
TD.
I'm the owl.
No. You
My
throw the
name is
Chica
Gator.
cup at the gator. He eats it and dies.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. The forest path leads deeper into the night. A very happy baby owl hoots and flies around your head. So we have saved David from the float that was going to kill him. But,
Can't
like,
handle all these
symbolically.
feet emojis in chat.
Okay, we can pet the owl. The baby owl coos and flutters his wings. It's so... Why an owl? I know that TD likes to link the owl to the one with heterochromia in FNAF World. However, I believe that the owl in FNAF World has a red eye, as if it's like a Terminator robot, as opposed to David's blue-green heterochromia.
Yeah, the one in FNAF World has green and red, but I think that the owl in Tales from the Pizzaplex, which is also a big
Yes.
metal owl, has the green and blue.
Yes.
So the one in FNAF World isn't correct in terms of the visual, but there is also a different metal owl from the books.
An owl is a
we
silent
can talk
hunter.
about the
True.
One of the most silent creatures out there when it comes to hunting.
Yeah, there is also some I looked up a little bit about owls, and in some cultures they're representative of death. They're like either a harbinger of death, or dreaming of them represents death. So if we're connecting it to David, it could just be that they've chosen the owl because of that. It's also cute.
Yes.
True.
Deeper in the forest, there's a ruined statue of a wedding couple. Haley Halo Donating for the pun. Also, this is just awesome hearing y'all brainstorm. Yeah, we did this, something similar to this for many hours last week. And I just wanted to basically do it again, but this time have you guys here.
It's wild. We did it for so many hours last week and we made no progress.
Yeah.
We're gonna do the same thing live.
Woo. Yeah, I think it's also good to note that as soon as we get the baby owl on our side, the very first things we start to do with it are feed it and like take care of it and become close to it.
Mhm.
So if we are some sort of M2 Fiona copy thing, then that would relate back to that.
Yeah, which, okay. Yes. Because if we're saying that sort of the symbolism doesn't start until he actually dies, unless, like, is this supposed to be good timeline? We just saved him from being stomped by the float. Sorry, Candy. Then that would be
Drop my
different.
beloved.
That would be different than like him dying later when he gets cooked. I don't know. We'll keep
'cause
all options
like,
open.
Is there any character who saves David before he dies?
Surely everyone had to save this child from getting killed around this factory.
We're playing as Edwin's lawyer in the good timeline where he didn't build the playground right beside his factory.
Yep. Okay, feed the owl.
Well, actually, you know what? Okay, this is more
Love in its
literature-
eyes. Eats a worm.
Aw.
Mm-hmm.
Aw. Okay, this is more of a literature student take and has no particular ties to a crocodile, but it could also be us as this would be more of an M1 sort of take than an M2 sort of take. It's more like we're saving David just generally from the jaws of neglect, and neglect is sort of represented by his unsafe proximity to the loading dock.
Yeah.
And not that we save him from any, because we don't know of any specific circumstance where his life is put in jeopardy, but we do know that without the creation of the mimic and with the Murray family finances in such a poor position that they can't really hire a babysitter, that he was probably just in perpetual danger until there was a robot to watch him.
Yeah. That's
Yes. Yeah, let's examine the ruins, I guess. I'm trying to think, like, if the gator was supposed to be the floats, then maybe this is outside where the playground is, but I don't know. There are ancient ruins of what was once a happy home. Something. Fire has blackened the walls. Because
So the home is destroyed by fire.
and the only fire that we know of would be Fall Fest. So it's like symbolically the home?
The only fire we know of at this
Yeah.
point in the timeline, I should say.
Or-
we know of a ridiculous amount of fires in all
Alright.
of
Or
them.
Edwin's office, but that's also confusing.
Well, I think it's the Fall Fest fire because specifically the statue is the Fiona statue has been blackened by a fire, which I would assume is this is like the ruins of their marriage. Like there's a monument to both of them here.
Yeah.
Sorry, on the alligator float kind of symbolism. Oh yeah, sorry. We'll
Sorry.
look at this.
The man has a bow tie that looks weirdly out of place. It's because he's bad at business. He's not a good businessman.
Bro, you're skipping these too quick. I've got so many thoughts on that.
They go. I didn't skip through it. It just does that. I'm gonna take the bow tie. You take the bow tie. It's made of cloth instead of stone. All right, continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So if we're taking this idea that the gator is representative of Monty the character, I mean, we've got later stuff to do with Old Man Consequences at the lake, but if we're just saying like, okay, so this is representative of maybe the Fazbear contract, because it seems to be the one float within that part of the factory which is Fazbear related directly, and they do have on the wall that they're working on the Fazbear, they're like prioritizing the Fazbear floats. So if we have that idea and we combine that with what Candy was saying about this being us saving David from neglect, then we could relate the gator to Fazbear's influence on David's neglect. That the gator being representative of Monty, and also Monty being one of the Springlock suits downstairs, that Monty represents Edwin's connection to Fazbear, and that he's ignoring David because of that, which puts David in danger, and then us as M1, M2, whatever, we're saving David from that neglect.
Was the gator wearing a hat? I forget.
Yes. It
Okay,
was
that is-
100% wearing the same sort of straw hat as Monty.
Yeah. Okay, what if... Okay, sorry. So I just realized, what if there is a point in the middle of this game where we go from M1 to M2, but it's not as literal as happens in real life? That in this part of the game, we start the game as M1, like we're playing as the endoskeleton. We're playing as the robot. And that at the beginning we have M1 in our heads, and when we get the mask later, that's when we become M2. Like it's more
Yeah.
loosely symbolic of the transition. So instead of it being like, oh, M2 is a copy of Fiona, blah 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 blah, we are M1 right now, and later we're going to be M2 about halfway through the minigame, but there's no solid switch from one to the other.
Playing as the endoskeleton.
Yep. We'll see. Like I in my head, I'm like pretending that whole baby owl death part doesn't happen because I'm like, let's see what we can figure out before that happens.
Yeah, that's fair.
I got bow tie thoughts.
Okay, bow tie thoughts.
First of all, bow tie noodles are an impeccable
Oh
form
my
of
gosh.
noodle, a great vessel
Oh
for
my
butter,
gosh.
and also Parmesan. Second of all, I just think it's interesting that it mentions in two different ways that the bow tie seems out of place. So first of all, that it seems like it's stuck on the statue, and then second of all, that it doesn't seem to be the material of the statue. And I don't think this is a groundbreaking take, but I definitely think that that represents Edwin's relationship to inheriting the company. Is like Edwin is made out of stone, but the bow tie is made out of cloth, and bow tie has been the symbol of Murray's, presumably since before his father. It's kind of like a metaphor of like I don't fit in my father's shoes, except it's I don't fit in my father's bow tie, which is interesting.
100%
I guess.
agree.
But then it's fun, and this is getting ahead of ourselves a little, that like the bow tie gets taken off of Edwin and put on specifically Freddy, who is like, you know, the title character for Fazbear's. So like the company doesn't fit him, gets ripped away from him, and gets put on Fazbear.
Yes.
That's exactly it. Because I was working on this little kind of, yeah, it's a symbol. I think why we know now why Steel Wool made Fredbear look closer to Freddy and have the black bow tie back in the day, because I think it's ripped away from Edwin and given to Fredbear. Like the MCM influence lives in the Fredbear's Family Diner, you know, after this game. So after this game, after the symbol of MCM, the bow tie is taken away, it becomes a symbol now of Freddy's, because it's been, or of Fredbear specifically, being stolen out from under him. Do we actually, because I remember in one of the trailers, they had the Spring Bonnie poster in that like long hallway before the Digityper. Is that still in the game? Because I think it got replaced, right? Or is there somewhere else in the game that we still see that poster?
It's
there is
right,
one of the old posters.
It's right outside the room that we're in. If I can I leave Moon.exe?
You're right. Yeah, it's downstairs.
What happens if I leave?
You'd probably start over. Right?
I'm sure you can come back. It's to be fair, we've gone like 3 screens in, so I think we should.
What if we have to replay?
You're right. It's down. I remember commenting on this actually when I was
Hopefully
playing.
the mimic doesn't kill me.
Right there.
Mimic.
Ah.
Yeah. See, I was gonna say, oh, maybe the reason they took it out of the game is because he has a purple bow tie in that. But I guess, see, it's weird because William's the one that's attributed most to stealing stuff, and yet Fredbear is the one that gets the purple bow tie. So I guess that could be part of like representing, like Henry is still an actor in the takeover. It's not just William doing everything.
Oh yeah, I definitely think Henry is also at fault.
Oh, I do too, but a lot of people have argued that because people like to view Henry as like a saint. That's
well, I disagree.
The Fredbear singing show poster is also that like one that has like that more like 40s 50s styles cartoon from a long time ago is also in the, I think it's in the Big Top showroom area.
Yep.
Or not the Big Top showroom, before the Big Top showroom area.
right before it, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is weird to have up in the MCM.
Also, was Nero Raven saying in his video that Henry, he was theorizing that Henry was originally an employee of MCM?
Yeah, I don't think he was.
He wasn't?
There's a lot
Okay.
of evidence
I was
that he
so
wasn't.
tired when I watched that video last night. I actually was falling asleep in my chair until I kept getting jump scared by GiBi's voice. And then Raito's voice. And, you know, it just
and then Withered's voice and yeah.
I haven't seen that video, so I can't, you know, refute. I can't debunk his theory, but I've heard a lot from a couple of different people that Henry was one of the employees or was the leak or whatever from MCM. But in the game, Edwin specifically receives the change orders, which he says are killing him, from Henry. And he mentions how everything's getting ready for the diner, and I better tell Hen about all the problems with the spring locks for the diner. So I think the implication is that Henry is already working at Fazbear, if not at the same level as William, at least as like one of the head engineers.
Yes.
Fun fact, bow tie pasta is also called farfal. I don't know how to say that, which means butterflies. That's so
Farfalle.
sweet and
Farfalle.
beautiful.
Thank you, Mr.
Cheese. But I can actually kind of see that perspective about Henry. I don't necessarily know that I want to theorize it myself, but to say that he needs to warn Hen about what's up with the Springlock suits, not because Henry is currently the one who's ordering them, but because Henry is somebody who's also developing the Springlock tech at MCM, is an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought of it before.
That's fair. Yeah, I
And
think
then
it's just
Henry
when it says
gets
they get the
taken,
change orders.
and yeah,
specifically.
but then that would be like later he gets taken and put in an upper management position at Fazbear's, and then would be giving change orders from now hiring him perspective. I don't particularly like it though because I want him to found Fredbear's Family Diner.
Shake of the snow globe. Opening day snow globe, a wonderful day with all of us at Fall Fest. So, there's obviously been many Fall Fests, and it's only the most recent one where she died, which means that before, David was 3 when she died?
Yeah.
Oh, well, but if we're currently
Fiona.
playing as Fiona, then maybe they did go... Adult Fiona would remember taking David as a baby.
Yeah.
Which gives
And that-
credence to us being Fiona right now.
The earliest known Fall Fest is 1970, yeah?
From Help Wanted?
Yes. That's what the orange poster is with the... what's the thing I'm looking for? The word... Circus tent.
Yes.
Ba.
This would be another example of the items in game being different than the items in the real world, because the one in the real world is just empty. There's nothing on the stage. So if it says a wonderful day with all of us at Fall Fest, I don't know if that implies that they have like a photo, when you can like get your photo put in a little snow globe. I don't know if that's the implication or if it's just our character remembering the days at Fall Fest.
Do we think Fall Fest... We know by the end Fall Fest is a Fazbear thing, right? But do we think it was originally like Murray's and Fazbear together or something like that? Or do we think that Fazbear took it over when they took over everything with the company?
I think it's more like the way I've always looked at Fall Fest is it's like a community thing within Hurricane. Like it's like a town event, and that the local businesses all contribute to it, because we see in this game there's multiple floats being built for multiple different companies for Fall Fest, like
the Stardew Valley Fair.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we've got Fazbear Entertainment, City Council, so yeah, that would imply the city is the one doing it. Mercedes Nursery, and Construction Union Local 21.
Wait, where are you getting all this?
These are from right beside the tape where it's like, oh, don't worry about that playground. I don't need to worry about him getting hit by a car.
In the float room.
That's in Tails.
That's in Tails.
Oh, that's the whiteboard with the stuff written on it?
Rooms. Yeah.
Ah, cool.
So I think, yeah, Construction Union. Yeah. So this is a breakdown of all the people that are. Oh yeah. So this is showing us which of the floats are from which company. Fazbear Ent is the Monty one. City Council is the just like American fireworks one. Mercedes Nursery is the big feet with the baby bottle, and Construction Union Local is the builders.
Interesting. That
There you
does
go.
lean more into Fazbear being the crocodile float, alligator
Yep.
float.
Yeah.
I'm using alligator and crocodile interchangeably, irresponsibly.
Yes. So, okay, what I just noticed, so the snow globe doesn't do anything, like, to progress the game.
No.
Like, theoretically, you could beat it without it, right?
There's only 17 items
Yep.
that you need to beat Moon.exe, according to AstralSpiff,
What?
who probably got it from somewhere else.
Interesting.
I think it is also weird that the snow globe we get is an empty stage, and then we see in, I think it's Help Wanted 2, there's a poster with the Fazbear Gang and the puppet in the background on that stage. So, I mean, it could lean into the idea that you're supposed to put your photo in, like, where the stage is, and that's like, oh, it's your photo, it's snow globe.
Oh, he beat it with only 17. Fascinating.
That is odd. Okay, so
17 theory.
wait, where are we? Are we supposed to go in the cave now?
If you actually only needed 14 items or 15, either one.
No, you can go
no,
back up the path and go left and right.
you also, or are we avoiding picking up the Starbright Nightlight to see if we die?
Yeah, yeah. I just didn't know where to. Oh, I am stupid. You're so right. I didn't look left and right while we're in here. Okay, there we go.
It's
Oh,
the
gosh.
path, you need the owl thing, because otherwise Moon will get you, but if you
Yes.
don't, it's like when you walk past, he'll cry.
There's a very steep path leading into the mountains next to a sign and a hollow stump. We can use our walking stick, head up the mountain, read the sign, look at the stump, pet the owl. The other path is the fountain, the ruins of a quaint little seamstress shop, a large loom sits in the corner surrounded by mannequins, dark forest, a thick muddy pond with a large boulder next to it, and those are the options.
Why is it called a fountain anyway?
I don't know, because it looks
0% fountain-esque about this, in my opinion.
maybe well-ish, but a loom in the
Farfar's
corner,
fountain.
mannequins. It's so
I
odd
feel like
because...
that's a mislabel. There's no fountain. It's
No.
a seamstress shop.
Yes.
There's no fountain at all. I think... Wait, go back to the other one with the statue.
Is that a fountain?
Ruins.
Is
No,
that supposed to be like... Maybe at some stage it was supposed to be like a fountain statue?
maybe.
Because there's no fountain.
And also, I mean, loom shop and seamstress, like, now we're talking tails.
Yeah.
Which is such an odd inclusion. Like, the only two references to
We
tails in the
are-
game are this and the note.
If we are M2 suffering from like a memory thing, this would be it remembering tales.
Man, I'm
Yep.
hungry for pasta now.
Oh my gosh.
You did this to
Yes,
yourself.
I know it's the bow tie. It
You have
psychic
done
brain
that
blasted
yourself.
the image of pasta into my mind, just like the white tiger.
You did it to all of us. Oh my gosh. Okay,
That's earlier. I'm fine.
oh my god, it's only 4 p.m. for me. I'm 2 hours away from pasta.
Can't you just make it when you want it?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Dinner time.
You have autonomy.
Dinner is at dinner time. Firstly, I'm streaming this until we die. We've established that.
Oh yeah.
Secondly, if I cook food at
Of
an
lack
odd
of
time,
pasta.
it messes with my dog. She's like, dinner time?
Actually-
I'm like, no.
We're solving Moon.exe if it kills us, so we can just at any point be like, great, it's solved, pasta time.
The solution was pasta, specifically bow tie.
Sorry, fountain. I get us
Play,
off track.
play with the baby owl. No, you're getting us on track. That's how we're going to solve it. You throw a bit of food, pasta, into the air, and the baby owl catches it and chirps happily.
Again, we're like playing with it. We're feeding it. You know.
Right, if you think back to when the baby owl ate a worm, that's like spaghetti.
That is true. Or
That's
Tolkien.
like- Mm-hmm.
Shop ruins. The seamstress shop has been burned to the ground because seamstress is Fiona. And that's it.
This bothers me a little bit. Because I feel like the connection was more that she's a puppeteer than a seamstress. And it's not like they're unrelated. But it seems to like go into like her as like she sews a lot. Is that weird to any of
I
you
guess
guys?
because she
or very
sews up
normal?
she makes the felt puppet. So I guess the idea is she's a seamstress and a puppeteer and makes her own puppets.
But also, like, hand draws designs for other people's mascot suits.
True.
Do you think she could have been like a puppeteer at Fall Fest and like made her own little puppets, and that's how she got hired for
Oh.
MTM?
That's so sweet.
Very
That's
She's
possible.
like, oh, I
Accepted.
used to be. Maybe Edwin saw her at Fall Fest. Oh, that's sad if she dies there alone.
Oh no. Oh my God. Alone.
Sorry. Sorry.
I keep thinking about the Jacko Foxy chasing you through the corn maze minigame. About, like, if, like, diegetically, are you playing as Fiona escaping, and then Foxy kills you? Azzy doesn't exist. $20. No real proof, theory just for fun. Fiona is sister to William. Puppeteer, works in Shaw Factory. William Afton poaches after Fiona. William wants M1 and M2 after learning about F10. Knew it as proof to bring his kids back. One he named after David, who would have been his nephew. my response to that would be that Fiona doesn't have a
Fiona
British
Ashton.
accent.
Yeah.
Fiona doesn't speak Britain.
William took a long sabbatical in England. Changed him forever. I could see her. Yeah, I mean, again, it would just be speculation that like she's related to Henry or something.
Blackened and burned mannequins. You
Someone-
can hear them weeping.
I think there's a visual gag here that the legs going in one
Yep.
end are the same as the guy coming out
Yeah.
the other end.
Extremely lanky.
Long man.
I mean, no, I was going to say, is there some sort of implication of like tunnels, like a tunnel system underneath the MCM? But no.
Bugs
Hold on
Bunny.
a
I think that
moment.
mannequin's tunnel.
It could be the same mannequin and the legs are severed because the mimic has learned violence.
Cut the legs off.
Ah.
Cut the legs off.
Or it could mean nothing. Like this entire game
Absolutely
of cryptic
nothing.
symbolism where the symbolism could mean something or could mean nothing.
Thanks, Mr. Hippo.
Thanks.
Gosh.
Sometimes
Loom.
The story is just a story.
That's not a loom. That's
There's a sewing kit near the loom.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, I think the loom,
Yeah.
to me, it looks like a bed frame. Off to the
What does
right.
a loom look like anyway?
It looks like the bed frame off to the
And
right.
in the game, is it a child's sewing kit or is that the doctor's kit?
Good question. Let's pull up my handy dandy item description doc. Where's the it's called Lil Sewing Kit, Lil.
Yeah,
And
so
then
in
junior
in
doctor's kit.
Yeah, because this was part of the child labor theory. 'Cause it
No.
was like- so again, we've got like something that in the game is different in context than in real life.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, cool. That's what a loom looks like.
Okay, thick muddy pond with a large boulder next to it. We can look at the boulder, walk down to the pond, do the owl, or play the game. Let's do the owl. I wonder if we neglect the owl, if you don't pet the owl, if there's any difference. I don't think it is. You and the baby owl sing a little tune. Huh. Canonical
Singing, I'm
Jackie's
thinking of the
box?
Mycelium Music Man. Oh,
Oh. That's true.
or that.
You're my only friend.
Yeah. And there is, I did notice earlier, and I kind of wanted to bring it up later. Actually, now that T-Droids is gone, it's it's lost its punch, I suppose. But it does have there's a little mycelium man sitting right next to Fiona's computer. And if you've got any weight in Fiona Psychic Friend Fredbear, then that's an interesting thing to draw connections between.
Who's here?
And there. Everywhere.
He's everywhere.
Who you gonna call?
Psychic Fiona Fredbear?
Fiona.
Psychic friend Fiona Bear?
Psychic Fiona Fredbear.
Oh.
Perfect.
Monty's fishing game. He would play with this all day long. David.
He.
His
Would
name is
David
David.
play with
Old Man
Monty's-
Consequences. He would play with it all the time.
Okay, because this was originally why, for some reason, I thought that the white owl was just the little white tiger plush, besides the fact that it's small and white, is because I thought that we were already like mourning David being gone. Like, oh my gosh, David used to play with this all the time, that sort of thing. Which he might be. I don't know. That doesn't.
It does.
Well,
it does
no, wait,
give
it
that
does.
vibe.
If the
Again,
white
it's
tiger-
like a.
if the owl is there and the owl is David, he's not dead yet.
Yes, but as in the. Yeah. It's like, what is the owl? Yeah. So we kind of get back to this thing of like, is the owl him already dead, and this is the spirit of David? Maybe.
It's kind of like it's
Got
both.
David evidence. If David has any influence over Old Man Consequences, it would give a reason that Old Man Consequences is an alligator specifically because he plays a fishing game with an alligator.
Old Man
Fishing
Consequences
Big
is
Lake.
just a fishing game being played by the ghost of a 5-year-old child.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Someone in chat, as he doesn't exist, says, my theory is that Moon.exe is Fiona's afterlife, showing how she became the mimic. So she dies, she wakes up here, she plays through this game kind of like it's a FNAF world type thing, I guess. And then upon completion would, like, wake up in the mimic Endo in real life, I guess.
Hmm.
Not far-fetched.
So when it's saying, oh, he would play with this, it's not because he's dead, it's because she's dead and she's reminiscing about her life alive.
Yes. Although
That's
the
fun.
M1 does start mimicking Fiona long before David dies. Like at least 2
So
years.
I will say on the note of like, is this alive David or dead David, and why is she referencing? The items are referencing reality. The items are referencing what's happened in the real world, in that it's David was a little boy and died and was playing with this toy. Whereas within the game, like within the moon part of the game, like where we are now, there isn't like, as far as we're aware, there's no like literal analogs of those characters that also exists. So when it's saying he used to play this all the time, yes, it's referencing David, but the owl can simultaneously represent David pre-death, as the person that we're playing as is remembering the events of reality,
Yes.
you know, post-death.
Yes, I agree. That's how I see it too. Yeah, everyone in chat, post your favorite pasta shape. Thank you, Candy.
I was hoping I could slip that under the radar.
No, it's engagement. Everyone liked the
large
video.
boulder has a thing about worms or something, right?
Yes.
It's got worms underneath it.
This rock is beautiful on the outside, but dark things move under the surface, like worms through mud, or like Murray's costume manner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Or FNAF World.
Tolkien?
Or
Wait,
Tolkien.
sorry. This is kind of dumb. We're at a thick, muddy pond. We know we've just fed the owl semi-recently with a worm. And then it's like, there's something under this rock, like worms in the mud. It is worms in the mud, isn't it?
Yeah, it's literally, the word like, it makes you think it's a simile, like it's saying like, oh, this is just like worms through mud, but it's just saying there's lots of stuff here. Oh, like those worms. There's worms right there.
Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, dark things move. It's worded like a simile, but yeah, that's very odd. Right,
it might be, but again, it's both. It's like the simile is there for the reality of the situation, but the actual in-game thing is that there's actually worms on the ground.
All right, so there's the toy pirate ship and the fish that we see hopping in the background. Catch fish. The fish laugh at you and swim away because we don't have the net yet. Toy pirate ship with a foxy on it. There's a foxy puppet.
I wonder what it says if there is
puppet steering the ship. Yeah, we'd have to like get here without having Foxy, but having everything else. Like we'd basically have to replay the game with every
unless maybe the pirate ship part doesn't show up unless Foxy's there, and then it remains once you've taken him.
The toy pirate ship is empty. Where's its captain?
There. I'd say that's just what it says if Foxy's not there.
Yeah, which means that when you get the plush in the real world, then it appears, and then you take it in the game. So you're like handing it off to whoever's playing. Very FNAF world.
Which is weird, because in this game in particular, they specifically show that Foxy is not the captain. He's a Springlock, is a Springlock lion or whatever he is.
Okay, so we've done all these. Okay, so pet the owl. Coos and rubs against your hand like you're petting it. Read the sign.
This is just like a video game where they
Just
let
wait
you
till
pet the
summit.
dog, and then they make shooting the dog a non-optional.
Oh my gosh. What kind of games are you playing?
Yeah,
what do you mean shoot the dog?
I'm surprised they never got us to kill
Hollow
one
Stone.
of the Cleanovacs.
You find
They
a
already
swing
broke our
bee
heart in
honey
Ruin.
bottle. There's nothing there, but there is something sticky down the sides.
I feel like
honey, I'd imagine.
Or sap.
but I feel like before the swing bee honey bottle, that's the same.
Possibly.
Although I wonder if it's a case of like the pirate ship where it says where's its captain. It's supposed to be that if you're playing this as the game is going on and you find a honey bottle and you put it in, you're like, oh, I remember there's something sticky on that tree. Maybe it's there. You know.
You're like T-Dress and you play again every time you find a new item.
Yeah. No.
Insane behavior.
It couldn't be me. But it seems to be that's how they thought you would play it, considering they don't put a checkpoint at the end. Still salty, by the way.
Someone in chat says, "Does the purple cat person have a YouTube channel? I'd like to follow them."
It's a purple cat.
Yeah, I'm Candy Bunny. I do have a channel.
Actually, on the point of people not recognizing you, Candy, my friend I was talking to the other day about all the streams that I've been doing, he pops in every now and then, and he was like, "Oh, what's that girl you were talking to? What's her name? Like Cardi B or something?" And I was like, "Cardi B."
I'm Cardi B, and I have
Oh my god.
Bacardi all day.
Cardi.
Cardi.
Anyway, sorry to derail.
This entire thing is derailing. Also, chat, we are scrungles. These
Oh
are
yeah, not cats.
we're not cats. We're also not autism creatures. These are scrungles. They're made by Charlie Emony, and she makes them for FNAF theorists and her friends. That's why.
But only if they join a cult. It's very sketchy.
Yes. That's why, like, basically every big FNAF theorist you know has, like, a scrungle version of themselves. Okay, we're going to... What happened if we tried to head up the path? I didn't read. Guys, I'm not reading.
You need a walking stick. It's like too hard to walk
Too
up there.
rough. Okay. Is there any part in the game where you cannot walk up something without help? Like, maybe the elevators with the suit? Maybe?
Part? Yeah.
It's interesting. There's not a lot of items that you get that aren't items in the real world. Like the walking stick and the bow tie are both like they're just weird and kind of out of place. Like you have to use an item to get that item.
That's very true.
And then you use it. And I don't know. It's strange.
We find them in game, yeah, but they're never in the real world.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a list of that on your piece of paper, Unwithered. Walking stick and bow tie. In-game items only. No, Unwithered and Fazen scrungles are slightly different colors, okay?
I mix them up all the time.
It doesn't get very annoying on Discord. It definitely is not super annoying.
It's because Unwithered has like the little tiny microphone as well, but if you were just like looking to see who's in call at the moment, you cannot tell.
All right, I cannot pronounce this. Arineth Victis Soru. I apologize. Oh god. Hold on. I don't know if I can read this. Okay, there's a weird joke, and then it says, I love you all. Please subscribe to this man's channel. It's me. He's awesome. Thank you for the great content you make. I already listened to every video you have. Thank you, person whose name I can't pronounce. Irenth. Okay, Irenth. Oh, good lord.
It's a crazy thing to comment.
Okay.
That's awesome.
So now we're at the house.
Walking stick and bow tie.
Dark Forest Cabin. What is the cabin?
Scrungle. Wait, Scrungle Homes? I'm not sure.
Scrungle Homes. Because of my hat?
No, because Toto looks like a smoking pipe, according to Smiley 404.
Who?
Oh, it kind of does.
The owl makes... And I don't have the mustache
owl?
anymore, so sad. The owl says who.
Owls do that.
Okay, but also, like, the word who? Like, who is that? Owls go hoot, actually. This is a T-less hoot.
Onomatopoeias are cultural. They're not universal. A rooster does not go kiki to key.
I mean, I know the who, like, owl joke, you know. Someone here's been possessed by an owl.
Repeat.
Who? Repeat.
So, okay. We can poke the bear, open the cabin door, or give the bottle. I open the cabin door, I'm guessing we're gonna die. The moon's gonna get us. The bear on the porch growls and you back off. Never mind. If we poke the bear...
Yeah, you get... Yeah.
Now we're gonna get dead.
We get eat up.
The bear jumps off the swing and eats you right up.
Roar for real.
The moon pulls you out of the bear's stomach. What are you doing? Back to bed. He screams. Everything fades to black. You're right, we do get to see his pants now.
This is so Into the Woods coded. The musical.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
Unfamiliar.
Is that the Disney one?
I don't know who
Maybe?
wrote it first. It was like on Broadway, and then they did make a movie adaptation of it. That the like Little Red Riding Hood and her grandma get actually swallowed, and then
Oh Lord.
the baker comes and just pulls him out of the stomach for real.
I think it has what's her name in it.
Uh,
Yeah, probably. What's
Yeah,
her name?
what's her name with the lady who sings.
I want to miss like what's her name? What at all? I can't. I don't know if I can.
Yes, no, Meryl Streep. That's who I was thinking of. She is in it.
Yeah,
Yay.
she's the witch.
Yes. Okay. Um, what is this house? What the dang
Proto
heck is this
Freddy's,
house?
according to chat, maybe?
So the bear would
so
represent Freddy.
The giant Freddy head.
Hmm.
I mean, yeah, the first time I saw it, my immediate thought was like the Silver Eyes Fredbear's location, like in the middle of the
Ooh.
woods, out in the middle of nowhere. And it's got a bear on the porch.
And it's a single room.
Yeah, true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't it's weird because it's also got stronger ties, I think, to the cabin in the woods in the Ruin stories, or in the Ruin and Help Wanted 2 stories, where there's one which is an old woman and her, or just a woman and her son living in the woods with a monster, and she puts the monster in the basement. And then there's the one of the old witch in the cabin in the woods, which is more directly tied to this because I think they do call, or they don't call her a witch, but she's got like a, she's making up weird stuff in here. So could just be representative of it could just be linking us to those stories that they don't have a literal place in the world, but the bear on the porch is interesting.
Mm-hmm. We'll go
It,
in, I guess.
It does feel like the Proto Freddy's to me, and if it is the Proto Freddy's, then I feel like the implication would be that we've been in the basement this whole time, and that when we get through to the other end, we're finally on the main level, but I don't know.
A broken down cabin in the woods.
Mm.
Why would it be broken down if it's the new Freddy's? Question mark?
Mm.
Yeah.
You open the door and head inside the cabin. Inside the cabin, you see an old woman standing next to an oven. Strange masks line the walls. So we have the strange mask that is the weird panda.
Wait,
Mhm.
weren't we gonna go check on something before we put on the mask?
We were going to see the tea party, right?
Oh yeah!
Yeah. Can we fix these masks before doing that?
Mm.
Or, like, when does the owl die, I guess, is the question.
I'm pretty
The
sure
owl dies, I think, when you fix the third one, right? Or do you
Okay.
have to ask her?
I'm not sure.
Do you have to take the mask?
Yeah, you might have to
Hold on,
fix...
we're looking at
You fix the third
looking at
one
my
and she gives you
gameplay.
your reward. We're going to use the pizza maker.
The oven is
Fredbear's Pizza Maker. The light bulb inside makes the best pizzas. Sausage was his favorite. So again, he did something. He liked to play the game. He liked sausage pizza.
That can't be David. What
Yeah.
5-year-old wants sausage on their pizza? That's wild behavior.
Maybe it was Edwin.
Feed
Maybe
the
Edwin
owl.
loved that Monty game.
Yeah, once you fix the masks, you have to take the owl mask. You
Okay.
can't leave it.
So we won't fix the final one. Let's talk to the old woman. My
Did
name
you
is
examine the
Sun,
mask as
the
well?
old woman says. Come with me. She then motions you over to a workbench. Oh, no, I did not. Should I have done that first?
I think it's fine. It's before you fix the last
Mhm.
mask. It'll change.
You must fix these 3 masks. They will give you a great reward. Fox, bear, rabbit, talk to her again, exit. In the background, we have like floating eyeballs and pickles and tadpoles, and I don't know what the last thing is.
Pizza.
A brain?
Just a pizza. Oh, yes, a brain. And
It's probably a brain.
the
Brain
pickles
in a
might
jar.
be something else.
Pickles, like in FNAF 6? The pickle jar?
Yeah. I'll give you a great reward.
So this is a very interesting trio
Mhm.
to choose, right? Because I think before we were working under the assumption that Edwin is represented by Foxy, like the first time we played through this, but I actually think that those connections
The
aren't as
animal
strong
masks
as
are
we
warped
initially
and
thought.
strangely human-looking. I think that that is supposed to directly tell us that they are representative of people, as you were just saying.
Mm.
The
Yeah,
William the
and
Henry
that they're
and
they're
the-
animatronic based masks. They're not just it's like in MCM where they're not just an animal, they're an entrepreneur sized animal. But yeah, the trio of masks this is another Afton connection, and I know we're sort of saying that there's no real reason to tie it to the Aftons, but like those three in a line specifically are representative of the three Afton boys or men or whatever you want to say. You've got
True.
William, Cece, and Michael sitting on, and she's trying to fix them for some reason, and they're broken. They're also alive.
Yeah. Okay, examine oven. The oven is very cold. Nothing is cooking inside.
Mhm.
Okay, so we want to go back and look at the tea party?
Yeah.
Yes. Though I don't expect it to be changed.
Me neither.
Yeah.
Due diligence.
Back to the Dark Forest. I think, again, I don't know that they would ever do something like this, just because I don't think that they're this thorough. But, like, it would be cool if you could go back into your room and the owl would be in there now and get, like, additional
that'd be cool.
dialogue. But I don't think that's the case. Okay, examine the bushes. Like, the owl's not even on this screen. Nope. No change.
Yeah.
Nothing unusual. So usual for a lizard, a squirrel, and a snake to be having a tea party. This is the world
Check
as I
out the house.
experienced
Might as
it.
well.
Okay.
While we're here.
We are the only people who've ever done this, and we find that the owl
That'd be awesome.
is sitting on the desk and says, "My name is David Sean Murray. I am a ghost."
Checking the closet.
All is like in the closet.
Hey, you can open the door and check it.
You can just leave. Yeah.
That closet is so weird, by the way. It looks like a garage to me.
Yeah, it's weird
Does.
horizontal shutters. Nothing.
Is it
The
like-
thing is gone.
It's supposed to be like sideways wooden planks. Is that what it represents? Why is
Yeah.
it so different from the bedroom door?
It's the same as the
Barred from the other
closet
side.
doors in FNAF 4, right? And at the end of this game.
Oh, yeah, it's got the panels. But it's not
Yeah.
an accordion closet.
Yeah, it's weird for a non-accordion closet to have those shutter things. Climb out the window.
Although actually maybe it makes sense, because wouldn't you want a closet to have better ventilation if you keep shoes in there?
Sure.
Sorry. Not relevant. Not relevant to this discussion.
Hey, no, maybe. Hey, listen, the socks are nicely folded. They might have good foot hygiene.
They're aerating their shoes.
I'm done. No more feet discussion, please.
More feet in the chat,
Feet in the
please.
chat,
More
guys.
feet
No
in the
more
chat, guys.
pasta in the chat.
If you
please.
haven't liked it, okay.
Yeah.
Half of you, if you're
We're
on
done with pasta.
if you're on this weird purple cat's side, you can do pasta in the comments. If you're on our side, you can do feet in the comments.
Yeah, please, please chat. I'm
Stinky
begging
shoe
you.
theory.
What was it?
Stinky shoe theory and pasta feet MCI.
Andrew Pasta.
These Andrew pasta. These theory names are getting out of hand.
Incomprehensible. Okay, so it is interesting. Just because we backtracked, we do know that we're still wearing the hedgehog mask. So like a hedgehog is M1 Fiona? I don't know. Examine masks, talk to Sun. Examine oven, leave. So we have to talk to Sun again.
I see a bunch of you in chat trying to play both sides.
William Alfredo. Okay, so fox mask. Use the fox puppet eye. So it's missing an eye. Why is Foxy missing an eye? You pull the
Foxy's
left
already
eye.
missing an eye,
You
but
pull
you're
the
putting
left
it in his good
eye.
eye.
Yes. And its good eye, like, yeah, its bad eye already has an eye patch. What's that even about? Bear mask. His bow tie, which we got from Edwin.
Did we?
Well, the statue.
Did we take it off?
Oh,
in
no!
this playthrough?
Oh my gosh, I guess we didn't take it off. Oh god, we gotta backtrack. Okay. Rabbit mask. Use the sewing kit. It's like big scratched across the face, like Monty to, you know, Bonnie. It smiles and thanks you. So odd. Okay,
Yeah.
we have to
Why
backtrack.
are these characters damaged? What's up with that?
Springtrap has that kind of damage around his eye, doesn't he? I think it's the other eye, but something. I will say the design of that mask looks
Why is the
more.
tiny foxy mask missing an eye?
No.
I think the mask of the bunny does look a lot closer to Springtrap in design than it does to any of the bunnies that we know, like later.
How do I take? Oh, do I need to go to more?
No, it's right there. It's the one above more.
What? I may be stupid, but I'm also dumb. Take bow tie.
Pasta.
My God. Made of
I
cloth
can't
instead of
tell you
stone.
how hungry I am right now.
You know what? I think I 100% took this. I think we just died afterwards.
Oh, that seems likely.
Right, chat? Blind GiBi theory?
The bear mask is never called a Freddy mask. Could be Fred Bear. So true. And I don't think the bunny is called a Bonnie. Bunny the Bonnie Bun, Chica the Kitchen.
Yeah, that's why I think it's more likely representative of
Humans, yeah.
William.
So note the owl
Yeah,
on the
but
left on the
William's
left side. The owl is there. We're gonna fix the bear mask. The owl is there.
Does that mean anything that Sun has a cane? What's up with that?
She's old.
You clip the bow tie, the bear thanks you. You must fix these 3 masks that will give you a great reward. Okay,
Exit workbench.
Yes.
Check on the owl.
Okay, owl's still there. Talk to Sun. She smiles. Come with me, she says as she takes you to her workbench. Oh my God. You must fix these 3 things. Talk to her again. The old woman gives you a baby owl mask. So that's like the 4th mask. Take baby owl mask. And it is a baby.
Okay, I don't feel like the implication.
This is a very special magical mask. The moon will now think you are the baby owl. You have your reward and your sacrifice. The cave awaits you now.
Sacrifice.
Yeah.
And now, the moment of truth. The owl is just gone. Ask about baby owl.
And then if you check the... Yeah.
Oh.
And then make sure you check the furnace before we leave.
The baby owl flew... The old woman smiles. The baby owl flew away.
Old woman consequences.
The old woman. Examine stove. So it said it was cold before. The stove is very hot. Something is cooking. It smells like chicken. I don't like any of it.
So your sacrifice, like there's nothing else, I think, that within at least this context of the game that she could be referring to as a sacrifice other than the baby owl, which is now missing, and some sort of bird cooking in the oven, you know?
Why an oven? Why is the bird in an oven?
Because Hansel and Gretel.
Well, the witch, Hansel and Gretel, and the witch in the Help Wanted 2 story uses an oven to have her meal.
Ooh.
We got to listen to those at some point.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's with us now.
So, if we're... Oh, I forgot to say, the masks on the wall growl at you because they know what you've done. That's another thing if you re-examine those human-like masks.
Wait, they know what you've done?
I'll show you. Hang on, I'll double check because I know they say that later in the... They say that later when you put Jackie in the boot. I don't know what these masks say. Give me 2 seconds.
The Jackie boot is my favorite part of this game.
We love the Jackie boot.
Alfredo. Banger.
Alfredo, oh my God.
People are too funny.
I don't feel like... Well, he's looking for this. I don't feel like the implication is that we're wearing the actual physical baby owl. I don't know if people think that, but I don't think there's any way that the mask could have been made in time. But that the baby owl was killed, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it is a case that the owl mask is as a result of the baby going into the oven. Like I think it's that this creepy witch makes these masks out of people, which then makes you wonder why she has a Fredbear, Bonnie and Foxy mask. Like who are they? Who is she sacrificed to make those masks?
Sacrifice.
And
Oh,
if
yeah.
she, like, if we're M1 currently as Fiona, and Sun is, as we'll see later, the part of Edwin that is life that is Fiona. And now we have the mask. I'm confused.
So this is what I was. Oh yeah, sorry. So the animal masks stare at you and growl. That's what they say. So this is what I was saying earlier: is if we're playing in the first part of the minigame up to this point as M1, and now we've been given the like visage of David, then we have become M2, but there's still problems with that, specifically on this screen. Well, I guess not. I guess we can talk about the other stuff that our character comments on, but this square record is an interesting one.
Okay, we'll examine it. It's gonna say like it's his, the diner. There's a square record nailed to the 3. Fredbear's Singing Show, our favorite restaurant.
I need to point out I put that typo in my transcription. I did not miss it.
Three Davids.
Oh no.
Interesting that they say Fredbear's Singing Show is their favorite restaurant when we, I think, previously assumed that the singing show was separate to Fredbear's Family Diner.
Yeah.
So I guess, is it just like a vague reference of like, oh, Fredbear, we like that restaurant, or is it specifically that this record comes from a previous restaurant called Fredbear's Singing Show?
I feel like Fredbear's Singing Show is at Fredbear's Family Diner. Like the show part of Fredbear's Family Diner is Fredbear's Singing Show. Singing.
Yes.
That's what I would assume.
That makes sense.
You buy the record at the restaurant. But it's not.
So in the case that we are David, this still makes sense because it still could be our favorite restaurant. He could now be remembering from the first person, whereas before we would have said Fiona was looking at David as the second person.
Or our is just like
person, sorry.
Whether we're David or Fiona right now, our could be the families. Like this is our favorite restaurant. Collective. Yeah. So either way, it still holds up.
Right, but the square record is interesting because we went from like old records to the small version, which name I forget, and then tapes and then CDs. So this is and we see tapes all over, but no records. So this is like older than tape technology.
Older than the like the 8-track tapes and the cassettes.
Yeah, that's the Fredbear Singing Show reference is to the black and white poster, which is why I think initially when I saw this, I assumed it was a reference to like an older version. Because does it have any imagery on the record itself?
So Fredbear's Singing Show, especially being in black and white with the pie eyes, to me always I thought it was a cartoon. The way that like Freddy and Friends on Tour or Freddy and like the Fredbear and Friends whatever shows, for it to be in black and white would only make sense if it was television, because you wouldn't make a black and white poster for a restaurant.
Well, it also says tickets sold inside, which, and it's 50 cents in. Enjoy perfect entertainment and the family with fresh, unadulterated food and beverage while being serenaded by our local singing bear Freddy. So yeah, I guess this is. I think at the time people thought maybe it was a part of Fall Fest or something, that this was a traveling show that also served food. But I guess this is saying that Fredbear's maybe existed as far back as like the 30s or 40s.
Good lord.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally listening on the poster to a record being played out of an old gramophone style thing.
Miss Smiley. Oh no, I lost the message. I'm trying to scroll back up. Miss Smiley Pie, do you think it means something that owl, fox, and hedgehog are all nocturnal in a story about sun and moon?
Ooh, good question.
Are alligators nocturnal?
Yes, aren't they?
I don't know.
Because do any of you guys watch that guy who just goes around the Florida Everglades trying to find a 40-foot anaconda?
Nope.
40-footer? Ah, so sad.
I have not.
This is like a History Channel show.
I just
No, it's just like some guy. I don't know. Chat, help me.
Yeah, you guys know the 40.
I did see.
The 40 anaconda.
So I have found something interesting which I hadn't seen before, which is on the back of the Fredbear's Sing and Show record, like that you find in game, which on the front says the Kids Classics Fredbear's Sing and Show 33 and a third stereo something demonstration disc, contact Fazbear Invitation for more information, and then it's got like advertisement written on it, and you pull off one side. On the back of it, it says advertisement: ever heard a bear sing? Listen to a miracle of nature. For the best sound results, be sure this page is lying perfectly flat. So this is like a ever heard a bear sing? Listen to a miracle of nature. I know a lot of people, like I know Matt Pat was saying, like this was part of the whole like traveling show idea, is that this was like a real bear that they put up on a stage and made it go like roar, 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 and it was like that was the local entertainment. So this would kind of tie into that with the ever heard a bear sing? Listen to a miracle of nature. Which it is attributed to Fazbear Entertainment. So Fazbear Entertainment existed as far back as like what the 30s as well, and Fredbear's was always a part of Fazbear Entertainment.
Wait, so this would make like Freddy Fazbear based off of like a real actual carnival bear back from the days of making a bear sing and dance. That's fun. I like it. But then again, it could also just be a joke about him being a real bear when he's clearly not, in the way that I feel like that's a thing.
Yeah. I guess it's weird to sell an advertisement. Yeah, because it would be strange to put out a record of a bear going "Brr, brr, brr." You know, like that's not a great advertisement for your restaurant, right? Like that's a strange thing to do.
Before either of the Daves and Davids, back in the 30s, there was a real bear that bit a real kid.
Oh no!
And his name,
Prime
the
David
of 1887.
The Prime Dave.
This is what I'm saying. We're just gonna keep pushing the cart back. We're gonna find out like there was more Davids before this. It's all history does repeat.
David's all the way back.
It goes all the way back to King David.
Goliath.
Probably.
He was an animatronic.
Oh my goodness.
Why do you think he was so big? Thank you, Orchideus, for becoming a night guard. Good lord. Okay. Okay. What are we doing? Where are we going? In the forest? Okay, so we can put on the baby owl mask. So, symbolically, this would be when we become David, right? That's sort of the running theory.
Strange that we can have it without putting it on.
You put on the baby owl mask. Where does the hedgehog mask go? I don't know. You stand in front of a dark, scary cave with a campfire out front. Enter the cave. The moon takes one look at your owl mask and begins to cry. You enter the cave.
Crying child for real.
The cave entrance, there's a passage leading to the east, and there's like a grave statue of the owl. What is that? He's got like no eyes. A statue of the baby owl. You will bring him back no matter what the cost. Or just no matter the cost.
Why does M2
do we want to bring him back?
Like, by becoming him? That's so weird.
So this is the part where it's like, okay, we're not him yet. Still, even if we were. So I guess the idea that we were M1 and now we're M2 is a little rocky here, because
I would
we're
say
still referring to David in the third person, except we're technically, because we're not him. Maybe it's a case of like M2, even if it thinks it is David, might still view him as like an external, like the real David. I don't know.
I would say that M2 isn't David unless we do the Moon.exe ending. Like the M2 running around isn't David, and he's not David until we do this ending in his bedroom. So we're sort of just like we're still M2, but we are not actually David. We just kind of want to be.
I'm starting to think we didn't need the Star Bright Nightlight at all.
We'll see. Absol, yes.
We will do later, yeah.
Absol says, I'm starting to think M2 never believes itself to be David outside of the secret ending. Exactly. Yeah, so we can enter the East package.
That would explain why Fiona... Sorry, that would explain why Fiona references M2 as like an it to be controlled in in some of the logs.
Ancient ruins. The west passage heads toward the cave entrance. The south passage leads deeper. So the vacuum pet is the final gift we find that's in Edwin's house, right?
Mm-hmm.
In like David's playroom or whatever in Edwin's house. And I don't think it's necessary. The vacuum pet, his greatest success and his greatest failure. Why? What does that mean?
And why is it him? Why is him changed? Context. Unless David made the vacuum pet. That's why it's in that room. He was a little inventor at 5.
David invented the Cleanovac, and Edwin just stole his work.
A stolen trophy from, well, the other way around. Oh dear, what is the vacuum pet? What even is it?
The vacuum sucks. That's crazy.
Someone, Smiley says the vacuum pet is the Cleanovac attachment M2 says they'll make, right?
M2's making a vacuum attachment?
Remember at the end of the when he's like, M2, respond, help.
Oh,
it's like
right.
a Cleanovac attachment that'll clean up smoke damage. But it's not really an attachment. It's like a separate thing that works on its own. But I assume it's supposed to work in tandem with the Cleanovac. Like the way I'm looking at it is like it follows the Cleanovac around as its like little pet and does something for the Cleanovac, maybe.
I thought it was a toy.
Well, I don't have anything new to say about it that I didn't say last time, but we weren't live last time. I still think that it's just about, like, the fact that it's supposed to be a vacuum, but he made it into a pet because he's giving everything a personality, and that was his failure, was sticking AI where it didn't belong. Generative AI. Whoa, ChatGPT.
So do you think this comes before or after the Cleanovac?
I don't think it matters at all. I think it could be a prototype Cleanovac, but I think it is supposed to be representative of the fact that the vacuum was a success in that it was the first invention of his that really took off, but the failure was the personality in the vac.
But we're agreeing that he here is Edwin?
Like, who else could it
I
be?
can't see it being anyone else, yeah. Like, I guess you could take that same logic and say his greatest success, the Cleanovac, and his greatest failure, the vacuum pet, which is like a follow-on. But I don't know. It's weird to refer to it with the same object.
You could also, because grammar is stupid, say his greatest success, David, and his greatest failure, Edwin. I don't think it's that.
What would be David's failure in this case?
It's David's success because he made a little robot man.
Oh, he made it?
Yeah.
David Labor's theory is coming back. I'm telling you.
Gal with a Plan 5 says Ed's failure is just focusing on the inventions rather than his son.
That is true.
Which is also a great interpretation.
Yeah.
I should have spent more time with him. I would let him be raised by a robot.
See, if it was just the Cleanovac, that's what I would.
I love paranoid Edwin's lines. They're all so great.
Yeah, because that was one of my like kind of interpretations was like, oh, it's his greatest success financially, his greatest failure because it's away from his kids, away from his family. But we don't hear about this vacuum pet at all. Like if this was just a Cleanovac, then yeah. But the other thing I thought it might be would be, oh, yeah, okay, so this would actually work because I was thinking, we have that family tape with him at home, and Fiona comes upstairs and she knocks on the door and goes, "Oh, come down, you're missing his birthday." And he says, "Oh, well, I've just come up with a new invention. It's even greater than the Cleanovac." And she's like, "Yeah, well, you're missing his birthday." And he says, "Oh, he's got so many birthdays beyond this." So I guess in terms of his greatest failure, if this is what he was working on in that moment, his greatest failure would be not spending his son's birthday with the family the year before Fiona dies, because she's not there the next year.
Yeah.
It's just weird we don't ever hear about the pet ever.
Yeah. It's very odd. But you know what's even odder? Touch small
Otter.
Otter.
You touch the small
Otters use
rocks,
small rocks to break open oysters.
and they begin to cry softly. You back away. What? Why? Why are the rocks crying?
The rocks cry out.
They're also
It's a biblical reference.
they are kind of arranged in like it reminds me of like a little burial mound or some sort of shrine or something, and then having the vacuum pet placed on top, and it's his greatest failure, and the rocks are crying. It's like, is this some sort of monument to what the vacuum pet could represent?
Hold on, it's Luke chapter 19, the biblical reference of Christ being that, like, people are like, stop talking about yourself and saying that you're stop letting your disciples say that you're God, right? And then he's like, if they were silent, the very stones would cry out. So it could be about like something so true that nature has to testify about it if people won't. Not likely what it's about, but
You never know.
Wait, I'm actually, what's weird? I'm looking at the vacuum pet in game. I wonder if David did make it, because it's actually just a bunch of stuff taped together. There's like a paint roller taped on the back. There's some sort of big thing taped on top. I can't tell what that is. Oh, it's like some sort of, I don't know, it's taped into the side of it. Like there is a little loop around, but then he's got the fan on the back.
Can you post
is it like,
a picture?
Did David just...
I'll put it on
Yeah,
screen.
sure.
And then I have to go get a drink. We've been yapping.
I need a drink. Okay, I'll take a snipping tool of it. Set it in here. Surely it's not that, because it would just be something else that he taped like a paint roller to.
Yeah,
you see what I mean? And it's in his toy room, like it's in the room with all his toys.
Paint roller. I don't know what this thing is. And a fan and a where's the wheels? Like a skateboard wheels? Like what is this? A vacuum? I guess it's a vacuum.
It looks like a Roomba. It looks more like the. It actually looks a lot like the Mr. Hugs that we saw advertised in Flaff, because it's got that little. Oh, and yeah, those are just. I think those are just googly eyes stuck on it.
Yeah, those are googly eyes. All right, I'll be back. You two entertain them.
Okay. Oh God. Pasta in the chat.
Pasta's already in the chat. We're currently talking about pasta. I haven't been looking at this Cleanovac thing. I've been talking about feet emojis with the chat. It's fine.
Mr. Hugs vacuum.
Yes, crosscore. Of course you guys can have your pasta. I'm no paranoid boss. I would give you health benefits if you were my employees. I'd give you dental, because we're all going to be ruining our teeth with a lot of pasta with high sugar content. So you all should leave the MCM and join my company. There's a sign-on bonus. Pasta cult, yeah.
Pasta.
Pasta.
Do you think there's any likelihood of this thing having been made by David?
I mean, I can see it. I don't remember where we find it. I thought it was just in that area below the stairs, but then I was wrong because I was in, what's her name? FNAFologies. I can't believe I just forgot her name. I'm so sorry, FNAFology. I love you.
dare you.
I was in her stream and it was definitely upstairs in one of the rooms. I just don't remember which one it is. Maybe I can find
It's
it
in the
after.
room at the very end of the hall, opposite the room which the mimic is in, like
Is
David's room, and it's
is it
filled
the?
with. Oh,
It's not the piano
wait!
room,
I
is
just
it?
realized something. I
Candy
just realized
CEO,
something
yeah.
weird. I haven't seen anyone talk about this yet. There's
What's up?
3 small costumes in that room, like the unfinished ones. Oh wait,
What?
did Murray have small M2? Did he make small M2 little costumes? Did M2 make the clean like the pet? Is that what it is?
Oh, those are small.
Did
What's up with that?
M2 Do you think M2 was out and about in the house and like acting as David and making little inventions?
Out and about in the house.
It
um,
ate in a bit. He was eating a bit in the house.
that's fun. That's interesting. Wait, so M2 was like supposed to be small and had small costumes to get in? Or just
Yeah.
M2
Is
was
that the
small?
idea?
But also, wait, is this Davis' room? Because it could also just be that, like, here's some scrap friends, basically. Oh, great.
It
We
could
get to
be.
read a
It's just
super
good that
chat in
there's
Gibby's
specifically
absence.
Let's go.
You can
Oh my
already
god.
become Pastafarian and worship the flying spaghetti monster. Is this a reference to something that I don't get?
Rastafarian. This is. Oh, are you? Oh, are you unaware?
I am
There's
unaware.
a. I think it's like a. It's like there's like a whole cult or religion thing which believes about a big flying spaghetti monster.
In the
Like
real
it's
world?
literally a in the real world, in real life.
Oh my gosh. Real religion.
Not a joke. In Germany, that's a real religion. There you go.
I mean, are they detrimental? I feel like there's a lot of worse things that you could make a cult around
Oh
than
hey,
a
I don't know
flying
nothing
spaghetti
about
monster.
them. Don't know nothing about them. I don't know if it's an ironic religion for chaos, magic, and protest purposes. Okay.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, you know what? I was raised under a rock, a proverbial rock. I'm like the worms in the mud.
Were the rocks crying? That's the question.
I I don't know, man. uh, fascinating.
I'm really
Anyways, I'll make
fascinated
a
by these
bigger
three.
pasta cult, a better pasta cult.
Do it. I dare you. I double dare you.
I triple dog dare you.
Ah. See, it's weird because there's parts of Edwin's house which are like, this is here for gameplay. Because like there's a mannequin, one of those mannequins in the room that talks,
Mhm.
and it's beside this big like tree with loads of lights on it, like a cutout of a tree. But because part of me wants to go into the game and check, like, oh, does that thing have unique dialogue? But then
Like, is it a
I don't think so.
Storytime showroom
It's still
cutout
like
tree? The tree with like the yellow bulbs on it?
yes, yes.
Whack.
Like I'll show you.
What's chat yapping about? What are they saying?
We're talking about a pasta cult that I didn't know existed in Germany, and everyone is saying they're surprised that I don't know about the pasta cult, as if that's a normal
A
human thing to
pasta
know about.
cult?
In Germany.
They
Yeah.
believe
Okay,
in a
wait, no,
flying
apparently
spaghetti
not a
monster.
cult.
Oh!
It's apparently officially recognized by
Yeah.
the German government as a religion.
Yeah, Pastafarians. Yeah, the flying spaghetti monster, and they wear colanders on their
Yes.
heads. Yeah.
Alright, so we all know about the pasta cult. It's fine.
GiBi, it's Pastafarianism.
So-
I don't care.
So, GiBi, something interesting I noticed in the room where we get the pet, right? Is we've got 3 small versions of the prototype costumes from the manor. We've got the elephant, we've got the dog, and we've got the bee.
Oh, I have the wrong picture. Hold on. There we go.
Buzz.
Oh, good.
They're
Yeah.
specifically smaller than the regular ones. And I'm thinking in the room at the other end of the hall, we've got a robot that can shrink down and be a smaller version. So I'm wondering, is there some implication that the M2 was allowed out before it was broken and could like shrink down, and that this room is like its room or something, and it made the little vacuum pet thing as an act of creation? I don't know.
Huh.
The joy of creation.
Yeah, because I'm looking at this pet, right, and to me it really looks a lot like a kid basically just took a thing that was already built, put some tape on it, and then stuck a paint roller to it and was like, I invented this, Dad. Look, don't you like me now? Don't you want to talk to me because I've invented something like you? And it's like, I stuck googly eyes on it, like you put eyes on stuff. Because you didn't really invent anything. It doesn't seem like the paint roller would have any
function.
I can't imagine it having much purpose, and it's also not like controllable because it's literally stuck to it. And the fact it's in this room filled with toys, I'm thinking it's probably been it's being related to David, and all the other he's in the story are David. So I wonder his greatest success and his greatest failure. Like maybe his success to create something and his failure to get his dad's attention or something.
Okay, hold on. Now that Gibby's back, I'm leaving. And you guys can entertain the chat while I'm gone.
All right, bye.
When do I
They
get
like
to leave?
pasta, by the way.
Like the stream for free pasta, metaphorical.
No,
Metaphorical.
I will provide it.
Okay. My gosh, yeah. Metaphysical pasta. Everyone, post your favorite metaphysical pasta in the chat below. Okay, what's this thing that you sent with the mannequin in the tree?
That's in the same room. That's directly next to it.
Oh, this is in David's like playroom.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Huh.
Do you think it's relevant that there's the three small costumes and the fact that we see it in the other ending that it can shrink down? Like, is this potentially anything to do with
Stupid
like because they're also
books.
like prototype costumes?
Yeah, because like, oh, in the books you can fit any size, but like we technically don't know that. Because like all those costumes
We know
in the
it
game
can
are
shrink and grow.
roughly the same size. Like maybe it has big mode and
Unless
small
it's-
mode. But like, why?
Well, that's
would
what we see in
you-
the ending.
Yeah.
Is it shrinks down to look like a small child, and then it grows up and it becomes like
But-
an adult-sized thing.
In
So
the-
is this supposed to be just, oh, they're just like costumes that Edwin made to be small to test it, or
I don't know. Like in the books, it's like, oh, it's a spider and its head is on its back and it can do whatever it wants
Yeah.
with its limbs, and like that just doesn't happen. Are those drawings above it the same David drawings that we see everywhere? Are you in this room right now in
Yeah, I
game?
think
Like,
they
can you
are.
find them?
No, I was just looking at a
Oof.
video. I have me walking around it though.
Oh yeah,
Somewhere.
Ellie points out the
Find
B
that.
is smaller. That is correct.
Yeah, I think in the games it's a more tame version of what we see in Tales, because in Tales it's like it can shapeshift into a spider or whatever, whereas in
Mhm.
this game its limbs can just get a little bit longer or a little bit shorter to fit into something not exactly the same size. It's essentially like a reverse Springlock suit. It's so that you can have a performer wear a costume and then put a robot into the costume rather than have a person go into the robot, which is, I think, partially why Fazbear wants it. And if they don't get it in the canon ending, then that would give them a reason to keep using their Springlocks.
Yes.
Oh, what if that's the reason that they stop? What if that's the reason that Henry or whoever is saying, because Edwin's complaining, like, why don't we just hire kids in Springlocks like we always do? Maybe that's part of the idea, is they're going, we won't need Springlocks after we find out about M2.
Yeah, after we run you out of your business and screw you out of all your inventions,
Yeah,
we won't need them.
That could actually give us a timeline on when they discover that. Like when they discover, because he says someone told them about M2. Maybe that's the idea, is they were just working with him and then they went, oh, hang on a minute. They've got a thing that can just go into any costume. We don't need the Springlocks anymore.
Yeah, and I guess no matter the ending, Fazbear wouldn't get the schematics.
We're so back.
But but the mimic would still end up underneath. But then, like, why doesn't William run into it if sister location is the factory? I don't know. It's so weird. And then again, it's my knowledge of the books coming in and ruining it. It's like, oh no, but they do get it because they put it in stuff. Nope. That's only the books. Doesn't happen in the games, as far as we know.
Could happen.
Could.
Yeah, it could be that they have the. It could be that Afton uses the mimic, but Henry avoids it. because if Henry makes the classics, like I know Edwin's building them here or whatever, but if he's the ones designing them and potentially finishing them once Edwin doesn't finish the job, then Henry could avoid them and Afton could put them in stuff like the Fun Times. Or the toys, maybe, if he designed those.
Alright, I'm going to try to get us back to the game. The game.
How long have we been streaming and how far into Moon.exe are we?
Probably a little under halfway and a solid 2 hours.
Oh my good heavens.
Whoa.
Sorry, 3 hours. Whoops.
This cannot be.
It's fine. And we don't need to finish it all tonight. We can die tomorrow. We can all enter standby mode. Maybe not tomorrow. You know what I mean. We'll enter standby mode and come back and finish. Okay.
I'll die tomorrow.
We can all die tomorrow. Okay, so small rocks crying. We're all in agreement that we have no idea what that means.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Cave ruins. Head deeper into the cave. Did we examine the ruins? Hold on. We may have skipped that. This used to be a grand underground city. Now it's nothing but dust and silence. Underground city.
Feels like more fantasy lingo being put onto something that's supposed to represent something a little more real.
There is so much underground in all of the games, but we've got the moon, we've got the tiger basement and the tunnels, we've got the dolly area, we've got the track that leads to Edwin's house and also to the dolly area.
Yeah, and if any of this is like David's imagination, I could see him being like, this is a wondrous city, and then it's just the factory. What's up, Slat Fry?
I will say I just checked those drawings in that room, and they are the mushroom, the fun circle face thing. So I assume like the moon, sleepy moon or something, and then the picture of David, presumably Edwin, and then the star floating above, which I think is like Fiona. Might be interesting if David is the one that David or M2 as David, one or the other, comes up with the imagery of Fiona as the sun. If the idea is like because it's specifically as floating above them. I wonder if the idea is like Edwin told him, "Oh, your mom's gone to heaven or something, or is above us or something," and that's where that imagery comes from.
I feel like that drawing of the moon was supposed to be a red herring where we were supposed to look at that and be like, oh, look at that, he drew his ball, and then we were going to find out that there was an actual guy in the moon costume down below, but I wasn't paying enough attention.
There is his ball. Yeah, very... It's all so symbolic. Even this room, I think this is actually one of the more confusing rooms. This whole section of the game just becomes like, what's even happening? Okay, let's examine the ruins. This is the cave workshop. This used to be a workshop filled with amazing machines. Now they sleep, never to awaken.
Sleeping.
But why would they never awaken? And what is the workshop where you get the Springlock suit?
There is a workshop where we get the Springlock suit, but it's not like it's the only workstation in this area by any stretch.
And then statues. This is the weird one. Dozens of statues lay in pieces. You can make out pieces of an elephant, a dog, and a clown. But then what we see here is a giant head, either like a knight with a lance or maybe like a bishop, and a shield.
Can we make any of these into any of those things? An elephant, a dog, and a clown. Do they look even remotely like
No,
any
I think it's saying that the pieces on the floor are of those, whereas these are more complete statues.
Wild.
So like that little bit of rubble hanging around. The only one that looks anything like anything else is that we've got the kind of like soldier, which is kind of like the one with the halberd, is kind of like the one standing outside of Jackie.
Yeah.
You know, the two that smile at you later, but again, it's a bit of a stretch. He's chiseling a person from stone, which we could see. But then it's like, they say it's machines used to be here, but it's also stone. I don't know.
5 nights at Freddy's. Ha ha ha. I get it. Someone in chat said that.
My girlfriend made me a shirt with that written on it.
What?
Yeah.
That's funny. Is there any room on the map that says workshop? Like, is that an official label?
Yeah, the workshop is the Springlock area.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah. That's what I thought. Very odd.
Very odd. But
Very
also,
odd.
it's like so weird because why would we be there when we are not yet up above in the factory?
Yes, which makes me think like,
Yeah.
okay, if we can map this onto the workshop of the map, then like what's south of this? So then what was the previous room?
Mm.
Yeah, actually, hold on. Let's pull up the map. I don't know if I can pull it up on stream, but if you guys can look at it, what's south below the workshop?
Wait, is the
Assuming
map?
north is pointing up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the theater and the backstage.
The
Wait,
theater.
is the
and
workshop 2
backstage.
stories? No, it's just 1 story. It's on floor 1.
Yeah, the direct door. Yeah, it's either.
But there's also not really anything north of the workshops. Like it's kind of
Mm-hmm.
the admin wing, but that's more north east.
Yeah, so like heading deeper into the cave wouldn't correlate to anything, is what you're saying?
Not really.
See, I have this idea around the cave that we're going FNAF World style a level deeper. Like that it's not like that this is more a deep representation of what was above, and it kind of gets in a little bit more with the lake underground here having a big pirate ship in it that's missing its captain, and we took Foxy out of the ship, the small toy ship in the pond upstairs, and it says even there's a line of like, how did this ship get here? And I know we were talking about this before, that like that's classic pirate imagery of just like a big ship trapped in caves, but I do wonder if like this is maybe different aspects of what was upstairs, like before we came into the cave. Like, is this the witch's workshop? Like, is this hers being represented differently? Like, or is it the sewing, the seamstress shop, and the one before it is where the like these are the underground ruins and the upstairs ruins are different.
And then do you think that the forest area and so the forest area is the least abstract? No, sorry, the most abstract. And then we get a little bit more concrete in the cave, and then we get even more literal in the
I guess
SCM.
so, but I guess so, yeah. It's just weird that we've got this kind of like enlargement idea, because upstairs it was just like a ruin of like a few buildings, and then down here it's like a ruin of like a city. We've got a small toy ship becomes a big toy ship, and we have even I know it's not connections between upstairs and downstairs, but the fishing net, which is a goldfish net in the real world, is this giant fishing net that we can get down here. I don't know. I'm just thinking like, okay, we've got some stuff down here which is relating to stuff upstairs.
Okay. Let's go full Plato's allegory of the cave.
Yay!
What if the things we see in here are just the shadows of the things outside? You know the allegory of the cave?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like what we can physically see is just sort of like a two-dimensional representation of a real thing. I don't know how that
we are
helps.
in the cave.
But yes, we'd be in the cave.
I don't really remember. I haven't read the allegory of the cave since freshman year of high school. I don't remember what the point was. It was about like somebody trying to come back down and explain real reality to people who only knew a depicted reality.
Yes. So, okay, I guess we should say this because some people in chat might not know it.
Yeah.
So the idea is Plato is like, imagine you live inside of a cave and you're like strapped to the wall. And so all you can see is the blank wall of the cave in front of you. And now imagine that the entrance to the cave is behind you, and so the real world is behind you. And people come in, and they have, like, torches. And so they cast a shadow of objects that they have onto the cave wall in front of you. So they can hold up a ball, and the shadow of the ball is on the wall in front of you, and it's just a two-dimensional circle. So they can cast shadows of extremely complicated objects onto the wall in front of you, and you only see them as a shadow. So you can't really fully see what they are because you're looking at a very poor representation of what it is. And then his thought experiment was like, now imagine that you got free, and you turn around and you walk into the real world, and you see how beautiful and complex it is. And then you go back in the cave and you try to talk to the other people who only see the shadows and explain it to them, and they wouldn't understand what you're saying. So it was about, like, the nature of knowledge and whatever. But I think that that's a fantastic way of talking about that kind of thing. That, like, today I think we would use, like, computers as a, as, like, an example of that kind of thing. But it's very important early, thousands of years ago thought experiment about, like, depictions and the nature of reality. Which I think is also sort of how FNAF World works. It's like everything out there has an effect in here. It's just kind of a different level of representation.
All I remember about the cave is afterwards coming out of it and everybody accusing everybody of being in the cave. Like, you're so in the cave, bro.
Look, this cave head over here. Bro never left the cave.
This guy can only comprehend the 2D objects and is unable to comprehend the 3D.
Yeah, well, I can comprehend the 4D. Y'all are stuck in the other cave. Cave-pilled troglodyte says, what the what? Oh my god. Okay, so...
I'm stuck in the turret.
Let's examine the workbench, because this is more evidence towards your weird theory about whatever. There's a toy hammer on the workbench. What was it, child labor theory?
Child labor theory, yeah. I don't believe child labor theory, by the way. It was just something that came up during the live stream. And
well, it came up in T-Dread's live stream too, yeah.
Yeah, he started talking about it separate. I was like, oh, so there's... I'm not insane for having jumped to that conclusion, but there's no evidence in it in-game beyond, like, your initial interpretation of certain events.
Yeah, like Fiona telling the worker, like, we love you. It's like, oh, is David fixing the elevator? No. No, he's not.
Yeah, and finding... Yeah, no. Be crazy, but no. That's why he actually died.
In the elevator incident. Okay, a broken statue. This is the cave hub. A broken statue stands in the center of a huge central chamber. Passages lead in all 4 directions.
This is a lot like the spring lock assembly, actually, which does make sense if you're continuing on from the workshop.
True.
That's true.
And it's
That's
missing...
true, yeah, because you have to get the head and the 2... Yeah, head and 2 arms.
Head and 2 arms.
And you have to get the 2 legs as well.
But you're still, like, just working with a torso.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Edwin is the captain. Springlock suit.
A completed director suit is required.
Fazent says, unwithered, I was confused as to why I was on screen for a second, lol.
We were just talking about this.
We talked about that earlier, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, east, west, north. Those are not in the correct order.
No.
East, west, north. Okay, that's kind of weird. Okay, so if we're in the room where you assemble the springlock suit, what is east of us? Question mark?
It kind of depends on which way you're facing. Did you just come out of the room with the... No, you're looking at the springlock?
We must have just come from the south. Because that's the only option not available. So we are facing north.
Yeah, and it did say earlier the south passage leads out of the cave, right?
Yeah, no, Fazent, we knew we were talking about that. Someone was asking us about the scrungles, and then we were talking about how we confuse you guys in Discord because we can't tell you and Unwithered apart.
Because when you walk into the workshop, this is not assuming north, south, east, west, but normally you would walk into the workshop from that south hall, and then to the... Oh, I'm really bad with my lefts and rights. To the left, which would be the west, not on the map, but in terms of, like, it's to the left of us in this thing, would be the theater. But then there's nothing to the east, except for more workshop. And then to the north is the part where you actually do the backstage area, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So the west is like the theater area that you can't actually access yet, where there's like all that stuff at the back and the projector and the late night shenanigans need to stop immediately. I have some very important TV people coming to look at the show.
Do you only identify each location based on Edwin freaking out differently
Yes,
on the
yes.
audio log in each one?
I love Edward's insanity. Anyways,
So
but
like,
from an actual north south east, if it was in a cardinal direction and we assume that the map is facing north, then west would be to the elevator that takes you to the backstage. East would be to the south hall, and north would be nowhere. But kind of technically the admin wing, but there's actually no door that leads that way in the game. Hello, T-Dreads.
Quick comment, you might have already thought of this,
Oh
but I'm
my
editing
God.
my video, so I thought I'd just say so. Because I figured it out. Oh,
Big
talking
brain,
about
big
the
brain.
hold on. Talking about the Moon.exe whole like the beginning thing where the character is is afraid to sleep, right? This probably doesn't mean anything, but I found it funny that the Tales from the Pizzaplex book that stars Moon is called Somnophobia, which is the fear of sleep.
Oh.
That's it. I just had to get the
Oh.
cover, so I was like, oh, that's funny how that's also moon related
I'll be
and
right
that
back.
being scared of
Hmm.
sleep story. That's all I had to say. Bye,
Yeah.
guys.
That's good. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of fearing sleep, the sun. This is a weird thing: is the sun fears the dark with the moon in Security Breach. You know, the nighty night. You know that whole thing. So we're
'Cause
Fiona, confirmed.
there's also the in Security Breach itself, the
Back.
log. I can't remember what they're called there, but about the child, the parent complaining about how their child won't sleep after visiting the nursery daycare.
Mhm. Yes, yeah. Because the moon's terrifying. That's the thing with Security Breach. I was like, okay, I can suspend my disbelief about like, oh, creepy animatronics or uncanny or whatever. There's that, and then there's psycho evil killer daycare attendant, and I was like, there's nothing about this character which is appealing to a child. I'm sure.
I don't know if you
This
guys
thing
ever
terrified
saw.
me.
There was like a really good fan, what do you call it? Like, animatic to the song Rises the Moon, about like the moon used to be like this very like calming presence. So like the sun would be in the main play area, and then when kids would get tired, they would go over to the moon area, and you could do like a nap time at the daycare and stuff like that. And then the moon starts bugging out at the end of the song. It's a great animatic. The
I
end.
have not seen that.
The end.
The end.
The end.
Someone in chat pointed out
in,
that
in,
east, west, north could be Edwin.
maybe
They specified they were
Edwin,
joking. but it's
William,
good.
and
Ed-
Nedwin.
Nenry.
Nenry. Nenry.
You come across a crystal clear pool in the center of a cave. Is it just me, or does that kind of look like an alligator head in the water?
I also thought that at first.
It looks a little bit like or I think it's the sun. I think it's the moon head at the bottom of the water.
Okay, hear me out, even though it's stupid, with your levels of abstraction. What if
Hmm.
wait, no, this is extra stupid. That's fine though. We're gonna keep going. This is supposed to be representative of the muddy pool, but here it's a clear pool. And then the fountain at the seamstress shop isn't a mistake, and that's supposed to be the waterfall. I don't like it because the ship is in the wrong spot.
Yeah.
Yep.
I know what you mean. Unless this is the fountain,
Are we like
which
underneath
is
it?
why it's clear water.
Yeah, we can't get to the bottom. And like, okay, is that supposed to
What's
be
the
like
other
the
end?
head
The
or
other
the
end.
arm? I don't remember.
I think
It's
the head is in
at the
here.
bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going west. You head deeper into the earth,
This is where
but
we
the
need
way ahead
the-
is almost pure darkness. Oh,
This is the light bright thing.
yeah. I wonder if it's just not going to let us. It's too dark. You're going to need some light to head further into the cave. Okay.
Woohoo.
such a silly place to put it. I wish they just
Mhm.
made it so that to get into the cave you needed the light bright.
Yeah, it's interesting that like we'd have to backtrack all the. So like, I don't know if we hadn't gotten the physical object yet, right? Let's say that we exit out of the game right now to go and run around the factory to try to find the physical light bright item, and then we come back to the game, we might be like, where is it? I don't know where we get it. And the answer is that it's outside the cave? Like, how odd.
It's fair, but it's kind of hard to miss these things. Like if there's an item you haven't picked up yet, it's gonna populate in orange. So the Star Orphan Nightlight.
Star bright. Interesting that it's a star. It takes the firelight and burns forever. What an odd.
So wait, I know it described the soup is cooking over the fire, and then when you take that, the like pot looks a little different. Let me send it in the chat.
I don't think you can examine it, but yes.
No, but yeah, like it actually changes the way that the pot looks in the screen. So it does actually just like eat the fire. Yummy, yummy.
The West Passage leads toward the... Yeah, I think they've got their easts and wests confused in terms of their directions. Because I'm writing them out and they just don't make sense.
Yeah, it's not
East and
order.
west are flipped.
It's a code.
You hold the nightlight up and make your way further into the cave. An ancient pirate ship lay stranded in a giant cave. How did it get in here? I don't know. That's your guys' job.
Yeah, it also implies that there's not just like a big fat opening that leads out into the sea. That's why I'm
Yeah.
thinking there is some sort of connection between it and the toy ship upstairs.
Golden fishing net, which is much different than the physical item that we get in the real world.
Yeah,
Take
much
the net.
bigger as well.
You take the golden fishing net. Let's look at the waterfall. Coming out of a stone cistern. There's an area behind it. Let's go through the waterfall. Because it's a video game.
I think it's always left, right, 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 left.
Examine... Oh, that's right. We didn't get the combo yet. What did you say
I'm
it
curious
was?
if it stays the same, what happens? Left, right, right, left, I think.
Left, right, right, left. Yep. So it's always the
Nice.
same. You got the right arm. Right arm of the Forbidden One. First secret waterfall. Oh no, they're just saying. Never mind. Very odd.
Yeah, very ruin as well, people are saying, which is true.
True.
True. Also very Springlock suity. You place the stone right arm on the statue. Yeah, so his right, our left. Which is correct.
Yahoo!
Okay, look at the small crystals. Look at the large blue crystals. Why are they blue? Open the small door. Okay, so let's small crystals.
What if left or right and are wrong because this is the flip side?
They look like pieces made from other crystals. The large blue crystals. The large blue crystal in the center of the room. It looks like there's something inside.
And you break it with the hammer, right?
Am I stupid? Did I forget to take the hammer? I forgot to take the hammer.
Oh, you might not have taken the hammer.
How's this possible?
Okay, and then, yeah, that's just the
I
carving.
hope it says something if you already know it.
No.
No.
Lullaby.
It's interesting as
and
well what
goodbye.
items they choose to, like, change and what ones they keep the same, because we've got, like, the toy hammer should really be a real hammer if we're going to use it as a hammer, but they keep it as a toy hammer. But the sewing kit goes from a toy sewing kit to a real sewing kit.
Right?
And then the vacuum pet is just the vacuum pet. It's not any sort of equivalent thing.
There are crystals where you run away from the mimic in ruin when you look at the cave roof.
I thought there were
Says
mushrooms.
Hans. There's definitely glowing mushrooms down there because that was a whole John FNAF theory.
Mushroom.
Mushrooms.
But there might be
Use
both.
toy hammer on large
Porque
crystal.
no los dos.
Oh, peanut butter. It's also interesting that the toy phone is still a toy, but it also works. That's true.
Yeah.
Are you laughing at the Juan's potatoes?
Yes.
So, it's interesting that there were small crystals before we smashed it, but now we can't look at like the smashedness of the big crystal. I don't know.
Yeah,
Leo the Brat, there's
weird,
only
'cause-
one L in mycelium. I can't believe you would spell that wrong. That's a
Which is
copyrighted
wild because-
trademark.
Actually, like, there's like a few areas around the factory. I can't remember what it is, like the mycelium bar or something like that, where they do spell it with 2 L's. So I don't even know what they were doing, man.
Well, it's also weird because the return letter for the mycelium mushroom men calls them the like mushman music
Yeah.
toy or something like that. It's just the wrong name.
Use fishing net on pool, which
It's
could just
obviously
be,
an old placeholder that they never fixed.
or it could be the customer getting it wrong. You use the fishing net to
Maybe.
pull up the head of a stone statue. It's a strange head that looks like a moon. So not eclipse, a moon.
Yeah. It's the moon from the future with the half face.
Maybe Moon.exe can see the future.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, we don't see anywhere else the moon character from Security Breach. We only see Nightlight or whatever he's called.
Okay, so this is going to be
Lullaby.
the weird part. We're going to put the moon head on the statue. So we ventured down here, right? We put the baby... We found the baby owl. We befriended it. We spoke to Sun. She called herself Sun. Who gave us the mask. Said that it was a sacrifice. We put it on. The moon cried and doesn't want to look at us. We're now coming in and we see a different depiction of the moon in many pieces. We put it together. And then this next
It
weird
was
thing's going to
difficult.
happen. It was difficult to put the pieces together. Like, did this statue break because we made Big Moon cry because the owl died?
Ah.
Why is it in a box? Why is it in like a treasure chest behind a waterfall? Why does Moon live here?
I'm starting to feel like Mr. Hippo for real. Maybe it doesn't mean anything.
Is this supposed to be like the... Oh, well, I'll let this happen first.
He's like smiling. The moon statue sings, and is reborn. It glows and glows until you know nothing but white. What does it sing?
Lullaby.
And good night.
And good night.
Okay, what were you saying?
So I was saying, so the obvious like put yourself back together thing is it's fixing its legs, and that is the moon's workshop. And so we might presume that the different pieces being split up is representative of the Mimic 2 going around Edwin's house and picking up pieces to make itself its legs. So the cave is just the house, maybe? The Edwin's house? Maybe?
Yeah, but
Oh.
the only thing that wasn't on... The only thing on the statue were the legs. That was the only thing it didn't need.
Oh, yeah. But it is
Well,
not
that
a bad
might
idea that it's
be-
the house, because that's also where we find the vacuum pet. It's the only house item.
Yes.
Yeah. And it might just be, you know, them being quirky and being like, oh, well, in the real world, it had to get the legs, and in the game, you had to get the other things. See, it's like a metaphor or something. You know, it's it could be specifically drawing our attention to the fact that it's got the legs and only the leg. I mean, it has its torso as well, but you know, might be just drawing attention to it because it's different on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's weird.
I can see this screen that we're on right now being representative of the area with the statue, because we have an alligator with a hat we have a tree in the semi-correct spot, and then we have a Mr. Helpful statue, but we know that in this area we have Mr. and Mrs. Helpful who are in and out of this show, the statue of the married couple. Because Mr. and Mrs.
True.
Helpful are probably in the lore also married because they share a last name and are called Mr. and Mrs. Helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And now
an interesting thing about the animatronics as well here, just call them animatronics, but they have the orange eyes. Both of them have orange eyes if you examine them.
why
What?
you wake up in a darkened room with red lighting? Huh.
That means that the show is broken. That's when the red lighting turns on.
Yeah.
Which is weird because you can just get through still.
Can we go
That's
onward without the
correct.
tickets? Like, we need the ticket to defeat Big Top?
You can do the tickets next, but I might as well look at
Yeah.
everything first.
Alright.
What was the thing I was thinking?
Animatronics.
Oh, what are the odds that we're not playing as the same character that we were in the first half? That like we rebuild the
So-
moon, and even though it doesn't. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna no. So I foresaw this question. In Help Wanted 2, you're playing as the player character, and then at some point you hit Princess Quest, and now you are playing as Princess. So like, is that
Yeah.
character like? I think that you go from playing as quote unquote Cassie's dad to then playing as quote unquote the princess who is Vanessa, which is why the ending is like you watch Glitch Trap die or whatever. So it's very possible that we have now put the pieces together, and for whatever reason, we're now telling part 2 of the story and are now Edwin when previously we weren't. Like, that is a possibility.
Oh,
Mhm.
wait. So then, in that case, the Bonnie mask at the end of Help Wanted 2 would have nothing to do with Cassie's dad, quote unquote. That would be something to do with Vanessa, or whoever the character is.
This looks
The
familiar.
princess.
That's when you're the
Yeah.
princess, right? Yeah.
And it would also mean that, yeah, it's because then we're the ones putting the memories in place, and then we go into the sister location bunker. Interesting.
I'm bothered.
Casually unsolving Help Wanted 2, says Absol.
Yeah.
I'm bothered by the fact that we put the moon back together at all, if the moon is Edwin. Which it just feels like he is every other time, but Edwin doesn't get put back together.
So as we're about to read, the moon is destruction. So you rebuilt yourself, but now you are split in two, moon and sun, destruction and life. So we've rebuilt the destructive part of ourselves. Also, I guess that my theory is out the window.
That would mean we're...
Because if we
But
rebuilt
also, like-
ourselves...
already.
The moon and sun were already separate before this happened. I don't get it. I don't get it.
No, but if we're rebuilding, so if we're playing as like M2 Fiona copy, I guess maybe, then we already have the sun part to us, and then we rebuild the moon part, which is our physical body, and then we are now split between the two. Is we have the physical part of us, which is the moon body, which would represent Edwin's influence on the M2 Endo, like by beating it up and breaking it. And then the Fiona part of us, which is the mind, which is the AI, we had that already. So now we're split between our physical form, our body, and our mind, Fiona.
Right, but in Moon.exe, the sun and moon have been split since the game started running. It didn't really have
but I'm
anything to
saying
do
we
with putting
are-
it together.
I'm saying if we're like a representation of like their child or whatever, quote unquote, then we start the game with the part of us that represents the sun, and we finish the game by putting together the part of us that represents the moon. But neither are exactly the sun or the moon. We are like pieces of them or parts of them, plus David. So the secret of the mimic is that the mimic is all of them. It's the three of the family.
Oh.
It's David, it's Fiona, and it's Edwin all together.
Yes, definitely.
So the physical form, what the rage that it learns, the statue that's broken that we put back together, that's Edwin. And that's why at the end of the game, when it's talking to him and as he's lying on the ground, that's M2 is mimicking his voice because it's just put its body back together. Then the copy of the code is Fiona, and then it's given the owl mask, which is David's spirit, presumably, put into the robot, which is a combination of Edwin and Fiona already together.
So
Yes.
we have both Edwin is the moon in the beginning and Fiona is the sun in the beginning, but when it says you've been split into the sun and the moon, it's not talking about the same sun and the moon that we were already encountering. You're like kind of a different sun and moon.
They're symbols. They're
Yeah.
symbols of those characters.
And I don't know if I pointed this out earlier, but that scene when M2 starts mimicking Edwin talking to David, like, go ask your mother, go and play.
Yeah.
I'm busy. That would not be something that either mimic ever heard. That would only have been something that real David heard from real Edwin, which is why I think it's basically confirmed that M2 is haunted.
It has to be, because otherwise it's just interpreting what he would have said or something, but I don't see any reason for it to do that.
Yeah.
If it's purely AI.
I do think M2 is haunted, definitely. But actually, I don't feel like that reason holds a ton of water. Like, I feel like it's reasonable to think that at least M1 would have heard that before. Probably a lot.
Well, he says, go ask your mother if she's not busy.
Do we think...
it's like that, if the mother is M1, then it would have been in the room and he wouldn't have said, go ask your mother. So it wouldn't have heard it. But if M1 is, or if the mother is Fiona, the real Fiona, then that's before either mimic is built.
I feel like it's reasonable to think that M1 would have been able to hear it, even if it wasn't in the room, if that makes sense. If it's just like around the house and David is running around and is supposed to be keeping an eye on David, for him to run over to Edwin and be like, help me, and then he's like, go ask your mother, but it's talking about M1. I don't know.
GiBi, were you going to say something?
I was just going to say, like, do we think that Edwin would refer to M1 as your mother? But, like, he totally could. He calls her, like, honey and stuff, right?
Oh, I think he'd be fine with that. I don't think he's against that idea.
Can you imagine if this family had been allowed to continue any longer, how absolutely messed up David would have been, like, psychologically, believing that a robot was his mother? Dang.
What happens if you don't take the ticket book and try to go it?
I'm sure we just can't progress past Big Top. Oh, but you're so right. We have a few rooms until then. Attack Jackie, enter vent, examine toy soldiers, they're frowning. Examine crate, return to welcome show. We'll attack Jackie and die. And then this is so interesting, right? Because the way that Moon stops us changes. Jackie laughs and grabs you with her long arms, and she squeezes. The Moon grabs you from Jackie's clutches. You're not allowed here, he screams as the world fades to black.
You're not allowed here. Whose voice is that when the mimic says it?
That's yours in my video. No, that's...
You're not allowed back here. That must be
You're
Dolly's.
not allowed back here. Yeah, it's Dolly.
Yeah.
You're not allowed here.
Hate it so much.
There you
go.
We're so back.
Yeah, it's so interesting that he's not putting you to bed anymore, right? He's just like, nope, you're wrong. You're not allowed. Like, you're not allowed here. You're not even supposed to be here.
You're not allowed here. Ah!
Yeah, it's almost like.
Do we want to get the ticket book?
Yeah.
But what if we want to
this.
die to Big Top instead?
Yeah. The toy soldiers stand at attention. They don't even crank a smile. Okay, whoever just said that in chat. Darnak Kaling talking about the Man in the Moon Tolkien song. It's funny that you bring that up. I was reading that this morning for reasons that will become apparent.
I used to have that whole thing memorized.
When I first read Fellowship, and I'm like, oh, canonically Frodo ad-libs the cow jumped over the moon poem, and then the passage ends with Tolkien going like, it was a very popular song, but people only remembered like half of it and wrote it down. And I'm like, wait, hold on.
This is just like Edwin inventing recycling for real.
Yeah, I love that usually it's not talked about that Middle Earth is supposed to be our history. It's not
Yep.
just like it's not just a different universe. It's like the past of our planet. I'm like, at
Yep.
what point?
The
Well,
Shire
it's
is
supposed to be like a
literally
mythology for specifically like the UK, right?
yes, yep. He's like, what if the
Yeah.
UK had mythology like Norse people do? And so the Shire is supposed to literally
A
be
lot more
Oxford.
interesting.
But yeah, I may have been reading a bunch of Tolkien's poems this morning to write a script. I may have focused on one about Tom Bombadil for some reason. Maybe you guys will see
Who's
that.
a worm now? Who's a worm now? Scott Cawthon
Bright blue, his
referencing.
jacket's off and his boots are yellow.
See, I think you've just volunteered yourself to record that in the video I'm making, so...
Tom Bombadil, no
Yeah.
problem.
Okay, let's let's get the ticket book.
Tom Bombadil has boots too.
Yes, he does.
They're yellow.
We're gonna get the ticket book.
Tickets, please.
You take the ticket book from the hand of the animatronic.
Looks like a train, but it's probably
This is
the
the
factory.
Fall Fest one.
Yes.
So this would also, I think it's probably already said directly in game, and it's obvious enough from his design, but that big top was being specifically designed for Fall Fest.
Yes. Rainy day boots. What are these in the game? I thought these were like Roxy boots, unless I'm stupid and wrong.
You get them in the
at
Roxy area,
shootout.
Okay.
but they're not
That's
called.
just one boot.
Yeah, that's true.
Doesn't
But
this...
they're,
Are they
I
not
think
called the
they're
rainy day
still
boot?
just called rainy day boots. Yeah, rainy day boot.
Huh. Someone says, doesn't this boot have something to do with the story about someone trapping a demon in a boot? I have
Huh?
not heard that, if that is the case.
Oh, look it up. Demon in a boot.
Hi, Tiffany.
Uh,
Tolkien has been awfully quiet since Secret of the Mimic dropped. Good lord.
Okay, let me
There's
see.
something
Boot.
wriggling underneath the stone, like Tolkien in the mud.
He makes Tolkien look like a worm.
John Shorn said that one day while out walking, he struck the ground with a staff and well sprung on the spot. The other story has retained fewer details. Legend is that Shorn managed to conjure up the devil and trap him in a boot.
Wait, what was it?
English folklore, more Tolkien. Some guy, let me see. Story of these. Sir John Shorn became the rector of North Marston in 1290, where he was much liked and as a kind and pious man. Two stories surround him. One of them is about him during a terrible drought, striking the ground with his staff, and a well sprung on the spot, providing much needed relief for the suffering village. The other story, while retaining fewer details, said that Shorn managed to conjure up the devil and trap him in a boot, thus ensuring peace for the village. I'm gonna look up John Shorn. Who's this guy?
There's an American version of something like this. My boyfriend was just telling me about it. I wish I could remember it. It's about like a guy who gambles and somehow manages to like trap the devil in his coin purse.
Oh, wait. Oh, whoa, wait.
What?
So this is just the Wikipedia page.
Okay.
This is just the Wikipedia page, but he is often pictured holding a boot with a devil in it, which was thought to be the origins of the children's Jack-in-the-Box toy.
What?
So that's why we put Jack in the boot.
What?
There we go.
Okay, so that's just it. That's
Oh, that's right,
literally
because
it.
Jack is another name for the devil.
Yes.
Oh, thank
There
you,
we go.
chat.
Jack, it used to be Jack in the Boot.
Yeah, Jack in the boot. And so we're putting
Devil.
Jackie in the boot.
Ah, that's good.
Wow.
That's silly, but good, I guess.
It makes way...
Did they
yeah.
just look up? I can't see any references for that, so they very well could have just looked up Wikipedia about Jack in the Boxes and found that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
100%. They looked up Jack in the Box on Wikipedia, and in the origins it says a theory as to the origin of the Jack in the Box is it comes from the 14th century. Who is often
14?
pictured a boot with the devil in it. Yeah.
Okay. I love that it has a real mythological origin, meaning that we don't need to like really read into it, because like it's just right there. Maybe Jackie's the devil, but like besides that, it's like okay, that makes sense. I get it.
Clowns
up
kind of
with
are
her?
the devil for real.
Her name is Jackie. And she is backy. Okay, so
I used to work with a professional clown.
Me too. Hold on, I didn't fully formulate the joke. Give me a second.
I'm currently
Me
working
too.
with 2 professional
Me too, and that's why I left. Haha. There we go. I don't know. Okay.
Happy soldiers.
What's up, Withered? Yes, the soldiers are here now.
I agree. Justice for Jackie.
They stare at you. They know what you've done. Oh yeah, I guess we skipped the part. Like Jackie disappears forever into the void or something, right?
Well, maybe this is just her getting put back in her box then. If we're putting in her a boot, that's basically what that means.
Yep. Okay, so Rid Tom says Gator Hat attacks David. The float has Gator Hat chomp down Death. I like Moon Death. Yet Gator Hat looks like Old Man Consequences. Old Man Consequences tries to get David to move on, but M2 serves as a link via the 4625 signal, which is the signal that you can kind of hear the ghosts on, and David become part of M2 ending. So the Gator, he dies to the float, and then Old Man Consequences tries to move his spirit on, but unfortunately, Edwin accidentally ties him back to the living world. Unfortunately, I don't believe that because I think Old Man Consequences is Tom Bombadil, but you're gonna have to wait for that video.
It's extremely exciting.
I'm collaborating with She's Always Nervous.
That's cool. I was just looking just because I started thinking about the other stuff in the game, if there was any connections to stuff. Obviously, the big pirate ship makes me think Goonies, in particular, and that ship is called the Inferno, which maybe is relating to, and it's One-Eyed Willie's ship. So I wonder if we're relating Inferno's fires.
William.
My God, perfect. And that would be the One-Eyed Willie, and we use our one eye to fix the pirate from the ship.
That is true. Although it's probably likely that he's One-Eyed Willie because he's a pirate and pirates have eye patches.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely why. Yeah. But also, but that's not even what eye patches were for in real life.
Yar.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yar. Okay. Open the birthday. Okay, this is another item, right? Is any of the items we get a birthday present? No, right? So this is another in-universe
They're
only.
all in birthday presents, but
we can add this to the list of walking stick and whatever.
Well, all 3 of these things come out of birthday presents. At the end of each of the 3 sections where you help someone, you get
his third birthday present. Inside are sets of children's blocks that spell David. Dad, I want some of my screen.
So him is definitely David, which means I think David made the vacuum pet.
Okay,
because he just taped a fucking roller onto the vacuum that they already had. Basically, had a Roomba, and he stuck some googly eyes in a.
I don't know how I feel about his greatest success and his greatest failure. It's David. How did he fail? Because he failed to get his father's attention?
Well, if GiBi was correct in saying his greatest success, his greatest failure, it could be David's greatest success, Edwin's greatest failure because he didn't recognize him enough or something. Or he let him down.
The vacuum pet ran him over, says peanut butter sandwich.
I'm running out on the dirty carpet. There is a vacuum.
Big Top looms in front of the prize wheel. Loom. Mannequins stand in silence around him. Oh, you're so right, Loom.
Loom and Mannequin. Come on, they were both in the sewing area.
True.
Yes, and the sewing area burned down and is Fall Fest, and Big Top showroom is supposed to be Fall Fest.
Coincidence? I think not! Bernie, don't Bernie me. This little rat is guilty. Anyways.
No ticket, Big Top says as he grabs you and pulls your head off. Big Top, put your head back on. You're not allowed here, he screams as he pushes you out of the world. So again,
I think that's a typo.
Well, so he should be Moon, and then this is where he starts pushing you out of the world, which is such a weird... Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I think it's a typo there where it says Big Top puts your head back on. I think it's supposed to be Moon puts your head back on. Because Moon's the one that saves you in all the other ones. There's no reason for Big Top to rip your head off and then put it right back on.
Unless it's...
Moon's controlling him?
No, I was thinking about like how like Big Top's thing of like part of his function is to place down the mannequins, and he'll just put
Mm.
them down in areas. So he could have been picking you up and then putting you back down. I
Do
pick
you
things up and put them
think?
down.
Do you think the typos in the game, as well as the fact that it's called
Are
Moon,
intentional.
are intentionally pointing it to have been programmed by Edwin because he makes typos? Like, why would we have been told Edwin makes typos and then this have a lot of
Yeah.
clearly intentional typos?
That's what. Yeah. See, I wish there were more. I wish there were more and more obvious ones. I like, subtlety is dead and all
3.
that, but like, the 3 is big one, but it's also just one example. And then this one, it's a typo, but not in the way that they say that he makes typo. Like he can't
Yes.
spell very well, but in this, it's like it's the wrong name, which feels more like a mistake than a
Mhm.
thing. But the fact that it's Moon.exe and the fact that Fiona F10 never tells us to do anything related to this in any of the endings,
Yes.
even the one where we get the glitch permission, I think points that it was Edwin making all this to put David back together while he locked himself away in the house and never told F10 about it.
Yes, I think
Clockwork
one of
Crystal. Oh, sorry.
you first.
Oh yeah, Clockwork Crystal in the chat was just saying that it could be significant that you can like access this from any terminal in the game. It's like on any workstation in the MCM, you can see the map, you can see what items you're carrying on you, and you can run this .exe program. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Maybe not literal.
Yeah, I was gonna say like I think we're all aware, and who knows again if it's like bad game design and writing or if it's intentional. But if you play this and then you start the parachute ending, Fiona still like tries to kill you. So like you have glitched permissions, you can go and you can like, rest David or whatever. But she still tries to stop you. She still just wants the data diver. She still like is like, "Oh, the mimic's going to kill you." Which makes me very much think that the son who talks to you at the end of the game and is like, "You can go rest the tiger. Here's glitch permissions." Like that cannot be F10, the actual computer, which makes it so weird that the sun symbol appears right above F10 during that scene.
I had a thought.
What is it?
Although I'm not sure that it's a good thought, which means I get to air it out in front of 210 plus 2 people. Woohoo!
But only 100 likes? What's going on?
Oh, chat.
Boots in the chat.
Chat, this is disgraceful.
Boots
Feet in the chat.
No, I'm
Pasta in
so
the chat.
over it. You can attention, chat. Boot privileges have been revoked. No, you can't use any feet emojis. How does it feel? Anyways, I'm never gonna stop quoting that line. It's so fun. Okay, my thought was, because Fiona's attitude is or F10, I should say, her attitude is just such a freaking switch up, from when she's Dispatch and acting like Dispatch, and then you run away and stop doing what Dispatch likes, and she's like calling you a dog and talking about the ways that it's gonna kill you, and then you get there in front of her and she's like, "Wow, nice to meet you." It's good to see you despite it all. I hope you would go and give this to my husband, please, and thank you. You're like, what has happened here? I was kind of wondering if maybe it is like not very possible for the mimic to be like, if the mimic is meant to like inhabit an entire personality at a time, like you wouldn't want it to put on the Chica suit and then say lines that aren't Chica's. If maybe there's some sort of like safe like programming in place to make it so that when you're using the voice and personality of one character, you can't really break character. So it's not so much that F10 Fiona is like trying to be like very malicious to you and threaten you and stuff like that when you're running away. It's that right now she's playing Dispatch, and that's what Fazbear Entertainment would be like if you disobeyed their orders and stole their property.
That's cool. I quite like that. Yeah, because there's a weird thing as well. Like I think this is more so what you were saying, GiBi, like a result of just strange game design, not lining, ludonarrative dissonance and all that fancy game talk. But the weird part of that whole interaction is like, yeah, you're going through, you've disobeyed her,
Big Top's coming after you. Go down to the basement. The whole time she's like, "You're a dog. I hate you. This thing's gonna kill you. You're the worst. Stop what you're doing. You're making my power run out. This is crazy." And then you get there and she's like, "All right, actually, I can probably use you." And then sends you on this whole mission, which is very seemingly vital to what she wants to do, even though a second ago she was like, well, this thing's gonna kill you. You think at that point she'd be like, "Okay, you're down here. I might as well use you now. Come into this room where you're safe and don't get killed." And but like, what did she expect to happen when he came down there with the blueprints on his data diver, if not to send him off to Edwin's house to get the cradle.exe running or whatever she wants?
Yeah, why did she close the gates on you so you couldn't go in? But then when you do go in, she sends you on the message. So why didn't she just let you in and then tell you what's going? Yeah, it's odd.
That's what I mean. It's like she's like, "This thing's gonna kill you now. Wish I could do something about it. If only I could help you." And then you turn off her power, and she's like, "All right, here's this whole thing I need you to do," which I don't really get the back and forth motivation there, but.
Cross-core
Moon.exe lunar narrative dissonance.
Lunar narrative. Cross-core
narrative.
Cross-core 64 points out and says, "I guess we're back to counting toes."
Yeah, but we could not. We could just skip that part.
Toesies in the chat.
Someone earlier had the most out of pocket comment, which was, I'm gonna find it here.
Yes.
M2 custom making their grippers from what the 911. Which I hate that.
Beautiful.
Someone said folded socks in the chat. That's nice. I like the folded socks in the chat.
Someone posted a bunch of sock emojis and it said held for review, and I hit allow and it said another moderator already handled this.
That's me.
Yeah, I'm glad that we agreed.
I'm letting through a lot.
Yeah. Okay, let's examine the mannequins.
M2 does have high heels at one point.
Help us, they whisper. Ooh. Yeah, M2 definitely has high heels when they become Dolly. In my Who is Arnold video, I'm like, okay, you wake up and Dolly's in front of you, and Dolly does not have the mimic in her. And then you do her section, and then she breaks free of her track, and now she does have the mimic in her. And I got 7 comments of people being like, actually, the mimic is in Dolly because you see it crawl out of her in the elevator chase. And I'm like, guys, I know. I said it 2 minutes after I said it. I pointed it out. Watch the video.
Poor Captain.
Good lord. Sneak to the prize wheel.
I could be the mimic. I just repeat people's voice lines all the time.
You cannot get to the prize wheel. Oh no, he reached out his giant hand.
M1 or M2? Because T-Dreads is one of them as well.
Well, which one's T? I don't want to be the same one as T-Dreads. I don't want to steal his thunder, and I don't want to be stuck in the same endoskeleton as T-Dreads.
Oh,
mimic
good thing you clarified. I don't want to steal his thunder, because that was it was a burn. I don't want to be the same one as that guy.
I mean, I kind of don't. Can you imagine being stuck in an endoskeleton with T-Dreads until the end of time?
Brain rot.
Oh, burn. Burn. I'd learn violence all on my own. Lullaby.
Speaking of that, the amount of people I see out there who are saying that the thing he's saying is his baby's wee bed, as in W-E wee, when it's supposed to be is baby's wee, as in W-E-E small bed.
Yep. This is where the sun left forever. Was the line when you give him the ticket.
Is baby's wee W-E bed? What does that mean?
It's
W-E-E, small.
Hold on, I might have to type
No,
this out in chat.
I know, but what are there other interpretations? I don't understand what wee bed means if it's not small bed.
His baby's wee bed.
Those are the two. I'm putting them in the live chat.
His baby's wee bed, the first one, is dodgy. That sounds
what?
Yes, right?
Weird.
No. Yeah, is baby's wee bed. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a small bed.
So this is a real song with real lyrics.
Right.
But it's translated, and there's a couple of versions, so there's no one correct version. But
there's no version that said his baby's wee bed.
No. And I was watching I won't name the person because I don't like them, but I was watching someone's video about it, and they put the subtitles for the song, and they were just incorrect. And I was like,
But
you can just Google it.
I think that they got it because there's also somebody who uploaded like all Moon's voice line really early on, and they also put it incorrectly. But they were just ripping them from the game files, and obviously there were no subtitles in the game files with the audios.
Yeah.
So
Okay. His babies
his
were
babies
bread.
were bread.
Bread emoji.
His babies.
Oh,
Okay.
jeez.
So,
Okay, the sun can't leave forever. The sun is here.
yes, but
We've been talking to her.
but sun, but
Oh yeah, what did they say?
it said the sun left forever or something. Actually, if one of you can rewind the
so
stream and then
Yeah.
find exactly what it says. But it's like, oh yes, this is when the sun left forever.
Tickets, please.
Big Top takes the tickets. This is the one. This is where the sun left, leaving them behind. So that's
Okay, never mind.
Fiona dying, leaving Edwin and David behind.
Never mind. There was no forever there.
How could you? Yeah, it says Jackie
You
leaves
need a
forever.
One.
lobotomy. Sorry.
The warp. This is where the sun left, leaving them behind. So the sun is definitely, whether it's a literal or representative or whatever, it is just Fiona. There's no interpretation around, is the sun supposed to represent only the good part of Edwin or whatever? Like it could be that, but it's as Fiona. Like sun is 100% meant to represent Fiona within the context of Moon.exe.
Don represents
I was wondering
their
if,
profits.
because you were saying, GiBi, why does sun show up on the screens around the Fiona machine, the F10 machine?
Yeah.
And I was thinking about this, and I thought it was an interesting detail to have them show up when you enter the room, then go down to 1, and then disappear as she keeps talking. Because I was wondering, is that supposed to imply that if Edwin is dead, that he may be living within MCM as one of the, or like this consciousness or whatever is active within MCM, and that part of him is represented by sun. Like if this sun moon thing is representative of everyone, that he could still be represented by sun and his presence is just felt, but he's not there for the whole conversation. Or it's just showing you, oh, look, there's this thing looming in the background. Because it's not like it keeps up there the whole time when it's talking.
Yeah, that's almost like Edwin has entered the chat. Like he's now watching this conversation happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's not like, the first thing I thought when I saw it with the little camera on the machine made me think of Arnim Zola in The Winter Soldier.
Yeah.
When they go down and he's got like miles and miles of computers that have his consciousness on it, and there's a little TV screen that has his face show up. But it's not like that just disappears halfway through and then, nothing else shows up. So I wonder, is there sort of just it's a glimpse of this thing and you're supposed to immediately think, oh, that's, because if you've played this bit of Moon.exe, you're going, oh, that's Fiona, we've met Fiona. But maybe as you play through more of Moon.exe, you're going, oh, well, there's more to it than that.
Yeah, it's like it gets recontextualized when you finish it. Because your first playthrough, you can't possibly see the ending and get glitched permissions. Because the White Tiger.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, you think that the sun is Fiona, but then you get to the end for the real time and you realize it's something else. Aha. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Wild.
Examining Big Top after he dies. Big Top is deactivated, but with a smile on his face. He has found peace. Why did Big Top find peace after you're like, here is your ticket? He's like, oh yes, this is the ticket to when Fiona died. I can sleep now. Like, what does that mean?
I don't know why we also put Jackie in a boot. Jackie doesn't get a happy ending.
Yeah.
She's
She
the
might
only
be
one
at
that
peace.
doesn't get a happy ending.
We just can't tell because we're not
In
in
the boot?
Yeah, peace.
Well,
in
I mean,
the
it's
boot.
also from a story where the devil gets put into a boot, which
Have
is
you
weird.
not wanted to get small and curl up in a boot like a spider? A venomous spider in your boot.
The rainbow
Don't
Now
wear the
you're
boot.
speaking my language, Candy. Thank you.
Excuse me?
I've been waiting for someone to bring this up. Oh god. Okay.
I'm not sure that I'm
Ooh.
gonna have anything more useful to contribute to this.
David Ball. His second birthday present, a child's ball. He used to play with this all the time. I wonder
Wait,
why he doesn't play
Is
with
it
it
the
anymore.
stay-up latte in Fiona's room?
What?
The what?
Is the stay-up latte in Fiona's room? Is that what's sitting?
Like the
Is that what the
tape?
mycelium man is sitting on? No. The actual thing. There's like a machine sitting next to F10. Can't tell what it is
Oh,
because
it's
it's
not
not
the
anywhere else in
coffee
the game.
machine from the Desolate Hope, is it?
No. Well, you can have. It doesn't look like. Actually, no. It's not the stay-up latte. It doesn't have the eyes.
Oh, you're talking about the F10 room. No, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so we're in the doll hospital. An exit elevator leads out, but the dolly stands in your way. We have a broken elephant and a little goose. And all we can do, run to the elevator, talk to the nurse, pick up the doctor's kit. We'll die and think we get pushed out of the world. You try to run to the elevator, but Nurse Dolly grabs you. Time to fix. The moon grabs you from Dolly's clutches. You're not allowed here, he screams as he pushes you out of the world.
What does it mean to be pushed out of the world?
Right? Like, when I think that, I just think video games.
Hey, Moon.exe is the only thing that's real, and all of Secret of the Mimic is actually a video game.
Yeah.
Oh.
Withered.
Video game theory.
That's already a thing. No.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Withered thinks that the entirety of Secret of the Mimic is a film that Cassie watches after the events of Ruin.
Is it a meaningful film, or like it's just like she just goes to the movie theater? And
No.
she's like,
Wait.
cool.
She finds a film reel and she
As in,
turns
like,
it
she's-
on and she watches
Oh.
first-person perspective Arnold going through
Found
the game.
footage.
So, like, Cassie is the player of Secret of the Mimic.
What he's got a GoPro on?
Found
Yeah.
footage.
GoPro film. That's why when you pause the game, there's film.
Fazbear Entertainment makes you put on a body cam to make sure that you didn't
Mhm.
damage any of their property.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's crazier things that exist in this timeline in the 70s, but I also wonder why, if that was supposed to be the interpretation, we didn't just get something hinting at that, like a reference to a body cam or a reference to, like, I took it as this game is old, it's set in the
Yeah.
past, and all the other games you had static, and in this game there's a film reel.
Yes.
And also the film reels are important to their story. I mean, maybe there's more evidence than just that Paul's menu is film reels. and when
Hello,
you
everybody.
die,
My
film
name is
reels.
Cassie, and today we're going to be playing Secret of the Mimic.
Can I fix them? Oh my gosh.
Oh, everybody.
We died again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, like, it's possible that, you know, there's, like, weird static or whatever in Security Breach. Even if you're not in Freddy, it's like whenever Vanny walks by, you see static, and people are like, Gregory's a robot.
Oh, yeah.
I think that that's just a stylization thing, which makes me much more sure that all the film reel stuff in this game is just a stylization thing.
Yeah. I mean, it could be more literal with Gregory because we know about the AR chips from Ruin now, but I agree that it's most of the time I find, like, when you die in the other games, it's static, and it's like, well, are we a TV?
You were almost a Cassie sandwich. Oh my god. Classic meme. You're almost a Jill
It's floor
sandwich.
time. How's my audio?
Talk to Nurse Dolly. You're on the floor? Is that what you said?
I am on the floor at the
Oh
moment.
my gosh.
Let me know if chat says anything funny.
My work is done. Then she leaves the doll hospital happy forevermore. So she gets to be
Cassiplier.
happy. Cassiplier.
Yeah, we're putting all the other ones to, like, putting them to sleep, but Jackie, we're like getting his boot. I reckon that's probably more so just that Steelwool thought it'd be a cool reference. I don't know if it's necessarily relevant that Jackie isn't given a happiest day when we put her in the boot.
Is this a real thing that we can find? Is this one of the items in the game? Okay.
The cake, yeah, it does look like Mr. Cupcake.
Okay. Elevator. Mr. Cheese apparently had pizza and said it was peak. Okay, this is the weird one. Because suddenly we have, like, happiest day imagery, right? Sneaking the stairs, we die.
It's also the
Punch you.
admin wing where the party occurs, where David dies.
Where the film reel for David's birthday,
not
and
where
then
he
we find
dies,
out he
yeah, right.
dies. Yeah.
Yeah. It's also interesting, probably not that interesting, probably not relevant, but that we give Chica a little cupcake, and that's exactly what we do in one of the week before paths. We sing
Yes.
happy birthday to Chica and give her a cupcake.
It's wait, maybe it's not odd, but the roller skating Chica in the warehouse does not have a cupcake with her, right? The
No, she
mimic
doesn't.
Chica. But then the Chica blueprints do show the cupcake as being associated with her. It says like minion/friend or something like that, and it's got 4 different designs for the
Mhm.
cupcake. But it seems like the actual function of the cupcakes in the admin wing is like paranoid Edwin after he's kicked everyone out, or right before he kicks everyone out, is using them as like surveillance to make sure that people aren't stealing his
Oh, that's
secrets or
good.
anything like that, which is just odd.
And why would he be doing that? Why can't they get into the admin wing? Is there any
I'm so
particular
glad
voice
you
lag?
asked. Attention, traitors! Admin wing privileges have been revoked.
That's good though. I like that he's specifically, because it's the admin wing. He's put up all these, because I was like, yeah, like this is very video gamey moment where why is there 80 different cupcakes around? But yeah, you're right. He puts them up there to stop people from getting in. He should have said that he filled the admin wing with like 1 million cupcakes. That would have been a great part of that.
Yeah, it's
voice
also
line.
it's weird that, assuming it's been like what I think most people think, like 3 or 4 years since David died, he still just has that room locked, like the whole time with all the rotting food.
Because he couldn't
Yeah.
bring himself to go in and clean it.
Yeah, T-Dread says attention traitors.
Attention, traitors!
Traitors.
So we know, when we went through this the first time, Unwithered, we know that popping the balloons kills us, talking to Chica kills us. It's nothing interesting. We just get pushed out of the world.
As if getting pushed out of the
Yeah, I
world
think
isn't
so.
interesting.
Yep. It's a weird, like, stairway upward. Bagak, Chica says as she takes the birthday cake, tears come to her eyes. She hugs the cake to her. They both laugh happily. They leave, loved forevermore.
Bark, bark, bark!
So, like, canonically,
What's the...
we...
You losing it, Candy?
Jackie does disappear forever, right? She never pops up later in the timeline. Nurse Dolly probably is Carnival Nurse, and so might be in Help Wanted too. Big Top does shut down. We never see him again, although we do have, like, Music Man. And Chica, loved forevermore with her cupcake, is also the next time we see her. She is an animatronic. Like, she's a character that persists.
Arcade Theory.
Like in...
Oh, we never saw Lefty in this game.
Zork.
Wait, not
Zork
Lefty,
Theory?
Carney.
Zork Theory.
Lefty. Yeah, I was disappointed we didn't get any Carney, but I don't know. Maybe Edwin or Henry built them.
Like, if this is like the final fate of these, not necessarily the suits, but the characters, what? Like, there's no way this is the canon ending, right? Like, there's no way. That'd be so weird.
I doubt it is. I think due to the nature of the parachute ending having the most to do, the most in-depth, like, cutscenes and, like, lore moments beyond, obviously, the big one at the end of this, I think it's parachute is most likely, because it also gives you that tease of, like, where's the M2 going? What's going on? Whoa, why does it want the data driver? That whole thing. Whereas this, it's like, Arnold puts the kid to sleep, and I don't know. Who knows what happens next?
And the house doesn't burn down, which is odd.
But, I mean, it could be like a happiest day sort of thing, where just because we see the possibility of it happening in FNAF 3 doesn't mean that it's happening as the ending of FNAF 3. It's just that FNAF 3 in some way is kind of making it possible for it to happen in the future. So maybe we're seeing here basically like a foreshadowing of what it will take to defeat the Mimic in Security Breach 2 or whatever. somehow putting it into safety mode like we do with all the other animatronics.
I wouldn't even be surprised if at some point we're gonna be walking in like Ruin 2 or whatever, Security Breach 2 or whatever they call it. We'll be walking underneath the little underground part with we're playing as Cassie or something, and we go through a door and we end up in the sister location bunker, and then we go through another door and we end up in the nightmare chambers, and then the mimic comes in and we redo the story time but through the nightmare chambers because they look like the same room or something. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if they're a similar thing, but I also doubt that they're just gonna give away the ending to the whole arc in this game's like third ending. Like, I think it'll be pretty lame if in the next game we just do story time again and it ends exactly the same.
Okay, so I just popped balloons for the 12th time, and it's implied that there's 12 balloons in here. So if I can pop a 13th balloon, then Steel Wool is just bad. Yeah, no, that's silly. It would have been cool if there was like a secret there, but I guess not.
I tried that with the Roxy Rodeo hat before I realized it was past tense. I was like, what if I wear it so much it actually does fall apart? Strawberry and chocolate is interesting.
Yeah.
Strawberry and
also,
chocolate.
we gave
Maybe
Chica
you-
the cake, and she hugged it, and they left, so why can we still eat it?
Maybe you just need to pop it even more. You had to hit the candy machine 100 times and into the pit to get it to do something.
You're right. I need to at least do 14.
Yeah, that's yeah. Yeah,
Candy,
give it 14
candy.
a go.
If I didn't know that the candy machine unlocked the secret, I never would have found it. Into
Oh
the pit.
no.
Like,
Never.
completely insane.
That-
Like,
that
click it
one-
100 times.
Those ones annoy me so much. I hate those kind of endings because you're like, or those secrets. You're like, how does anyone ever figure that out?
I actually might have because I was spamming it a bunch of times because you did get different messages and some of them were weird. Like sometimes it would say candy, 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 but then sometimes it like would say from question mark, question mark, question mark, other lines like can you see them? Can you hear them? There were like 5 of them or something. So I was trying to get them all and I did it like actually like 90 times and then I left and like the game saved and I only had to do it 10 more times when I found out that there was an ending there. But so you can do it over the course of many days apparently.
Steel Wool, that's called a checkpoint. Look it up.
oh,
Sorry, I'm still
no.
salty. I'm still salty. I'm sorry. I actually really enjoyed the game. I just that one bit. I'm trying to see if there's anything. What was I looking up? I was looking up something. Oh, I was gonna look up the tapes, the film reels.
For the Choco
David's
strawberry.
special day. Yeah,
Straws. Oh,
definitely
I have
is not
strawberries
a
in my
chocolate
fridge.
strawberry cake.
I don't think so.
But there's different
white
cakes
and
on different
blue.
birthdays.
His favorite birthday present, the white tiger
That's
doll.
true.
His favorite. His.
Because I thought
David is his.
His.
Oh, the first one looks like chocolate strawberry.
I thought
It's
also the
chocolate
one where
and-
the mom
Yeah,
is
yeah,
dead
yeah.
is Choco Straw as well.
The first cake is chocolate and strawberry with like I think oranges or something strewn about. I don't know what they are. And then Mom is
So-
Gone is a yellow cake, which is like the big one that gets built in the factory. So yeah, chocolate and strawberry. That's his first birthday. That's interesting
Yes.
that
Well, so we
this
just,
is being connected to his first birthday rather than his fifth.
because we just got the white tiger, which he would have gotten for his first birthday, right? So that,
Oh, we did get the white tiger here.
yes.
Ah,
So that
very
links
good.
those.
There you go.
Yes,
Ding, ding,
yes,
ding,
yes.
ding.
Someone says there's no way that it's canon because it's New Game Plus. Well, in the week before the New Game Plus mode is the canon mode. So
Yeah.
But and I might also be thinking not in the way that I'm supposed to be thinking, but like the existence of the White Tiger plush in the Help Wanted 2 DLC. Not that that necessarily is at all world canon, but it could be implying that the White Tiger plush wasn't collected by Arnie and has survived all the way up until Help Wanted 2.
true.
And then that would make it not canon, but I don't know that that holds much water. You know, it does hold a lot of water.
I mean, that isn't
A
like the
rainy day boot.
VR stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
We're in David's room. You enter a child's bedroom. 3 different toy boxes sit in the center, and a storybook is open on the bed. That is not true. False.
That's a Edwin's really taking those typos to heart. He's really stretching the definition of a typo.
Yep.
I wonder if they'll fix any of these things in an update.
He bounced the
doubt
moon,
it.
spelled his name in the stars, and ran through the snow with the silent hunter. What a difficult puzzle.
I think usually in the games, if there's anything that's lore related, they just don't touch it, even if there is mistakes, because they don't want to get accused of retconning.
Open, close
It's also
your
weird because the
door.
doors here don't have those
The closet's
those like vertical bars or horizontal bars.
Yeah. Have any of you tried to do this wrong?
I did do it wrong because I was stupid.
Okay, and what happens?
You just take them back out and put them back in again
Okay.
in the correct order.
How were you
Bouncy,
stupid?
bouncy
What did you do it wrong?
I think I was just putting them in order of birthday, so I like put the tiger in the moon and the blocks in the snow and
Oh, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. And it's so interesting
You
that
don't put them in the reverse order, do you?
no,
Nope.
snow is tiger. Yeah, no, it's odd. Okay, so the closet opened. The closet door opens.
and then it said moon. You missed the moon.
Where did it say
Yep, in
moon?
the top left, David's room got changed to moon.
Oh, that's
When-
so odd.
But that could be a mistake.
Yeah, like who knows? And why can
But
we
it
still
could
read the
mean something.
storybook? The book
Or
changed.
it
The
could
end
mean
comes
that
from the
moon is
beginning.
the
To
woman.
sleep the tiger, you must complete the story. So if we
Yeah,
are,
you gotta beat the game.
gosh, like, are we Edwin? Like, who are we? What are we doing, guys?
Yeah, at this point, it's real confusing. Because at this point, you're like, am I Arnold? But the thing told me that I put myself back together. Arnold is M3, confirmed.
Like M2 being all three, so he technically is Edwin.
I think at this point, we might be able to say that. I mean, definitely when the sun starts talking to us, that it's looking through the screen, it's breaking the fourth wall, it's aware of that we're a player of the game. Like, so we
Yes.
could argue that at this point, it's also breaking the fourth wall. It's breaking the 16th wall or something? I don't know. What's that
Yeah.
joke in Deadpool? It's like
That's
16,
like 16
walls.
walls. Yeah, so by the end of this, Sun is now talking to Arnold, which I agree. But right now, like, is any of this anything? How diegetic is the second half of Moon.exe?
How diegetic is any of Moon.exe? I
Video
don't
arcade
understand.
theory. It's all diegetic. It's all magic. Oh gosh, I'm so bad at this. I mean, I'm not really. I just wasn't prepared.
You can still do it. You're all good.
Can I?
Just spam low and high.
Not
then.
very well.
Quick. No! Fuck, never mind.
No. Can anyone in chat, because I didn't fully understand it, can any of you guys explain why Nero, Raven, and Rytoast think that Arnold is Dreadbear?
Oh, I talked to them about this recently. What was it? Yeah, I don't know. It was a lot of stuff that I was like,
Yeah, I don't know.
They were basically they made a bunch of connections between stuff that happens in Curse of Dreadbear and stuff that happens in Secret of the Mimic. But when I was listening to it, now I don't know. I'm not obviously representing their theory very well because I'm telling you my half-remembered version of it. But like all the stuff that they were pointing out felt more like connections to just the game as a whole rather than the character of Arnold. I think it was just like, we do this in Curse of Dreadbear, so Arnold is related to Curse of Dreadbear, or in this specific scenario is related to him. And there was just stuff that he does in this game, which was being kind of mirrored in Curse of Dreadbear. But I could see that more so that these two games are relating to one another rather than this specific character is in this specific... Oh, bad ending Arnold is put into Proto Fredbear as well, which was part of it, I guess.
I guess. Okay, so talk to Sun. When
God,
we
here we
talked,
go.
when we talked to her earlier, did it say Sun or did it say old woman?
The old woman, right?
I think it always said old woman.
Oh, I can check.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it is the old woman.
On inside cabin. Yeah, talk to old woman again.
And if David's room was called Moon for a second, and now this is called Sun, We're at the sun, which it's almost like the computer terminal is the sun and it's running the moon. Like the program is moon and it's on the sun. And David Edwin is the computer.
I'm still mad that sun isn't a homonym for sun. I'm
Yeah.
mad about that. That's such a good connection.
Oh my god. Okay, so we'll talk to sun, which is, again, it's different than, you know, sun is, you've been split into two, the sun and the moon, the life and the creator. So we're talking to part of us, which is also life, which is also the old woman, which is also Fiona, because the sun left, and the sun was the creative part, but it's also us. So we're going to talk to sun. The sun appears. She comes in from the sky and smiles. You have found my presence. You have completed my tasks. Now you will get your reward. Use this to bring him back. It's all in your hands now. So the presents are probably just those last couple things we found, like the tiger, the ball, and the blocks, right? Unless Sun is saying that all 25 collectibles all over the building were planted there by the entity that is
that's
Sun.
what it's saying.
Yes.
That's what I took it to mean.
Yeah.
It's being either, because it's a gift box in the real world, but only 3 items are in a gift box in Moon.
Yeah.
That's true. And I suppose she would have gifted them to David. So her saying my gifts, it's like they're literally her gifts, like she gave them to David as gifts.
Yes. Yeah, almost.
Awkward Crystal, why doesn't Sun just put all the items in one room? Good question.
Yes.
Will stupid. Edwin's stupid.
Also, why is this our
Sun's
reward?
stupid.
Glitch permission is our reward, I guess.
Our reward is making it out alive.
Yeah, but it's in like as Arnold,
Yes.
presuming this isn't being completely meta and being like, your reward for beating the game is the 3rd ending. Like, presuming that we're Arnold and it's speaking to us as Arnold, use this to bring him back, it's all in your hands now is weird. If we're M2 in the game, Arnold is still the one taking the glitch permission. So he's still the one in real life that it's all in your hands now as Arnold's hands. Or our
Yes.
hands as the player. One or the other.
I think it's Arnold, because I don't think we as the player would bring him back. Because he's not real, he's a video game.
Well, we do at the end, I guess.
It's weird.
That's what I mean. Is this like super meta?
Super meta. The baby owl mask was our reward. But now we're getting our reward. We already got our reward. 2 rewards or 2 Moon protagonists. Dual protagonist theory.
Yeah, I think.
Well,
It sucks that there's already something with that.
I guess
name,
if
but-
the reward is the baby owl mask, and then we're playing through this part, and this is our reward to bring him back, and at the end of the game we use this glitch permission to put David back together within M2, they could be representative of the same thing. That the baby owl going into the M2 is the reward, regardless of context. So David being put together in the mimic, whether it's represented by a baby owl mask being worn by M2, or by us literally putting him back together with the glitch permission, are still both the same reward.
Do you think it's notable that in the storybook ending, Fiona and Edwin both narrate parts of the story? It's almost as if, like, both of their consciousnesses need to be available to read out the story. Obviously, it could just be a literal recording, but I don't think that's something that still alive Fiona would have done. She wouldn't have automated her voice to read David a bedtime story.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that is Sun and Moon,
Yeah.
Fiona and Edwin from the grave talking to M2.
You mean possessed tapes? Spirit box tapes?
Yeah. Like basically to me that could be evidence that Edwin died. Because when I'm trying to build too is that Edwin is Sun.
They are the same kind of tapes that are in the wall boxes. So
True.
we would presume they have been recorded using the same technology.
It is weird that M2 would need to record herself because it is M2 speaking, or sorry, M1, Fiona, speaking through the tapes instead of real Fiona. I don't know why the bot needs to automate herself. It's her one job.
Is it the bot speaking through the tapes? Or are you saying if it's the bot through the tapes? That
It
would be weird.
sounds like the bot, in my opinion. It could just be a trick of the tapes, but it definitely sounds like it's got that, like, sound effect that the robot has.
Interesting. Let me see them recording. Try and find that ending. Ba 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 ba. Now let me go back.
Yeah, it's so... I'm going to take glitched permissions. It's so odd. Period.
It is
That's
a homophone.
The
Sorry.
glitched permission is yours. Use it wisely. We zoom in on the pupil, and then this weird glitch maze thing happens. Foxy, sewing kit, weird panda mask. Like, what is that? My God,
Hey,
what thing?
achievement get.
Yes. What are the... I don't know, what's any of that mean?
Nothing.
Okay.
Mr. Hippo.
Then why does it exist?
So that we'll make content about it.
Possibly. Because they make
No, I mean, I
money
think
when
it
we make
means-
content.
I think it means something. Like, it's interesting that they include a sewing machine on fire in there, which is not an item that you can find in Moon.exe. Up until that point. Like, it would feel like it was, like, revealing something to us, but it is so well established where Fiona dies at this point that we don't really need her associated with fire again.
I might die here.
Oh, I just looked back at the thing. It is hard to tell because they're both on this weird kind of recording system, but I see what you mean. Listening to her voice, it does sound kind of like the M1 sound effect.
Oh wait, is this the same... 2 moons?
Yeah, this
There's 2 moons?
And they do a little eclipsey thing during the show.
There's 2 moons? What does it mean?
Dual moon theory.
And this is
There
where we
is
talk...
a ball.
Like, Monty... They're on the right, and Mr. Helpful should be here. But he's not.
I think it's compressing the space. I think it's like the full wraparound is being kind of squished into one little corner arc.
But then
So,
why are there 2 moons?
He is where he should be. Yeah.
Because there are 2 moons. Mr. Sleepy himself. And regular.
My boy Rocktopus got a criminal short amount of time.
Justice for the Caterpillar one, whatever that one's called.
Carter.
Carter Caterpillar?
Justice for Carter.
No, Fazant, it is not just one big crescent moon. It is 2 moons.
You sure you want to go in that room?
I want to die so that I can play Moon.exe again in the future.
Oh, fair enough.
Is this the fountain? This is the fountain. Wait, guys, this is the fountain. This is the fountain.
The cleaner bot fountain! Oh, yep.
Oh no, I died.
Wop, wop,
Wait, okay, so fountain
wop.
real.
A fountain reel?
Fountain
But-
real.
What does that have to do with a loom?
Fountain real.
I guess it is the room, the fountain where they where they have the fountain in that room is like a hall of like memorabilia from the
Yes.
past.
Like
It
a
has a
museum.
name.
if we think that room is representative of MCM's past, and we
Oh,
propose that the past of MCM was a seamstress shop before maybe Edwin took over it, we might be able to work our way around to it being a burnt down seamstress shop.
Mm-hmm.
it's just called the Welcome Factory. Welcome Factory, Welcome Lobby, sorry.
Bro getting sparks in his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna freak him around.
So, what have we solved about Moon.exe?
Nothing, and now we have to
well,
die.
Now we have to die.
Well,
I'll
I didn't
take
think
my
that was the
capsule
sort of intro.
first.
Ah.
You do that. I so with our like assumption at the start, is there any issue with us beginning as M2 Fiona copy and then becoming David slowly, or getting David introduced? Super chat.
It's from Exploding Loaf. Wanted to jump in and see how y'all were doing. Hope everyone was well. Thank you for the code FazEntLoaf. I don't know what that means, but cool. Thank you. We ever talk about pasta now? Did we ever get that pasta after the stream, guys? Pasta's for after. We solved that it's possible that for the first half of the game, you're playing as... It seems likely that you're playing as sort of a young Fiona / M1, transitioning into becoming M2. That holds up for the first half. The second half, it just tells you that you're Edwin. Right? Like,
Because
am I
of the
crazy?
eclipse thing? Because you're split in half?
Because you're split in half, because the sun is suddenly definitely Fiona. But then, like, the weird moon still chases you.
I don't feel
So
like
what
it's
if we-
confirmed that you're Edwin.
No. I think
What is
that we might have double metaphors going on in terms of the split between sun and moon. But we're also presuming that we're correct about F10 not being sun. And in fairness, in the game, the most direct connection is being made between F10 and sun. Like that, the moment we walk into her room, the sun face shows up. And then at the end of the game, it's like, at the end of Moon.exe, it's like, yeah, it's Fiona. But at the same time, it raises a lot of questions about, like, well, why does F10 not just get us to play Moon.exe and just give us the glitch permission? So I wonder, is there an opportunity, or is there some way of us understanding that Fiona the sun is potentially Fiona's like actual spirit, and that F10 is just like the mimic AI thinking it's her?
I would say, unrelated, that this door being behind the carousel is totally fine grammatically. I locked it behind the
Really?
carousel. That's the line, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I was. That's kind of where
that's-
I came to that.
That's behind the
I
carousel.
think it's weird to say it because the implication then is that it was trapped somewhere else, and this guy found a way of trapping it here. But
I
this
think
is the only elevator in this showroom.
Yeah, I think it means I trapped it behind the carousel. Why is this? It's a weird texture for a banjo.
Yeah, because that's the email that gives you the code to the
Yeah.
door that's right there that's locked. But I just don't know where it was that he changed its location. I guess it was maybe where Tiger Rock is, and somehow he got to where Moon is. I don't know.
So what's our conclusion? If we
But
had
yeah, how do-
if we had to make a what is Moon.exe video, what's the conclusion? The conclusion's being sleepy?
I'm sleepy. I
You
want
yawned.
pasta, and I'm sleepy.
Oh my god.
I think I'm still on the line of Edwin having made Moon.exe and
Okay.
whether or not
There's our boy.
Fiona within that, as in the sun, I call it sun.exe. If sun.exe is F10 or not is kind of weird. I don't think she is because it would just raise so many questions about the end of the game, like the parachute ending and even the moon.exe ending. But I guess if I had to say anything, it would be that Edwin, before he died / went away, made Moon.exe and created the character of Sun and the character of Moon to represent himself and Fiona, and then made their express purpose to give whoever completed it access to those secret rooms in his house, which he sealed away. Do we think maybe we should think a bit more about the audio logs that we find specifically in those glitch permission rooms? Because those are explicitly placed there with the developers knowing that we have the context of moon.exe and we might be able to understand them within the context of, oh, you've just played moon.exe. Everything here is going to make much more sense now. Or there's a reason that's hidden behind a moon.exe barrier to entry.
The wall of tapes? Do you recall what
Sorry,
they
I meant a metaphorical wall. I meant to say, like, you know,
Like,
in the
yeah.
rooms that Edwin locks off with the glitch permission, like
Yeah.
one of them is the "you're not like her, you're not even her, you're a machine. I let you raise my son." One of those is in the glitch permission rooms, right?
Yeah, the two things behind the glitch permission is the one where she's more explicitly saying, build another. Edwin, you need to try again. Build another. For the last time, no, it wouldn't be him. That one. Those are, I think, the only two behind glitch permission.
So you need to have done this to hear that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm wondering is, are those supposed to make us go, oh, it all makes sense? Because it doesn't feel like it does now. But
no. It all makes
like what a
it wouldn't it wouldn't be him, you're not even you. Right?
Like,
that's what he says?
Yeah, him going like, I don't want to hear from you.
It wouldn't be him.
Again.
Who am I kidding? You're not even you. I let a machine raise my kid. What was I thinking? I should have been having fun with him, playing games and something about making things. But I didn't. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's
I don't want
nothing
to hear
in
from
this
you ever again.
showroom
And then
that seems to indicate that this was not a costume shop beforehand.
Okay.
Not the showroom, the display cases. There is actually a single sewing machine. And some saws.
But you know what I mean about those messages? Because I remember when we listened to them, we had that initial like, so this is where things went wrong. But it's just interesting that they leave them until after you've played Moon.exe to hear them.
It's the recontextualized at the end of the game FNAF trope.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, okay, I'm walking through like arcade theory in my head, right? So there's, FNAF world wise, a soul, a character, a mind, or whatever can possess a real world animatronic and also be represented on the flip side in FNAF world. So a soul can, possess an animatronic or a computer and still be represented in this video game. So like Sun and Moon can be echoes, ripples of Edwin and Fiona without, oh, how does real world Edwin know what happened if he wasn't there for it? Well, he doesn't have to, because now it's sort of a representation of him. And the things you do in the video
What do you
games.
mean with like all the MCM stuff?
No, I would mean that let's say that Fiona is possessed. Let's say that Fiona burned to death in Fallfest, and then blinks and opens her eyes, and now she's in a robot, because like she's literally possessing it, right? The way that William seems to literally be possessing Springtrap. So, I don't think that has any bearing on what the character Sun knows, because I think what the character Sun knows would be based on the imprint of Fiona in the video game as opposed to the imprint of Fiona in the robot.
I mean, there's a whole question of if this was programmed at all, like if it was made by somebody, because all the stuff in the MCM part is referencing stuff that's only just happened to Arnold.
Yes.
Like, Dolly doesn't get taken over by the Mimic until Arnold shows up. Party Time Chica is the same. Big Top, in fairness, is still on his track, but I think Jackie is out of her box, which again happens while Arnold is there. So that whole part of the minigame, after we put the statue together, that has to be in some way either ghostly or mimic influenced and is being created as the game is happening. I don't think it can be like Edwin sat at a computer and programmed all this stuff in before he died. It has to be in some way ghostly or influenced by something else. Which is weird because it's called Moon.exe. You'd think Edwin made it.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's one of those situations where they're like, they'll understand exactly who Sleepy Moon Nightlight is, and then none of us have. Or if it's a situation where they're like, it's impossible to solve Sleepy Moon Nightlight until the next game comes out. Because it turns out that he's actually,
William.
Billy Bob. William's cousin is actually Sleepy Moon, and we don't learn about him until Ruin 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder... Hum, hum, hum.
Hum, hum.
Like, on one hand, we've got the moon, like the Sleepy Moon in Moon.exe is being 110% directly connected to Edwin based on its behavior, right? Like it's constantly being connected to Edwin. Oh, go back to bed. I'm too busy. Blah, 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 blah. And then we have a physical Sleepy Moon in the game that speaks with his voice saying lullaby. And then, like, again, if we just Occam's razor, it's like, oh, Edwin's in the basement and he went crazy and he's in the moon costume. But it also doesn't feel that simple. That feels like a strange arc for his character, is to just break his legs or whatever and then go crazy in the basement. I don't know.
And like all the elevator logs about, the thing that's down there. Like it's gotta
Trapped
predate.
behind the carousel.
Yeah. Someone in chat just said that the gifts, the things you find, have agony, and so when you put them in the computer, it's kind of like they have data associated with them that helps make the program. It's like maybe it was like a normal video game, but then once you put the actual Roxy Rodeo hat from the building, it's like, oh, well, now this is specifically Fiona's hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Someone asks, is Sleepy Moon's voice lines credited to the Mimic in the game files? I don't know, but I know that the Tigers are. Someone said that earlier.
I don't know about voice files. They're beyond me. If Edwin is Spring Moon, I think M2 probably injured him and put him in there to suffer badly. Maybe. Moon.exe could just be gameplay for gameplay reasons, and
Wrong.
we're just supposed to
Impossible.
learn about allegories, not the logic of the game. Like,
Impossible.
yes, could be. Like, because, well, I suppose I'm in the wrong call to say this, but I was going to say, usually we don't assume that the minigames in FNAF mean anything beyond being non-diegetic. But I suppose,
Ludicrous.
Gibby, that's the
Ludicrous.
opposite of arcade theory. But, like, I'd say the general consensus beyond, like, theorizing and analyzing it further, like, we don't, within the logic of, or the way they're presented in the games is very differently than how Moon.exe is being presented. Like in FNAF 2, you have to die before you can play these games, and they don't have someone standing in front of an arcade machine. They don't have anything like that happening. It's like they're being presented in a completely closed context. Like we don't know who's playing it, what's happening, etc. And you have to analyze it further if you want those answers or if those answers exist. But Moon.exe, it's like you walk up to a computer in the game, and the first computer you go on has Moon.exe there, and you can play it. And you can do that throughout the game, and your actions in the real world have a direct impact on the game. So it's
And the
like,
combination of Fiona saying you have found all my gifts makes it seem like the sun saying that makes it feel like somebody actually set this up.
yeah. And then like we get an in real world
Mhm.
ending where it's like it's not like if New Game Plus started up and there were new doors in Edwin's house that we could get into, as in like they hadn't been there before. I'd say okay, fair enough, it's not canon. It's just a way of showing us what's going on behind the scenes. But those doors are there regardless. And the fact that their door is locked in Edwin's house and you have to get the glitch permission to get in them tells me that Edwin set up the glitch permission. Because why would Edwin have locked doors in his house that he can't get into?
Hmm.
Yeah.
But then you have to wonder, are those door panels actually real, or is that just because that's the way it works in game? Because in the film reel, we don't see any door panels in the house. So are they actually door panels or are they not? It's hard to tell.
But then the whole like, oh, you need to look at these TV monitors to figure out the code to get into the basement, like that's clearly stated to be in story.
But not all the
Yeah,
monitors are, because there's two other instances of code monitors, the one in the big top area, and that one is just kind of unexplained, right?
Yes, they're not all explained, but the one in here to get to Moon is.
Mm-hmm.
hmm
Why is
Yeah, and why
glitched
is it the
permission
glitched permission?
Well,
That's a good
FNAF
question.
World has glitches,
Mhm.
which are how you like traverse. It's kind of like the fast travel system, right? Like you have to glitch through a tree to like get to a thing. And then Help Wanted has glitches, which is what Glitch Trap is.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
I'd be thinking more along the lines of Glitch Trap because of it being a Steel Wool era game,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to divorce it, you know?
I think it's fair to say that maybe the doors are literal and Edwin had all these crazy locks on his house because he's kind of paranoid enough for anything by the end.
And
But I
meat
think the
hooks and
idea
stuff.
of it being a glitched permission is not that Edwin had to have the glitch in order to get into his house, but that it was like a special Edwin only code, but you now have glitched your device to basically
Okay.
be like a universal unlocking sort of thing. Like
Yeah, I know what you mean.
you've got
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
unlocking
So it wasn't.
virus.
Yeah, you got the skeleton key,
Well, okay,
and
but
he
that
had
doesn't really
special
hold up
things, but
because if you got the glitch permission at the very beginning of a new game plus, you can't get into like an executive area. But I don't know that that's an eventuality that they considered.
well, I think that you see, this is the thing is we're talking about game versus story, and like in that case, it's because they didn't want to consider the million different possibilities of like, well, this room is supposed to be closed until after you beat Jackie. So if they open up this door and there's like a voice line that's supposed to play before you know, they've met this character, then they probably shouldn't, you know about it or whatever. So they didn't want to do a New Game Plus where you could just go anywhere and it would just break everything.
Mhm.
So they just avoid that possibility by forcing you to play through the whole game again. But yeah, it's yeah, gameplay versus
Lore.
story.
And maybe not in a popular opinion when we're all story theorists, but I do feel like it's right of them to prioritize gameplay and game flow to make sure it's a fun experience to play over making sure that especially like more mechanical elements like opening the doors makes
Yes.
sense. Yeah, like it's a
Yeah.
good thing they prioritize progression, even if it makes me confused.
Yeah, it's all a video game
Yeah.
first.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just when certain things don't line up, like, because yes, I think they should prioritize the gameplay because you don't want a game to be difficult to like enjoy before you can get into the story. But the issue is when you write the story in such a way that it directly contradicts the game that you're making.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying they have done that necessarily, because I don't have the authority to say what was and what wasn't a decision that was made, you know. But at some points in the game, it feels like there's a little bit of that going on, where it's gameplay overriding or contradicting what the story is saying. And so then it gets hard to get to points where there are these sort of ambiguous moments of questioning the narrative. Because then you're like, well, but yeah, but is this one of those other moments where the game is contradicting itself? Or is it an intentional contradiction to make me think?
Yeah, even like toward the end of the game when you left the factory to go to Edwin's house and then the mimic somehow beat you there. For me, I'm like, evidence of a second mimic, but then no, I think that they just like didn't think about it.
Well, it's wearing the same like tattered costume that it was
Yep.
just wearing like 2 seconds ago.
Yep. When Gregory Mario 64 Painter World to Michael's room via camera. Oh, in Security
Wait,
Breach?
what?
I think he's talking about Security Breach. Gregory Mario 64 Painters to Michael's room via the camera is gameplay reasons. How do you get into Michael's room in Security Breach? Don't you have to like take a picture of
I thought it was an
things?
event.
Yeah,
Oh,
you take
that's
you
right.
take a picture of a door, or you take a picture of like a painting and it turns into a door, and you walk
I
through
thought
it.
it was
Oh, yeah,
the
that's
cardboard
weird.
cutouts, right? Where you have to.
Yeah,
No,
you
that's
take
to get to the
cardboard
Balloon
cutouts.
Boy area.
Yeah. Well, that's
Take a
another
picture of a
example.
painting
Is
and
like
it turns
why
into a
would
door.
yeah.
Hmm.
You take a picture of a painting that turns into a door. Yeah.
Yeah. Fascinating.
Any last thoughts, especially chat and then you two?
Hit us, chat. Hit us with the solve. We're gonna die otherwise.
Yep. My head hasn't felt as stuffed with questions since I played the first game, says Absol. I agree. Everything moon related in this game is just so odd.
Yeah, Moon.exe is about pasta. Elle, you get me.
I think Edwin made the mimic. Maybe. We'll see.
What
I'm gonna
level
wait
of
for the next one to
difficulty?
see.
What level of difficulty do you think it was to put the pieces together?
I think it was difficult.
Okay.
That was alright. Moon.exe is the programming Fiona wanted Edwin to fix to make another.
No feet, Mr. Cheese.
That is the kind of sentence that, like, someone would, in the middle of the night, just sit up in bed, say,
Yeah.
"No feet, please, Mr. Cheese," and
Yeah,
then
I mean-
fall back down and go back to sleep. And someone, would, the next morning, their wife would be like, "So, did you have any weird dreams last night? Because you said this."
You don't remember it all.
I mean, the idea of finished. Oh, okay. What about this? All right. If we are considering the weirdness of Fiona not asking Arnold to just do the glitch permission himself. Like, just, come on, just do it. Here's all the gifts and whatever. Maybe the idea is that when Fiona is saying finish the program, that she is indeed talking about Moon.exe, but the reason she doesn't ask Arnold to do it is because she wants Edwin to do it. She wants Edwin to finish Moon.exe so that they can help their son, which is why she's like not super interested in Arnold being the one to help. And that's why she's like, turn on the communication. She might, because she wants to fix their family. So she might find it important to have Edwin do that for her. Or for David.
By finish, do you mean like finish programming it or finish playing it?
Both, neither. I don't know.
Great.
Because it could be, because finish the program sounds like completed, like as in complete. That's the same word. Finish the program, like as in end. I don't know.
Yeah.
How do I just say this? Finish typing out all the code.
Yes.
Like as in there's bits left. Finish the program. Complete making the program. It could mean finish the game, but it would be weird to say finish the program. But it is technically a program because it's an executable. I don't know. It would make it if
traders.
Edwin...
I have to go. Sorry.
Attention, traders.
Finish the program.
All right.
I have to
Bye.
head out.
Yes.
Goodbye. I
enjoy
hope you
your
guys
night.
solve it in my absence. If not, chat solve it for them. You got this.
Enjoy your pasta. Enjoy your evening. Bye.
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 All right. I don't think we're gonna go more than like a few more minutes.
Yeah, that's so fair.
Like, so I don't know if you can still see my. I stopped recording to Discord, but I don't know if you can still see my thing on the stream.
Let me jump forward because my thing keeps time slipping. Yeah.
So like we still have. I think we have a few solid things in my opinion. Moon.exe has to happen before the tiger can be arrested. The tiger is David. M2 is David, at least in that ending. After you read in the storybook, I think he's literally possessed by David. Do you agree?
Yes.
Okay. It's possible that the first half of Moon.exe and the second half are different players, quote unquote.
Yeah.
The first half is likely M1's consciousness starting as Fiona and then sort of wearing costumes until it's David.
Yes, or if the idea of Fiona copying her program to like either help Edwin make M2 or that Edwin did that as a shortcut to making M2 because other versions that he was trying to build weren't working, that we might be playing as M2 before it becomes David and gets beaten up.
And it's almost... It feels like part 1 is telling Edwin's story and part 2 is telling Arnold's story. It's like the events of the past that you hear about in the audio logs and then the things that happen during the actual events of the game.
Yes.
Are like the part 1 and the part 2. Which makes sense, and I like it, because that's also how I sort of split up the narrative in my videos, where it's like, Arnold is part 1, he has his own story, his own character arc and themes, and then part 2 is like the Murray family, and they had their own themes and their own plot. Okay.
I wonder if we are playing as M2, because obviously we go around and give all the people like their happiest day or put them in boots or whatever.
Oh.
Ooh. What?
Do you think that M2 spiritually, symbolically does those things to appease the consciousnesses of those machines before he then wears them as a suit? So he goes to like Jackie's programming and is like, you get to be trapped in a boot. Okay, you're gone. Now I can be in your body.
Interesting.
Because like Dolly is
That's an
like,
interesting idea. I was gonna
you're
go
the
the opposite way.
Dolly to you when you fall down is like, you're the 4,000th person on my list. So what if Mimic is like, okay, I just did all those, so now you're free, and now I'm gonna steal your body.
Maybe. See, I was wondering if it's the opposite, that David
or M2 or whatever being in those machines leaves behind, say, agony or a piece of him or whatever. And we're sort of doing our... Yeah, actually, so if we're doing this, if we're trying to relate this to Happiest Day, in Happiest Day, to have the actual event Happiest Day occur, we first need to make all of the separate children happy. We need to make those separate memories okay before they can all come together for the big one. So maybe the idea is that each of those animatronics represents a part of David, and we have to put all of those to rest first. And then the final piece that we have to put to rest is the tiger, i.e. the kind of actual soul, rather than the kind of remnant, the remainder of David in each of those robots after it's been possessed.
So not like you first.
Well, yeah, so I guess in that case we are technically still playing as M2, which is why Helper's like, you're divided between the sun and the moon, whatever. But it's like M2 is an entity which is either we're still playing as like the Fiona part, or there's like still the Fiona part in there, or we're personifying the M2 machine / program as its own character, separate from anything that it mimics. And that its goal in life, its purpose, is to put David back together, which is why it's saying like, oh, I'll fix him at any cost. So like, it is what's going through and putting all those characters to rest because it's had a negative influence on them.
Like
and that's required to put David to rest.
You know, you were made for one thing, put him back together.
Yes.
Two things. I do want to say that Candy just came back to the chat and said, my friend walked in the door with grocery bags and asked me if I liked pasta. So that's funny. But yeah, so it's not Shatter Victim, because I hate Shatter Victim, but the idea that David enters into these machines, and when he leaves an imprint of himself behind in them. I'm just sort of rephrasing what you said. Leaves an imprint of himself behind in them. So he can't, quote-unquote, move on while that imprint is still in them, and thus you need to free all of them and his main body. You have to free, you have to free Jackie, and you have to free Nurse, and you have to free Big Top, and then rest the tiger. Because he's in all of them.
Yeah, his agony is split across all of them, you know, Shatter Victim style. But it's more literal because the robot is moving from suit to suit to suit. And actually, Absolex Guardian said it could be putting to rest the characters M2 has in its arsenal, so it's only David and is free of the agony it generated by killing all those people. So yeah, it's not necessarily even that it's like, oh, this robot here has got some of my evil energy on it, I gotta put it to rest. It's more like putting down the demons of the past to allow it to move on. It's turning those bad memories good, and it's represented by those characters because they were at one point aspects of David because he was wearing them. So it's like, okay, Jackie did a load of bad things, yeah, but we're gonna put her away. We're putting her back in her box. We're putting her in the boot. Big Top, Big Top destroyed a lot of stuff and probably killed people. Yeah, cool. We'll put Big Top, to sleep. Jackie, Jackie attacked us, did all this stuff. Or not Jackie, Dolly.
Yeah.
So we're kind of we're undoing the sins of the past. We're putting those happiest memories together to finally give us the room, and then we do that for real in real life.
Which is kind of like the bridge between, life and death, creation and destruction, right? Because what are you doing? You're removing the consciousness from those robots, which is a form of destruction, and you're literally having them move on, which is a form of, death. But at the same time, it's like, it's a good and positive thing, and you're also stopping them because they were killing people, and so that's a form of life and, the next life, right? It's the difference between, if someone dies, is them becoming a ghost coming back to life, or is them going to heaven another life? It's like, it's both, or it's neither, depending on how you look at it. Okay. I really like that. So we're still M2, but the game is sort of treating us like...
And on that point of the heaven thing, sorry to interrupt,
I'm just thinking that if this is, like we're doing a FNAF world thing, we're doing a sort of a metaphor for life after death, whatever, that this is kind of like a limbo, and that before our sins are accounted for, we cannot ascend to heaven, which is what we do in the admin wing, is we go up these stairs and climb to the bedroom, which is where we're going to sleep. We're going to rest the tiger. We go up to the sun, like we're rising further and further up,
The
like
moon,
from
then
the
the
bottom,
sun,
from
yeah.
the... Yeah. So like we're rising into the light. We're undoing the sins of the past as this personified M2, which itself has memories from Fiona and is impacted by the spirit of David, and then is also damaged by Edwin. So it's the M2 is a combination of all these things. It's none of them at once. It's all of them at the same time.
Yes.
Etc.
Yeah, so it's like... When... Yeah, I guess it's like people... I don't personally think that Adventure Bear is literally a character. Like, I don't think that it's representative of someone. But because of Arcade Theory, I do think someone is playing as that character.
Yeah.
We're just like in this, is the person that we are playing as a character? Maybe not, but they're still being played by Arnold, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yeah. I think it is relevant that the character in the game does have memories. Like, because some people earlier were saying is like, oh, there is no protagonist, you're just Arnold.
Yeah.
But
favorite restaurant.
there are things referred to in the first person. Yeah, favorite restaurant, you wore this, or sorry, second person, you wore this hat, you did this, you did that, he did the other. So there are memories being associated with that character, and from what I can see, they're being related directly to Fiona and to her relationship to David.
So if you were to write the opening paragraph to a script to talk about Moon.exe, would you say, in Moon.exe, we play as the force within M2 whose job it is, because he's a program, whose job it is to bring back David, and who, because he's literally copied from Fiona's programming, he's programmed by Edwin, he's programmed to become David, and he's then imbued with the agony of Edwin beating him up. He is simultaneously all three Murrays, with the goal to be to like reunite the family.
Yes.
And also has like a childlike understanding of the world, etc.
Yeah, and then it gives new meaning at the end when Fiona in the parachute ending says we can still fix our family. It's like fixing M2 is in a sense fixing the family. So even if Edwin is dead, I still don't think Edwin is dead.
Yeah.
But even if he is dead and Fiona's dead and she's not even a ghost and David's the only ghost in the whole thing, the fixing of the family is putting David to rest. Like, you're fixing what's wrong with M2, which is all these broken things all combined into one and mixing together and, becoming an issue. I wish there was something in Moon.exe that related more to that little note about the memory error other than I would never sleep again.
Yeah, it's so weird. That note just kind of throws everything out the window, because to me it's like you can come up with a totally perfect theory as to what everything means, and then that note either means that we're wrong, or it means that they just sort of like making Easter eggs and hints toward things, which kind of throws all of our evidence into the maybe it's not even intended category, or maybe it's in the haha, silly people, this will be answered in the next game. You don't have all the pieces yet.
Yeah. I mean, it's so weird that it's in the moon part of the game, especially. And I do genuinely think that it is referencing Tales. In what way or what that's
Tales.
implying, I don't. But it's referencing Tales.
Yes.
I don't know if that means literally in the game it had a dream and it woke up and it was like, oh man, Edwin's got his own factory, but it's a sewing place or whatever. Or if it's just for the audience, a wink wink, but it means something different in universe. I don't know. But yeah, corrupted file suspected, please advise. I mean, going off this idea that M2 started as basically a clone of the Fiona mimic, right? That Edwin was trying to build his own M2. He couldn't get it to work. The pressure was on. He was trying to get everything working, so he just said, "Oh, screw it. I'll just copy paste Fiona's program and make an M2, and that'll work fine." Because the first one worked. I don't know why it worked, but it worked. And then he does that, and at some point in the copy over process, a file gets corrupted, and that's what we're reading in the memory error. And as a result, the M2 is sort of already unstable from the beginning. It doesn't have to just go wrong when he beats up the mimic, but that potentially, like Fiona says, it was something different. It wasn't me. Like she says in pretty much in the same paragraph, she says, it was a copy of my program, but it wasn't me. It was something else. And it's like, well, what does that mean? Because assumedly, if they made it to be a copy of David and it started being like David, it wouldn't be much of a conclusion to draw that, yeah, the thing we made to be David and then started acting like him wasn't me. It's like, yeah, I know. You know, but to say something different, it wasn't me. It's like that implies that by all accounts it should have just been her, but it wasn't. It was something else. And we're kind of seeing here, was I me? I felt wrong somehow. Something was different, you know, the same kind of language around something that's talking about a memory error. So I wonder, did the M2 robot, I mean, it'd be kind of interesting if the M2 robot started as Tails Fiona and F10 as Game Line Fiona.
Wait, hold on. It's
not
not
literally,
impossible.
like, not that there's like a multiverse,
yes,
but like that's the idea.
Yeah, and listen, I love any way that takes non-canon material and works it into matter in the main continuity. I love that. That's why I love Fright's fiction so much, because it's like, hey, those books don't count and they don't matter. But if you read them, you're still learning about the canonical world. It's just not relevant. Literal. And I do love that. I love when stories do that. Like, I think I talked about this in the video, but like that's what they did with the Flash comics when DC rebooted like into the Golden Age. Mm-hmm. They're like, Flash issue 201, we're restarting. This is a new universe. Nothing that mattered, nothing that happened in any of the prior 200 issues happened. However, they're in-universe comic books, and therefore you reading them does give you insight into the new universe. I'm like, I love that. Thank you, 1941 DC Comics.
Well, to use that as a very specific reference, that's also the same thing that introduced the idea that the multiverse does exist. Those comics are real somewhere, and that the author who wrote them was having dreams about them.
Yep.
So M2 is Tails Fiona, confirmed.
Yes, I think
Moon.exe solved.
Yeah, it was Flash of Two Worlds is the Barry Allen Flash meets the Jay Garrick Flash, and they learn like, you're a comic book in my world. Oh, it must have been that the real world writer was dreaming your events, and they worked into his book. Which is also how it works in Sonnet, but I don't have to talk about that.
Wasn't that the same? Wasn't that the same comic where the reason he teleports there is because he's playing ping pong with himself too fast, and he runs back and forth and he vibrates at the right frequency to go to the other universe?
Yes, I made a video about this comic. It's very important.
Yeah.
Yes, which then of course is what introduces the DC multiverse and allows for like Crisis on Infinite Earths and stuff like that. And like I'm sure like Scott is a nerd and he's a middle-aged nerd. I'm sure he knows everything that we're talking about. I'm sure he's aware of this.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, so her like I don't like the idea of a FNAF multiverse, but yeah, if it is like dream walking, right? It's like Fiona glimpsed into the multiverse and saw the books. Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have to be. What they could say is that specific, well, see, I don't know, because then I have issue with people saying like Tails dreams, because I'm like, well, no, she didn't dream Tails. She dreamt being dead after the very first couple of pages of the Mimic story. Like that's what she dreamt about. It wasn't anything else. So
I will
I
say that,
don't know.
you know, my theory that I'm building, that I was already making before I even knew this note existed. So this note does not influence my overall theory. But my theory, which is Fate Fiona, would include that she's in standby mode from the end of this game until sometime right before Security Breach. And so the idea would be that in standby mode, she could then dream the rest of Frights and Tales. So that's like, oh, well, how does she dream about something that wouldn't happen until like 2020? It's like, well, she dreamed that in 2020 while she was in standby mode beneath the Pizzaplex.
Yes. Yeah, I know what you mean. Interesting. I wouldn't hate that. I'd be up for that.
Yeah.
If she becomes the Tales or the game's version of storyteller.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's a really interesting little note. I don't know if they'll ever follow up on it. They might just leave it here and let us run wild, but could become very relevant.
Yeah, we answered the book mystery and gave you a
Or is
worse
it-
one.
I wonder, Interesting that it is kind of like it's a nightmare that she's having. Like it's that she has a bad experience dreaming. Kind of like I don't know, we could even be setting up something that like there's a bug inside of the Mimic program that they don't know about that's going to make everything worse. You know, it's corrupting them from within. That's what glitch trap is, or something. You know, we could be setting up for that. I'm not saying there's any evidence for that, but it's one of these things that like, yeah, they could explain that in the next game, or they could just never address it again.
So in the chat, Absolux Guardian has been making comments like, I don't understand what this means. Like, I don't know how this says anything about Tails. And then I guess that they just went and they read the note and they're saying, I'm looking at the note now and it reads to me that Tails Fiona jumped to game Fiona's body after dying. And yep, that like on a very literal level, that is just what the note says. What's the function of that? How? Why would they choose to tell a story that way? That's the confusion part.
Yeah, well, that's why, because it's clearly being written by some sort of machine, because it says corrupted file suspected and a memory error detailed report.
It's the pencil
So,
right
like,
next to it, though.
Yeah, but it could have been written by M1 or M2 or something somewhere. Maybe M1 never got put into the Fiona machine. Maybe there was just another copy of her that was in F10 the whole time, and then M1 became Sleepy Moon. I don't know why that would happen, but
Sleepy Moon
maybe
is
see
Book
that.
Edwin. Duh.
Lullaby and good night. I'm from Tails Game. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, see, the whole thing is weird in terms of like what are the sleepy tunnels? Are they
Sentences
made
that have never been
by
said
them-
before. What are the sleepy tunnels?
the sleepy tunnels? Like, does it, because is that part connected to the Tiger Rock part? Is it different?
I don't think it
Because
is. In game, obviously, it's not, but like in the building, I don't know where they even line up. Like, where are those rooms physically? I don't know. Fiona's a planeswalker.
Because doesn't Candy say that? Candy said that there was a window looking out from one of the rooms. Is it the one before the elevator into the Tiger Rock part that looks out into the showroom? There's a window somewhere that looks out into the showroom that you can't see through the other side, which tells you about the geography of the layout.
Yes.
I'll look it up.
I know what you're talking about, but I'm not familiar enough with the layout.
Yeah, me either.
The room you
where's this
exit.
retail showroom.
The room you exit from the Tiger Rock area that looks into the retail showroom, says someone in chat.
Okay. So presumably they are at least. I think in Candy's video she kept saying like there's only like a few layers of concrete between the two. So I presume there's some sort of evidence to show that the retail showroom and the Tiger basement are very close together in terms of
Yes.
like elevation. That one is above or below another.
I will say, chat, so the name Fiona didn't exist in the United States until it was featured in a very popular film in the 1950s called Brigadoon. And so canonically, it is very possible that Fiona Murray's in-universe parents named her after the character Fiona in Brigadoon. I'm just saying. This was pointed out to me by
She'd
Corey
be
and
the right
Donnie.
age.
Exactly.
Hey, Brigadoon. That's good. I meant M1 for. Yeah, I literally have been stumped on writing my next video about Secret of the Mimic because I keep getting to the part where Fiona gets put into M1 or Fiona gets put into F10 or M1 gets put into F10 or whatever. I can't figure out if there's an overlap between M1 and 2 or if one just becomes the other or when he puts F10 in the basement based on the logs because it sounds like the way I took it after listening to that log was he put her in the basement and then never talked to her again and she's been there like
Yes.
please visit me, I miss you, which I think is the implication. I just think there's a weird secondary implication that he was speaking to her in the basement beforehand because there is one of the logs that says that.
I was in R&D and I heard him like laughing, talking to Fiona, but that would have had to have been before any of the staff knew about M1, because he's like, why would they lie about Fall Fest? So that had to be very early on. That had to have been before David turned like 4. The way I put it,
R&D opens in 75 in July. There's a flyer about that. So R&D opens just before David dies, like a few months before.
Yeah, so it fits somewhere in there. In my timeline, I have it where she says like make another one, and he's like, no, it's not him, and it wouldn't be you. And in my thing, it's like he then like unplugs her and puts her into the computer for some reason, which no matter where you put it is a big question mark. Like, why would he have done that? On purpose? And if it wasn't on purpose, why would he have physically painted the letters F10N4 on the machine? Like, she didn't do that. So he must have done it for a reason.
Unless
Henry
is the idea that maybe because she is like, because Cradle is labeled as Mexus and she looks like Mexus, right?
Yeah.
Is there any chance that she was a robot that he locked out of the house that couldn't come into the house, and she asked him to build Cradle? That didn't happen, and then she, as the M1 bot, built Cradle and then transferred herself into it. But why would she trap herself in the basement? Like, does it give her more control or something?
I don't know. And like, if this area was ever supposed to be, the last thing Edwin was doing before everything went bad was still working on the Fazbear project. So he theoretically was like, I will be bringing William and Henry down here to my prototype pizzeria to show them my progress. And yet he put the giant wife computer in the security office with a bunch of wires running off her.
Yeah, someone, I think it was Rightest in their video, pointed out that because I was like, why do they have a fake pizzeria underground? Like, why did they bother building that? And then Rye pointed out that it's connected to the car system, like the ride that goes around and then goes through the showroom and everything. Yeah, the welcome tour. So presumably the idea is you go in the showroom and then Edwin goes, come down here, and he brings you to the tracks, and then they drive you down, and then you get off the tracks and you go up and you enter into the security office, and then you walk around and go through the pizzeria and go, this is what this looks like and this is what this looks like.
why you would have the security office be the entrance to that part of the, or would you, or I guess it also connects to the welcome elevator, but it's also after
Yeah.
the goodbye show that it brings you down there.
It can't
with the,
be-
you know, like the floor opens up.
It can't be the like intended way for any customers because it has to slide a group of lockers back and then you have to crawl through a vent. So there's no way that
You have to crawl, don't you? Yeah.
people were supposed to go from
Is
the
it
roller
crawling or do
coaster
you just
to
walk
there.
through?
I think it's crawling. We can pull it up though.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll find it. Boy, if you lost your mind, I'll help you find it. Let me see. Let me skip back a little bit. I'm in the house. I'm going through. Yes, there is like a. It's not a vent technically, but there is like you have to crouch to get in through the door.
Yeah.
It's where a vent should be in the real office, like we
If
hear
the
about
week
in the week
before,
before.
yes, if the week before is games canon.
If it's now we don't know.
Edwin giving Henry and William a tour. This is the stage. These are the animatronics. This is how the spring lock works. This is my robot wife I built out of fear of being alone. Here's Pirate's Cove.
That's really good. I mean, like we were talking about this before, like what the hell is F10? Like what even is she supposed to be? The fact she's in the security office and is linked up to every other computer in the building would make me think she's some sort of security system. But why you'd put your robot wife into the security system, I don't know. And then why Fiona, when designing a computer to help their son, would base the computer off of the computer that runs the security system, no idea.
Mm-hmm. It sets boundaries.
Unless Mexus looking like her is unrelated.
It's the same. So when I first played the game, someone said like, "Oh, actually, Mexus is like slightly larger than Fiona or something like that." I'm like, "Okay, I guess that they're just both based on the Whopper." No, they're the exact same. They have the lights in the same spot. They're literally the same machine. Like they've got to be the same machine.
Yeah, there's only one thing I saw that was a bit different, which is like the paneling on the front is like there's one extra little square or line to indicate a panel. But also, is it just texturing to make it look different, or they just updated the texture so it's not old and dirty? Who spray paints Mexus over it instead of Fiona? I don't
William.
know. Just give me 1 second. I'm gonna run to the toilet.
That's fine. So chat, what's going on? There's still 200 of you here. I think we lost 10 of you when we started yapping, but then we started talking about more interesting stuff. I really feel like every game so far in the Steel Wool era has been part of a narrative, part of an overarching narrative. And each game is unsolvable, and this is one of the reasons I haven't made a new, like, 8-hour-long FNAF video, is because we can't possibly tell what the story is until they give us the next bit of information. Right? Like, if after Security Breach, someone asks you, like, okay, what's going on? And you're like, well, what's going on is Edwin Murray. Then it's like, well, no, hold on. Like, that character was not introduced in the narrative until right now. Arnold and Edwin and Fiona didn't exist until just now. So when we're trying to solve who's in Sleepy Moon, who programmed Moon.exe, it could be Theodore from the next game, who's a character that we've never been introduced to. Which is one of the things I find very frustrating about the Steel Wool era. Because at least in the Scott era, even if we were wrong, it felt like you could solve the story. Like, if FNAF 3 was the last game in the series, sure, we wouldn't know that Mike Schmidt from FNAF 1 was William's son, but we almost wouldn't need to know that. We wouldn't know that Golden Freddy is his brother, but we wouldn't need to know that. If the game ended with... I guess Sister Location's not a legitimate ending, but basically any of the other ones are. If the game ended with FNAF 4, it's like we can solve it up to that point just with the information we have. We might not know that, you know, the spring lock suit, the Sister Location from FNAF 3 was like the death of their younger sister or whatever, but we would be able to solve the story as it was. There would just be holes in the story, but not holes in the intention or the themes or the plot. And with Steel Wool, I just don't think that's the case. I don't think it's possible to understand Help Wanted, Security Breach, Help Wanted 2, or Secret of the Mimic, or Ruin until we get Security Breach 2. Like, until the Mimic is defeated, however that happens, and we get the conclusion to the saga, I don't think it'll even be possible to look back and answer what Glitch Trap was, or what anything is going. Someone's saying that's always been the case. I disagree. I disagree. I think that the only time that wasn't the case was Sister Location. People are talking. Absol says it's going to haunt me. It's a short story I've been able to find about Einstein being a time traveler from the future. Are you talking about... So, Absol, I was reading you earlier talking about, like, quantum suicide. I've never read a short story about it, but I have heard it just, like, in YouTube videos, where people are like, quantum suicide is where, when you die, you actually just pick up in another universe in which the thing that killed you here didn't kill you. You know, like, if you're playing Russian roulette, and you die in our universe, you just wake up in the universe where that's not where the chamber was. So, like, I've heard it as a theory, but I've never heard of it as like a short story. But maybe you have. Maybe someone's written that. FNAF has become like Lost. I didn't watch Lost. I watched the first season of Lost. I don't know what happens with Lost. I think FNAF World was the first unsolvable without a future game. Yes. Especially if you include the Halloween update, because it literally teases Sister Location. So you're going to tell me we learn about Golden Freddy being the vengeful spirit in the first game, even though it takes FNAF 2, 3, and UCN to know that. Well, you can pick up from the first game all the context you need, which is just that there's something different about that animatronic. Right? What's different about it? Who knows? But we don't need to know that for FNAF 1, because FNAF 1 only has one named character, and his name is Mike Schmidt. And then FNAF 2, we learn about Fredbear's Family Diner. We can maybe guess that Golden Freddy is Fredbear. And maybe, you know, there was just something special about that. Like, it doesn't matter what the answer is, because at that point the story didn't have characters with arcs who developed over the story, right? You know, Mike Schmidt is just the name of our protagonist in our video game. But then you get to FNAF 4, and now Mike Schmidt is Foxy Bro, who accidentally killed his brother, and he's also the son of the murderer. Like, he goes from not needing to have a story to having a story. The jump from not needing to have a story to us knowing his story happened in the same game. It's not like Scott was like, okay, this guy, he's really important, but I'm not going to tell you why until 2 games from now, which seems to be what Steel Wool is doing.
Hello.
Draz says,
yes.
I was yelling at chat. No, I was yapping with people.
Yeah, Steel Wool, I think, is approaching, because it was something we were discussing before, that like the Steel Wool era is different to the Scott era, because the Scott era, I think, felt at the time that each game, probably because most of the games after the story got more complicated, were intended to be the last game. Those games usually felt like, okay, I can get a pretty good picture of what's going on in this game, and all the clues and answers and everything I need to what's happening here are contained within this game and all the previous ones. And anything new that's going to be introduced will be talked about in the next game and will give further context maybe backwards, but there's nothing that's necessarily saying like, oh, this game can't be solved without playing, 6. Like, I think
Yes.
most of the games within their own little story solve things. Now, later on, you might find out something else that you didn't know already, and that kind of backward tracks it. But I think the Steel Wool era games are done more like traditional kind of episodic, or I suppose more comparing them to serialized fiction like movies or whatever, where there are cliffhangers and there are little things that we don't know what the deal is yet. It's just that as FNAF fans, I think we're used to analyzing and overanalyzing everything, whereas the way Steel Wool is presenting these games, it's more like, well, you might as well wait for the full puzzle, because otherwise, because you're going to be completely missing a lot.
Yeah. All right. Now it's my turn to disappear for like 3 minutes, and I'll be right back.
Okay, perfect. Draz, I have seen your message about F10's dialogue while in the Mimic chase, and I did notice that line. I think I'll wait for GiBi to come back just so we can talk about it, because otherwise I'll just have to end up re-explaining what you're talking about. But I think that is a really interesting idea. But I have some quirks with it. So let me see, chat, what we got going on. Is it possible that Fiona's desire to bring her child back cursed the place to always try and bring children back to life? I think since almost all of them died in a party at Freddy's. Where that gets into questions of like in-universe paralleling, or sorry, in-universe influences like the field and agony and all this kind of stuff versus storytelling connections, like repeated motifs and themes and characters. I don't know if I'd say that Fiona bringing her son back necessarily cursed the franchise for that to happen, but I will say, as someone who is quite on the whole God David train, that I would say the fact that we have a child being brought back this early on, and that's kind of the impetus for everything that happens in this game, and it's being drawn and connected to other games, that is quite important. Secret Confidence, hey, and with the truth, did you know that Scott intended Sister Location to be the final game? Yeah, I've heard that before. I've heard people say that.
I've never heard that. I don't know how that would be possible.
I don't know. Huh?
I don't know how that would be possible. It's like basically the only game that ends on
Neither do
an
I.
actual cliffhanger. Because like it doesn't tell you what happens with Ennard, and if you're including the update,
Yeah.
it literally ends with Springtrap waking up in the FNAF 3, fire.
Yeah. I can see before that ending, because that was part of the like kind of update to the
Yeah.
game, right? I could see before that ending. Oh, see, I don't, because Mike vomits up Ennard into the sewer. It's not even like, oh, Ennard was the player the whole time. Like we've been playing as Ennard for years. It's like, I don't understand how.
Apparently Zeto Rocks has a video on it. Maybe I'll look that up later.
Yeah, I think I've seen bits and pieces of that video, or maybe I have seen it. Now deleted screenshot of Scott saying it. I mean, Scott also said that 3 was supposed to be the end, and then 4 was supposed to be the end, and then the final teaser that went up after FNAF 4 was the end ? So I don't know how much is Scott saying something was intended versus him leaving himself some breathing room before he had to make the next game, because he made the first 3 in like the span of 6 months. So, GiBi, Draz was saying something earlier which I thought was interesting, and I think it was a line that I brought up the last time we were talking about this, which is weird, which is F10's dialogue while we're in the mimic chase at the very, very end of the parachute ending, as the building's all burning down and we hop into the Mr. Helpful cart. She says, I watched David grow up through this machine, which Draz is saying means that Fiona was always within the F10 machine, but also had an endo. She wasn't moved.
I don't think that that's the only way to interpret that. Through obviously she does have an inflection when she says it because it's a spoken line, but it could be like, I watched him grow up through this machine, as opposed to like through her real human body. Because I do think that Mimic Fiona has a different will than the real life Fiona had. Right? Like, I think that real Fiona would sort of have been less likely to want David to be rebuilt into a robot. Whereas robot Fiona is like, well, what's the difference? Robots and humans? Like, we're the same. I'm me. So why wouldn't he be him? So I think her saying, like, I watched him grow up through this machine. He's basically my son. I think that that's what that's going for. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's weird because I agree. Through this machine, like, yeah, that does kind of sound like I know what you're saying, but through this machine, she's specifically in a computer. She says, "Oh, nice to meet you finally, face to face." Blah 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 blah. Is there any possibility that she was like that system that she's in, the security system, like somehow had, I guess, wireless access to the mimic endo, so that she could both
Spiritually.
be, well, spiritually, I guess.
Or, like, I don't know, radio
Because,
somehow?
yeah, so for people that might be wondering why I'm like not instantly kind of like jumping on this, is that the initial, from what we can tell, the first meeting between Edwin and the mimic Fiona is Edwin is in the basement, and on his radio he hears a voice which sounds like Fiona. So then he sets up a recorder, he records it, he tunes his radio to 4625, which apparently was actually the channel for contacting ghosts back in the 70s. It was like a channel that people said you could hear spirits through.
I don't know about that. I've heard a
but he
bunch of
tunes it
things, and that's not one of the ones that I found, but I will look it up.
Someone sent a link to it the other day. It's like a whole article thing. I think it was in T-Dread's server.
Okay.
But regardless, on that radio, Fiona speaks through it, but what she does is quote directly from the family film reels, which are found in Edwin Murray's house. So in that case, we might have a scenario where the mimic, because we have a mimic talking over a radio to somebody, impersonating somebody that they're close to. I would say that as a motif for the mimic, that's kind of how they lure people in, and it's usually a false identity. So I think that could be Steelwool or Scott or whoever trying to indicate to us that this is not Fiona, but that Edwin interprets it to be Fiona, and that it believes maybe that it is. Because we have an M1 endo running around the house, taking care of David. So it's not impossible to assume that it was able to watch the family tapes. And when it watches the family tapes, it then becomes Fiona. It starts to think that it is Fiona because all those first two tapes, or those first two tapes, are recorded from her perspective, from her point of view, and she's the one talking behind the camera. So we could see the mimic looking at that and being like, oh, that's what I should be like. So then, if that's the case, then we would have to infer that the M1 started acting like Fiona, and that the F10 machine downstairs is something else that was maybe made later. But I don't know.
It's and again, I talk about this in my video that went up this morning, which is just the blank space between Edwin hears in the basement, like, here's a Fiona line, and then the next conversation that we have access to is Fiona being like, I know you're excited, but you can't tell people about me. So it's like, okay, so he hears this, and then does he go to the mimic in his house and tune her to 4625, and now suddenly it's just a fully realized Fiona, and like she's totally sapient? Like, that stretch of time is unaccounted for, and it's really annoying. Anyway, I found the article that you were talking about, and it seems to be real.
Oh, yeah.
If you'd like to read through it.
Yeah.
So this is from the BBC
Sure.
from 2020. So this is before Secret of the Mimic, in case we had to wonder.
So let me get the. Oh, I'm just sorry. I just have the.
If you just have the stream up, that's fine.
Click on. Oh yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yep. So.
Okay, I need to get this stream to stop slipping. Yeah.
The okay, so somewhere in Russia, not far from St. Petersburg, is a radio station that no one claims to run. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For the last 3.5 decades, it's been broadcasting a dull, monotonous tone. So 3.5 decades from 2020 would be sometime in the mid-80s. Yes. Every few seconds, it's joined by a second sound, like some ghostly ship sounding a foghorn. Once or twice a week, a man will read out some words in Russian, such as dinghy or farming specialist, and that's it. Anyone, anywhere in the world can listen in, simply by tuning a radio to frequency 4625. Suspicious. People have no idea what they're listening to. They do call it a ghost at some point. It's been broadcasting at the close of the Cold War. Russia claims it's not them. Blah, 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 blah. Just yapping. They're just yapping. Talk about number stations.
Hmm.
Do they ever call it a ghost?
I think it's like a conspiracy, or one of the names for it
No.
is Ghost Radio Station.
Yep.
Um,
Yeah, so that's the only... Like, it exists. 4625 is a radio thing. But I'm sure that lots of things are radio things. Alright, so not as interesting as I had been led to believe by the tweet that pointed this out.
yeah.
Oh well.
Let's see. I'll just.
Absol says the Wikipedia article is much clearer. I'm going to trust the BBC over Wikipedia. Oh yeah, Absol saying it's a number station. It's for spies. It's not a ghost thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just been called the Ghost Station.
Yeah, I think
and
that's
someone saw that and took that
most
into account.
likely
I mean,
a
it is-
coincidence.
It is a very particular number, and it is interesting to be related to that. That being said, I think it might just start and end there. Like, as it might be a reference for people that know what that is, but I also don't think it's necessary to like solving the lore. We need to figure out how this relates to Russia and the Cold War.
Of course,
it's like that
of
old
course.
FNAF 1 theory that's like, to understand the story of Five Nights at Freddy's, you need to understand that World War II ended in 1945. So, I was going to say something. Oh, yeah. So, I suppose on one way of contradicting my whole thing, because I think it's good evidence and I suppose analysis of it as a story, in my own humble opinion, to say that the mimic contacting somebody over the radio is supposed to be an indicator of the mimic being not untruthful necessarily, but like that is its MO in the future, that the mimic contacts people through radios pretending to be other people. So the fact it's the same line as spoken in the film reels, we're supposed to go, oh, the mimic's copying Fiona. That being said, in this game, we have evidence of ghosts mimicking things that the mimic says. Like,
Yes.
David's ghost as the tiger copies what the M2 robot says, which could imply that Fiona is actually a ghost and is actually being attached to the M1 and M2, but that it is only copying the voice because it's got some tie to the mimic robot.
Yes, when you're in the section where you first see the tiger, you can hear like child giggling, but you can also hear Edwin talking. Like there's some voice lines in there from Edwin and also from David. Like, stop sounding like him. Like, you just hear that as ambient noise in the room where you have to do the stupid like catwalk puzzle. In this like the Springlock suit room. So yeah, the ghosts sort of repeating things that the child may have heard in life is a thing. Obviously, again,
White Tiger also says a line that M1 Fiona says for David's special day. Oh, which is from the film reels as well.
Yes.
For David's special day. What does that mean? What the hell?
Is that the cake? Like in the 5th birthday?
Yeah, when
Or
it's the M1 saying it.
Yeah, because it would have been before David died, I guess.
Yeah, but he
I
wasn't
don't know.
there. He was outside getting killed.
Oh, that's so weird. in, again, the week before, who knows how canon it is. But, if you dial the right number on the telephone, you can hear the moment that Dave Afton gets bit. That's sort of like, history, ghosts echoing through technology, etc.
Mhm.
I do think that the tiger and Golden Freddy are probably very closely related as to the reason that they manifest. I don't know why, though. I also don't know if there's any indication anywhere else in the game that a tiger mascot exists. Like, do we ever find blueprints for that? Like, is that a real thing?
No,
I didn't think so.
I don't think so. I think it's that he's projecting as his little toy.
Yes, David is unironically a projection. There are no
Unironically.
ghosts in Secret of the Mimic. Everett, that's not... All FNAF theories are valid.
There's a
The theory-
teleporting little ghost.
The theory that the tiger is not a ghost is not. It can teleport. It can speak to you in your mind.
I can explain. Okay. I'm looking for the Mimic. I'm looking on Mamakado's channel to see if there is the voice lines from all the Mimic stuff as the tiger. Elephant Dispatch, Fiona, David voice lines. That's probably it. It also sounds like a robot when it's talking, which is weird. I assume this is it, David voice lines. Actually, do you want to put it up on stream?
Yes. We might have to redo some
Send you
sound
a
stuff.
link.
Is just the Mamakado one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It gets lost in the sea of all the same thumbnails with different green text.
Okay, what browser is this going to open in? The wrong one, that's what.
Why won't you play with me? Why won't you play with me?
Alright, sorry chat, is this too loud? Because it seems like that's probably going to be way louder. I'm sorry for the jump scare. Can you... Oh,
Everett says...
I will stream to you.
Oh yeah, cool. Everett says, if you stand in the dark in the basement, you can hear the mimic in the suit run after you. The jump scares are literally sleep deprivation. You can hear the tiger suit moving. That is fair, you do hear sounds of it moving, but also we see it appear and disappear in front of our eyes in not the basement. Where, like, it teleports in front of us upstairs in the factory after the bit with all the parade floats. It just appears in front of us and then disappears. And same in the Storytime, like, TV studio. So I don't know how those are explained. I guess it's just fast.
Yep. Catastrophe, why
Sleep
is
deprivation can explain all that?
why is David and Crying Child so similar? And then Fazent says TD has a video coming out Sunday explaining it. Yes, TD certainly does have a video coming out Sunday attempting to explain it. That is true.
You are so against God, David. It's crazy.
Yes, I am.
You don't think there's any chance?
No,
I know it's,
no,
I
I
know
do
it's
not.
called God, David. You don't think there's any chance that Dave Afton is in some way relating to David Murray, like in universe?
I don't think that... Listen, I don't know the full theory, but the idea that Dave Afton is a sacrifice to bring back David Murray, I do not think has a possibility of being the case.
I think there's a possibility of that. I don't know if that's what I would say is the truth or why that those two are linked together, but I think there's still a possibility considering all the weird connections. But I respect it. Anyway, David voice lines. Let me watch this.
Why won't you play with me? Why won't you play with me? Stop.
This is all stuff he would have said to the real Edwin.
Yeah, stop, you're not him, you're not. That's an Edwin
So
line?
Yeah, he says that to M2 before he beats him up.
Yeah, why don't you play with me would be a David line. Stop, you're not him, you're not.
Sounding like him.
Stop sounding like him, that's an Edwin.
You're not him. You're not. Stop sounding like him. Daddy's busy, buddy. Why don't you go outside and play?
Which is so interesting that it sounds like David saying Edwin's line, but then at the end of the game it sounds like Edwin saying Edwin's line.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
why I think we're dealing with like ghost plus machine projection dealio
Yeah,
here,
like Five Nights at
where
Freddy's.
David's spirit is trapped in the robot, so it's like being affected even on the ethereal level by the robot.
Yes. It sort of gains abilities based on the ability of the robot.
Yeah.
Daddy's busy, buddy. Why don't we go outside and play? I baked it myself.
Okay, I baked it
Oh.
myself. Fiona line.
That's M1.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, so you're so right. M1 line.
Yeah.
That would
Weird.
have been right after he died.
Or just before it, depending on how soon before or after that film is of his
Yeah.
death.
Huh.
So he either watched the film post mortem, just got it through the field and just learned about it that way, or it's got something to do with M1 having been copied to make M2.
Yes, because Fiona would have said it, and then her memory would have been in the copy or something.
Yeah.
I love you.
Teehee.
Why does it look like that? It's scary.
Okay, and then I think these are just regular David lines.
Like what?
Let's still listen.
I miss
Oh.
Mommy.
Oh. Oh.
I miss mommy.
That's a line
Okay.
that is from one of the film reels, but not with that, ghostly effect over it. Right?
Yeah.
Me when I'm being tickled. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I know you're there. That's a line from the commercial thing.
This is from the commercial, which is interesting.
Yeah, which we
Why
all
is-
we only
is he
hear
making his,
Shroom
like-
say it. We don't ever hear David say that, right?
Yeah, that was the thing that was the part in the ad where the shroom said it in David's voice, and we were all like, "Oh, it can talk on its own. Doesn't need to be mimicking." Which is funny. I'm sure it's just like either they didn't. It's it's not that important, but in universe, the idea of the mimic with David's ghosts is mimicking a toy, which is mimicking an allegory for him within an advertisement. There's a lot of layers to that one. There's a lot of mimics within mimics in that one.
Do you think Edwin had David in universe voice
Recorded?
the commercial? Because it's the same voice actor, and
I can see
they're
that.
in game.
Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
supposed to be him. Like Edwin was clearly making those advertisements with
Yes.
himself, his wife, and his son in mind.
No, you don't understand. He's a purple bow tie, so it's actually the Aftons. Because Tails Games is true.
Because Tails Games.
Mhm. I'm sorry, M2, I lost my
So that's what
temper.
he's-
That's Edwin. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was always going to fix you. I left him out at the playground. I baked it
Oh,
myself
that's unique.
for David's special day.
What does he say about the playground?
I left him down at the playground. That's a line that Edwin does say in the film
Oh.
reel. Yeah.
I thought he said, "I love it down at the playground."
Yeah.
Oh, that's like an actual kid laughing.
Yeah,
It's not
that's like
even-
stock effect, not the
Yeah.
lady. Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate this.
Could David himself be mimicking the mimic? Yes.
Okay.
Weird.
Very weird.
So yeah, David is inside the robot that has both his spirit and the memories of the mimic that was mimicking his mother. So he can remember stuff that was said to M1. He can remember stuff that happened in real life to him, and he remembers stuff that was said to M2. So he has all three of those wrapped up in one.
Yes, which is what, as well as the embedded agony of being shown anger, because on top of all that, he is still the mimic, which is why I think he destroys Edwin's legs. And then on top of that, the mimic,
there's the explosion.
The mimic programming of taking on the persona of whatever suit he's in. So like when he's in Jackie, he is Jackie with murderous intent, with David's memories, with M1 Fiona's memories, which possibly has Fiona's remnant agony in it. So it's just very confusion.
The secret of the mimic is that it's very, very confusion.
It hurt itself in its confusion.
So Seeker Comfiness says it's just like Elizabeth having baby's memories, which it's similar. Like baby is a unique case because baby is its own separate, or at least within sister location, is its own separate consciousness that simultaneously shares Elizabeth's memories, whereas the mimic, the M2, seems to be like all of their memories combined into one. I guess that's the same thing. But Elizabeth is very much separate from baby, at least in sister location. And then they just kind of hand wave it in 6, because 6 is a conclusion to the Silver Eyes and not to the games. I assumed Seeker was talking about the trilogy, whereas Elizabeth is two conscious.
Yeah, baby in the Silver Eyes is part. Yeah. Because the Foundation is Charlie Bot, but then kills Elizabeth. So it's like Elizabeth's jealousy and, bad attitude, etc., that she had toward William, but then also is a Charlie Bot and has the agony of Henry beating it up and like the intention to be Charlie, etc. Yes. So yeah, baby is a robot and Charlie and Elizabeth.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, they are adapting the Silver Eyes. So
100%.
Given that they are adapting the Silver Eyes, do you think we okay, if you were to make a prediction based on everything that we've known and analyzed and everything in this game and where the Silver Eyes trilogy goes, is there any prediction that you'd make based on both those together?
So it kind of depends where we are in, right? Because if you lay out every event in the books chronologically, that's obviously not the order that you're told them, right? One of the last things you learn is that Charlie's a robot.
Yeah.
So if we're just talking the general stories...
Which I guess would be similar here if we're going toward the finale now.
Mm-hmm. But like, who is the Charlie Bot? Who is the... if Henry is Edwin and David is Charlie Bot, is Charlie, then Mimic is Charlie Bot, then like that sort of implies that Mimic would grow up not knowing it was a robot and then learn this information when confronted with the evil version of itself. So it would almost be like M1 does exist and was not shown evil. M2 exists and was shown evil. They're both David. and David has to fight David. So it would be like if
I think
Gregory
that's what
if
Gregory
Gregory was David, it would almost be like
Yeah.
for Gregory to be David, he would have to be the one to fight the mimic because they're both Davids. Would almost be like another David.
Yeah, no, I think that's, I don't think necessarily because of the reaction that Gregbot had to everything else that was going on, you know, in Security Breach and all the theories at the time. I don't think Gregbot will be true. I don't think we'll literally, like, Gregory's face will come off and he'll go, I was a robot the whole time. I've been the mimic. I think, though technically that could be possible given that the mimic can shrink and grow between adult and child size, that you could have a robot that can grow up in age, which is a problem that the Silvereyes ran into, given that they had like 4 robots. But I think we'll probably go more so like mind control, possession vibe. Gregory is Charlie Bot. Mimic 2 is Elizabeth baby Charlie Bot. Afton's kind of out of the picture now though, which is weird. So I guess Fiona is that role maybe in those games. And then
yes.
Edwin's more like Henry, but from the games. But he's also in the games. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Drivers, you're saying Steelwood doesn't care about what fan thinks about fans not liking robot theories. I thought somewhere somebody said that Scott and Matt Pat talked about Gregbot, and he said that it wasn't the case.
What I heard was Scott answered Matt Pat's questions, but didn't answer anything about the current story. So, like, I fully believe, and I'm sorry if I'm insulting your name, Mr. Tom Theory, but I think that Scott probably told Matt Pat that the books are just not canon, which is why they haven't had any like theories about the books being canon. Because Matt Pat probably went to Tom and was like, "The books aren't canon. Don't worry about it. Focus on real things."
Yeah, maybe. Although they did have something to do with the Mimic books recently, didn't they? I don't know. Like,
they made an Escape the Pizzaplex one.
Yeah. Oh, they did a whole video about if the books were canon, right? Wasn't that a couple of months ago?
Possibly. Matt
But,
made
like,
one of those
it
a long
wasn't-
time ago, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it was around the time of all the Flaff stuff and the Doco teaser, I think. I reacted to it with Drazzer saying that's fake news, that he didn't tell Matt Pat anything. So fair enough. Let me see. The M1 was around for 3 years before David died. It heard more than we even know. So, yeah, I suppose Everett's saying that the M1 could have heard all those things, which David is saying as a ghost. But regardless, it's a ghost saying it, and it's copying what a robot is doing. So I think that's like Gregory. That the David spirit is being split between a projection or the building or whatever and the robot. It's almost like the robot has its own ghost that's going around, like its own projection that it's controlling.
The ghost the robot, like, if it's in everything and also mixed with general agony, which is what I think the orange goo is, then it does sort of have the ability to do ghostly things. It's just from agony, not remnant.
See, I think Remnant is just we've talked about this, but I just think Remnant is agony plus metal. Like that Remnant is a vessel or is a resultant of agony being channeled through a metal and then melted down.
I view it almost more like Remnant is memory and agony is emotion. So like agony can power something. If you put agony inside of a tin soldier, it'll get angry and want to poke you. If you put remnant inside of a tin soldier and the person whose remnant it is didn't like you, they might poke you, but if they loved you, then they wouldn't poke you.
Mm-hmm.
That would be how I would.
Yeah, it's
that's
like
how I would do it.
That's the more consciousness driven part, versus just raw emotion. Yeah, I mean, people are saying the orange goo is magma, but we do see them melting metal, so it is melted down metal.
It's stored inside barrels, just regular barrels, and we
Yeah.
also do see it on the surface toward the end. Like just like one of the pipes bursts and it's just kind of sitting on the floor.
Yeah, I don't know how it's kept in barrels, regardless of what it is.
I'm pretty sure.
It's metal. The texture has nuts and bolts. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the texture is just octopuses. If Candy's to be believed, she showed us the texture last night.
Oh yeah, it's just like close up.
Yeah. I'll see if I can scroll back and find that.
Yeah, I don't know what that texture is called. Goo. Go.
The lava model is a
content
ton of Occupy cutouts colored to look like lava. T-pose the lava octopus bath. So this is the lava texture, and it's just like literally just like an octopus. And then these are just cubes. Which is like, I don't know, it's a legit way of saving space. Like how the clouds and the clouds and the bushes in Mario are the same thing.
Mm-hmm. There is a texture called lava emissive in the files, which doesn't look like much, but that could be for something else. Let's see if there's like molten metal, anything. Oh, there's so many metal. Goo, no, slime,
Goo.
sludge,
Agony. Imagine it
Yeah,
just
I
being
don't
called
know.
Agony.
Yeah, a remnant. Oh yeah, there it is.
Vanessa in Security Breach is playing the role of Dave Miller from the Silver Eyes. Very true.
Yeah.
Which would make Vanessa sort of the
But she's-
William stand-in.
Yes, true. Though she is also a servant of the whole thing. Is there a character in those books that is getting like brought over to the dark side? Not really, is there?
No, just Elizabeth Baby.
Yeah.
Fazant saying
And
nobody
is
died.
there like a
Plenty of people died. So one guy gets killed in the incinerator. The employee starves to death in the basement.
Yeah.
There's at least 2 deaths besides David's in the building.
Yeah, all those elevator accidents and everything is weird.
White Tiger is David's
Emotions
spirit.
can attach to things at the end of it all. Yeah. That's true.
White Tiger is David's spirit projecting an image from within M2, like how Cassidy can seemingly be with Golden Freddy in FNAF 2, and Kelsey in the books. Kelsey is a projection.
Kelsey is a projection.
Oh, Fazant was talking about something else. Never mind.
Electrical doors, decals.
I think a lot of stuff can be waved away with its agony.
Yeah.
Just like, oh, it's how emotions and opinions and thoughts are manifesting themselves as sort of living things. I did not see this in my playthrough, or in T-Dread's, or in yours, but Markiplier's like second episode of his playthrough, the sound lures started going off by themselves. Which, like, I didn't even know was a thing that was possible.
So going off by themselves? What do you mean? Just like randomly?
He was just in a room, and the sound lure just goes off. Yeah. Which I'd never seen.
Oh, weird. I'd never seen that before either. Maybe that's something to do with the new patch they put out. Maybe it broke something.
Or it's agony.
Agony.
Things can only be explained as agony because we don't know about agony. Correct, which is also why everything is the field. We don't know what it is. It's this. It's magic. I don't got to explain nothing.
Yeah.
Sauce says that they also experienced that day 1 before the patch.
Oh.
Lights flickering, la la la, playing, and groans can be heard at random.
Interesting. La la la. That's really interesting. I did
La
not come
la
across that
la.
once, even on my
Me
second
neither.
playthrough. Hmm. Weird.
Yeah, my sort of
I was
why
gonna
I
say something.
think that why I think that it's fine to sort of use agony as a catch-all is because I think that we the fans might expect more of an explanation for things than Steel Wool or Scott put into it. Um,
Yeah,
like
or
for them,
are
it's
willing to
just
give.
it's just cool that X, Y, or Z happened, and we're like, but why? What's the in-canon explanation for how that could happen? And they just don't have an answer. It's just cool,
Yeah.
and so the answer can just
I
then
mean, I
be
do that
it's
all the
agony.
time. Whenever I'm writing something like, obviously I'm not writing a puzzle series like FNAF, but like, I'll be writing something and I'll kind of go, why did this happen? And then I go, oh, it's like a fantasy thing. I can just say it's magic.
Yeah,
Just go, yeah,
I don't got to
magic
explain
did
it.
it.
It's magic. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's not crucial to the arc, like to the arcs or plot of the characters, or what am I saying? As long as it's not crucial to the plot or characters, then you can kind of get away with just going, I don't know, cool thing happened, agony, or whatever the kind of general explanation is for these things. I'd love to be in on a meeting in Steel Wool and just hear what and how Scott dictates the story to them. Like, does he hand wave things, or does he go like, don't worry about it, people might figure it out? Or at this point, is he just going, okay, here's how Remnant works. Here's what agony is.
Yeah.
This is what this means. This is who this character is and where they were born and what their parents' names were. Like, how much does he know? How much is he telling them?
Yeah, and like if you're a random developer of the game, I'm sure it's like kind of a small
Mm-hmm.
team, but if you're a developer of the game, how much
Like 40
FNAF
people, right?
lore do you need to understand just to like work on the textures?
That's
Like,
what I was thinking as well. It's
yeah.
like the guy making the poster. Does that? I guess they all probably have to just get approved, but you also don't want to be putting a huge amount of. You also don't want to be putting a huge amount of time into getting something working and like, or making a texture and finishing art, and then you get sent back like a no, it's not lore accurate. You go, well, just tell me what the
Yeah.
lore is before I make the poster. The jest rabbit is weird, right?
Yeah. Everything just is weird because it's like one of the few things that we didn't see as a before the game came out teaser.
Mm-hmm.
And they go, just kidding, ha 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 ha. It's like so weird.
And he's a rabbit that's pink and yellow and purple with a clown makeup. It's like, is there William stuff in there? I don't know. It's green, it's purple, and it's yellow. All the theorized colors of William Afton. Green Afton stands winning. We also have the Hang In There poster, which has it's a cat with a little green top hat and a purple bow tie. It's weird. Ba, 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 ba. It's Funtime Bonnie. Yeah, that's the Springlock suit. There you go. It was Jest the whole
Is
time.
that no
This flirtatious Springlock suit.
a jester
No, no,
and
no,
a
GiBi.
baby? I know that you're
No.
like joking, but like,
No, someone said that. Mrs. Trap said that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do think that the Springlock suit in Sister Location is a Spring Bonnie, like a fun time Spring Bonnie, because it's like the one
I couldn't find a picture. I
missing
apologize.
piece.
I googled just kidding jester FNAF Secret of the Mimic to try to find a picture of it, but I couldn't find one on Google.
Oh, here I can send you one. Textures. Ba 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 ba.
Chica was left out because they wanted it to be a surprise. I agree. However, there were some clips they could have shown that would have just proven Tales Games wasn't true like a month ago, and it would have just made the community so much nicer. So much nicer.
You know what I genuinely think it was? Just
What?
like, and I have no evidence for this and it might be unfair, but we saw that there's only one like marketing person for this game.
Yes.
And I genuinely think it was a case of like, oh, are we gonna like pay someone to make us a trailer? No, we've got a one for the release day trailer, but we can't like afford to, or we're not gonna make a trailer, or we don't have time to make a trailer, or we don't want to show off too much or whatever. And marketing was like, oh, what if we did like a viral marketing thing? Like, could I use those tapes from the game? Oh yeah, sure, you can use, like, just pick a few and use them. And it wasn't a case of like, this one's important and this one's not important and this one's this and this one. I think it's just like, yeah, these are finished, they're in the game, just put 4 of them out and leave a couple so that they're still fun to see in game. I don't think it was anything more than that.
I'm playing the trailer from.
I don't even think they were particularly relevant. Oh yeah. There's a picture of the poster in game as well.
Just kidding, and then it's this little guy.
Just kidding.
It's kind of creepy.
Just cereal. Start your day with a bowl of laughs. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah, creepy and weird. I don't know. Yeah.
Just kidding.
Just cereal. Start your day with a bowl of laughs. Just kidding. Just
Yeah, it's like a fever dream. It's like a nightmare. I hate everything that just happened on screen. But we're thinking that that's a rabbit.
I think so.
I know that
that was my immediate thought when I looked at it.
There is a costume of it in game. That like the mimic can turn into. I don't know if we can easily find something with if we can easily find that screenshot, but it is there somewhere.
Yeah, it's still so early in the game, like game's lifespan, that there's not enough screenshots of it online.
We really need a good FNAF wiki. Please, someone who's not me, figure it out. People are saying it might not be rabbit ears, it's just the hat, but I think the hat is for... Like, the reason that it's a rabbit is because of the hat.
Yeah, and I think the face, to me, gives, like, the little nose, it gives me, like, very much Glitch Trap vibes, as in the shape of the mouth and the big smile and the little button nose up top. Doesn't have the whiskers, I suppose.
They say it's on the wiki.
It's on the wiki. Just rabbit, Secret of the Mimic. I need to see. It's hard to search up.
Yep.
All suits, Secret of the Mimic, maybe.
Yeah, because I just typed out Secret of the Mimic. Just kidding, FNAF. It's like, oh,
suits.
you mean
There we
the
go.
Mimic? Yeah.
Yeah. Jest. Here we go.
Okay. Chat, we need more brain rot. We
it's
can't just
not a
have
rabbit.
Unwithered bopping to himself. So I need everyone to post feet in the chat. Feet in the chat, or David being hit by a car. Pasta feet.
Just kidding.
Yeah, the pasta feet wars. Did you find it?
I did. I sent it in. Sorry, I
Oh.
sent it to you in the general.
Because I still didn't know what to search for. There we go. Yeah, what a creepy little weirdo. What a horrible little goblin man. I don't like it.
And the mimic's not too cool either. No. Yeah, I mean, I can see people saying it's not. Does anyone think it isn't a rabbit? I don't know. Well, if you don't think it's a
Fazant
rabbit,
says it's a
tell me what you
weasel.
think it is. Don't just
Yeah,
weasel.
Fazant says
There's
weasel.
there is weasels in game though, right?
I think it could be a rabbit. Just like the ears say rabbit. If you're gonna turn an animal into a jester, it would probably be something with ears like a rabbit.
Yeah. Let me see.
People are saying rat.
Mascot was ordered on October
I don't know.
10th, 1976, and picked up on January 10th as 1977.
Straight up, just the
print
glitch
on
trap
comics.
pose, says Fritz. which is true. Just as a rabbit.
That's true. I don't know where this render comes from.
Did you see their hedgehogs? This could be anything. That's true, I guess. That might not be an official render. It better be.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. I don't know.
It better be. Where'd you find it? Did you find it on the wiki?
It's on the wiki, yeah.
Okay. Well, as I keep saying, the wiki is not
Yeah,
good.
The
For what?
wiki is
For what page?
the wiki refers to it as body type C. It's mascot suits. I just looked up mimic all mascot suits and it came up. Now the wiki refers to it as a court jester rodent mascot. I don't know where they're getting the rodent part. Does anyone know? Is this to do with the body types as listed on the order forms? Is that the idea? Or is that just whoever made the cereal just like writing it down?
Or whoever
Just because they think that's what it is.
has a commercial.
Also, I will note that this is most likely, and it's not a cultural reference that I'm super familiar with, so someone correct me. But I think this is supposed to be a parody of Trix, right? And it's the mascot of Trix is a rabbit.
That is true.
Like it's a cereal that is like based on like it's like a jest Trix rabbit mascot, right? It's a white rabbit. I wonder, is there anything about Trix that maybe made them think of? Because I thought it was a weird choice for the costume manner to go into food.
Oh, and they're
White
saying
rabbit, you say?
they're saying on the wiki that this could be the suit that the mimic gets spring locked in the books. It does say a jester suit, but I don't like.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say this is a jester suit. I'd say this is a jester anthropomorphic animal. Yeah, I'd call it like a rabbit. I wouldn't just say jester. Jester to me implies that sort of like there's no animal face at all, kind of like those soldiers. Where it's just like a human face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think
Looks like a rabbit to me.
Me too. That's what and it's I don't know if you'll agree with this, but I think it's super William coded, whatever that might mean. It's just quite interesting, the color scheme that they've picked for this, what I can tell to be a rabbit costume.
Yeah, doing
it could just be pose. Yeah, it could just be funky references. Do we know where these renders are from? Because
it's got to be
not convinced.
It's got to be in game or something. Like there's no way that these aren't official.
Where would they even be from in game? Like they're 2D PNGs. Like I don't even know.
This is the moon I keep seeing everywhere. Let's read the speculation. Where's speculation? I love the speculation section of every single FNAF wiki article is just people arguing with each other.
Yeah. Oh, Austin Art 404 just makes these cool renders. They're not.
What?
They're not actually official. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
To that guy.
No way.
It's if you click the image, it says at the top, just credit to Austin Art 404. He does make some sick renders.
Oh my god. I hate the FNAF wiki so much. Guys, it's actually awful.
Yeah, it should be labeled. It should be labeled as unofficial.
Jeez.
I assume that the models are officially the same models from in-game, but that
the render itself might be unique.
Yeah,
like
the render itself is.
Which means he would have chosen the pose to look like that, basically.
Yeah. I might be just completely misremembering, but does the birthday puppy costume show up? Like does the mimic ever get into the birthday dog costume?
Yes, it actually chased me right before we started streaming. In the story time room.
Weird. I don't think I ever came up against it because I came up mostly against the bee, the jest, the hedgehog, and the elephant. I didn't see much of the other ones.
Um,
He gets into all of them. Well, I assumed
I saw
that
all
they
this.
wouldn't be on this wiki page, but then I wasn't super sure.
yes, no, I saw this today, I can assure you.
Yeah. There was also a cool like biker variant of the lion. Have you seen that?
No, although I heard someone today talking
Like
about
an eye patch and a leather jacket.
a weird rare variant of the bird. I heard Withered Circle talking about today.
Oh.
Biker variant, huh? Seems like a
See, I
lot
can
of
probably find it actually in the files.
a lot of effort they put into stuff like this when other parts of the game maybe could have used some more effort. Bye, Absol. Absol says, y'all have literally streamed from my lunch until dinner. I have to go. That's fine. We were supposed to finish when Candy left.
That's fair. Can't stop a good thing. Birthday puppy.
Birthday puppy. Are you said that you're sort of working on a Secret of the Mimic video. What's your, I don't know, what's your takeaway about Moon? Because if I have to start writing mine tomorrow, I need ideas to bounce off of someone, and that person can't be TD. Me and him can't. Our couple counselor said we're not allowed to talk about lore anymore.
What's my takeaway about Moon, the big, like, I assume you mean the Sleepy Moon or whatever?
Sleepy Moon and also Moon.exe. Everything we've done today. The last 6 hours of our lives.
Sleepy Moon is still a big kind of question mark for me. Like, part of me thinks it might be. See, I don't even know why the suit is down there in the first place, because Edwin seemed to be designing it, and there was like blueprints for it left over in the Dolly part of the game, so I don't even know why it would be there. But I guess my kind of like lame theory is that it's just like, oh, one of the workers fell down there, or it's like the agony from all the dead people, and they're after possessing this suit. Something more interesting would be like if it's potentially Edwin, or if there was two mimic robots, that it's the M1 potentially pretending to be Edwin or something. But I don't even know why that would be. I genuinely haven't even looked into enough about the Sleepy Moon beyond watching like Candy's video to know, and like having obviously played that section myself, to even get an idea as to where or how that could have gotten there. So, question mark? Unless the idea is the M2 was down there, was what was trapped down there, got out, killed Edwin, or whatever, fought Edwin, then went back, and in the same way that it can teleport to the house before we get there, it just jumps down the big hole and gets into the suit again.
Which is so weird.
But
and then
yeah,
I guess like the big one would be, do you think that the thing that is Sleepy Moon and the moon that comes and grabs you in Moon.exe are the same entity?
Are the same entity
in some way.
Unless they're both Edwin, then no. But the one in Moon.exe is definitely designed after that physical suit, which is interesting because you'd wonder if there is actually a mascot sun suit somewhere. In the same way that there's a mascot moon. That'd be cool for a DLC. I'd actually love to see that. Is like we find or encounter a mascot sun, and it looks exactly like the image from the game. That'd be cool.
Like the big pointy Statue of Liberty head style sun?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam said it.
Sam said it.
Yeah, they did a super chat thing.
What's your take on the
Oh Lord.
like when you say are they the same entity? What do you mean? Like, do you think that both of them are Edwin?
I
Like Edwin is
mean,
down in the basement going lullaby.
yes, if it was Edwin down in the basement, which is what 90% of the evidence points to, but then the other 10% just thoroughly debunks, which is what's so frustrating.
Yeah.
If Sleepy Moon's Edwin, or if, let's say that in Security Breach 2, we find out that Theodore is a virus, a space virus from the moon, and he's in the suit, and he's also in all the games, so he's the same entity in both. Then that would also be an answer, Theodore Moon.
Yeah. Theodore Moon.
Because to me, my favorite FNAF character. I don't know why they would be different if they then use the exact same character to represent them, because that would be then the only time when we have a major character in both the real physical factory and Moon.exe that would represent different things.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless the moon is the part of the agony that is Edwin's agony. Okay, so we were just saying that M2 has all three Murrays in it, right? And then we're saying that you have to, when he's inside Jackie, and then leave some of that residue behind. And so when you play Moon.exe, it's kind of freeing the part that's in Jackie, right? And then rinse and repeat for Nurse and Big Top. Okay, so if Mimic was ever in Moon, it would sort of have that. And maybe because Moon is Edwin's spirit animal, all of the Edwin-ness that was ever in M2 is left behind. Moon becomes the Edwin Horcrux, and all of that Edwin-ness within M2 is now solely inside of Moon. But then it's still... It can't be the thing that they trap below. Well, yes, it can. Because Edwin would have imbued M2 with his agony before all the humans left, because the humans were still there after David died. So M2 goes into that suit and leaves behind all of Edwin's agony or something. I have no idea.
But then why is Fiona writing a note in that room from first-person perspective? Unless we think the M2 is just constantly confused and switching between personalities.
Well, yes, it's the persona of whatever it's in. So when it's naked, what's its persona? All three? A mixture of the three? Rapidly switching between them?
I mean, at the end of the game, it chases us and it's naked, and it doesn't... It's not talking as any one particular... It's just kind of doing the same thing it did when it was the amalgam. It's just going you're not allowed here. Tickets, please. So...
That's not in the Moon ending, though. We never see it naked. We only see that in Parachute. We don't see that in Moon. So in the ending where we, quote-unquote, free Jackie and Nurse and Big Top, we then never see it chasing us while it's naked.
Yeah. But I'm saying if the M2 was Sleepy Moon in those emails where everyone's saying, "Oh, there's something in the basement," then that would have been it during the time that it was already filled with agony. But then it wouldn't have legs, so why would it be in the basement?
Yeah, it didn't get the agony until Edwin beat it up, I guess. Unless he does say what I was always going to fix. So he could have beaten it up, and then a long while later is when it kind of makes its way to his office to blow him up.
Oh, I think that is the case, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have legs before it comes to blow him up. Because it says, "Oh, don't you like my legs? There's still a few kinks to work at." It's just built its legs. That's my interpretation, is that he beat the crap out of it, put it in David's room or put it in wherever, and it took its time and eventually rebuilt itself, and then immediately went to his office and blew it up. I don't know how it involves itself in the power outage. That's the other weird thing, right? It's the ending of the game where we go to the office and the back wall is blown up, the audio tape starts and we're supposed to think it's Edwin talking, even though the subtitles spoil it. The Edwin is talking, test power test, which is or test journal entry log or whatever it says, which is a direct quote from one of the other
Yes.
voice lines. And then it like starts mimicking him and talking about how, there was a power test failure and there was a surge and there was a minor detonation in the office. And what's weird is that Edwin isn't like, oh my god, M2, what are you doing here? He's like, oh my god, M2, come here, like, help,
Come here, boy.
He doesn't even seem that surprised that M2 is up and about. If you know what I mean. Like,
Yes.
if M2 has been deactivated this whole time and he thought it was done for, why is he not more surprised that it showed up in the office?
I think he knew it was
And
awake. He just he stopped believing it was David, and he beat it up.
yeah.
And he's like, I always meant to fix you. So he didn't fully give up on the project. It was just sort of on the back burner.
But how do you think the mimic was involved in the explosion? Because I think it was too, because that would be a weird voice memo otherwise.
Yep.
Unless the explosion happens and M2 is just coincidentally also fixed its legs at the same time.
Yeah. And I think the explosion and the power has to do with the goo. Because those are just two,
Yeah.
you have an unstable thing that's clearly fueling the factory, and then at the end there's some sort of power experiment explosion. It's got to be the goo.
Yeah. Unless it's just lying about a power failure. It's coming up with an excuse to tell because also it's like the M2, why does it bother going over and recording a test?
Yeah. It can just mimic stuff at that point. So do you think Moon fell after all the humans left? Or could that have been before? And then obviously we know that Candy thinks that it's what killed David. I think it had to have been after the logs, where they're like, Edwin doesn't even know what's down there anymore. Because if there's just a big hole in the floor and you could just look down there, then it wouldn't be this huge elevator mystery. If what's his name is down there starving to death, but there's just a hole in the floor.
Yeah.
And you can look up and scream, "Hey guys!"
Hey, help me out.
Yeah. So I think the moon had to have fallen after David died. Don't tell Candy I said that. Which to me, I think it's possible that. Where do we find the audio log where Edwin beats up M2? That's near where we find the tiger, right?
That's right before we go into the tiger's room.
Right before
we go down the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
But before we get into the elevator, there's a tape sitting on a couch, which says Edwin's like, the power fluctuations have gotten more unstable. Anyone venturing down to the tunnels, be careful. And then you go downstairs. There's a Cleanovac, and then right in the corner beside the computer is another one on the wall where he says, "Stop sounding like him. You're not him. You're not." And then he starts beating him up. And then we walk down some stairs, and that's where the entrance to the room is with Tiger in it. The big, dark, empty space.
How close is that to the moon section? We don't know, but Candy thinks that they're close to each other because she looked at the map.
Yeah, someone, yeah. When you are in that area with the elevator, I think it is, either the beginning or the end, I'm not sure. One or the other, there is a window that looks... I think it's at the very end. Once you come at the other end and you go up in the elevator and it opens up and there's mannequins and stuff, I think there's a window that looks directly out onto the showroom carousel. You can see the carousel through the window.
Yeah.
It's just that in the showroom side, you can't see through the window to look into that area.
Yes.
Which is annoying.
And the showroom itself obviously the elevator goes right down there, which is the elevator that like stopped working or whatever. So yeah, I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that this is like 100% the correct answer. I'm just saying that this is likely enough to make a video on, that it goes down there after being infused with agony, and the suit is there, I guess.
But it doesn't have legs.
It doesn't have legs, but it can, when it's in I don't know, when it's in Jackie, Jackie doesn't have legs, but he does. Or when it's in Big Top, it doesn't have 17 arms, but Big Top does. So like it would have to be
But
that.
isn't the difference between those and this that the moon is a suit made to be worn by people?
So
and Jackie is a robot?
I keep seeing people say that as if that's not the point of the mimic. They're all suits meant to be worn by people.
Well, Jackie isn't. Jackie's a robot.
Yeah, correct. Jackie is it, but I mean like the Mushroom Man and the elephant, like those are suits for people, right?
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. It's like
Yeah,
the
so-
ones that are robots, we can explain why it can move in different ways. But for a suit that doesn't, like, I don't think when it didn't have legs, it couldn't have climbed into the hedgehog or whatever, because the hedgehog doesn't have any support below. Like,
Mhm.
if a person that didn't have legs climbed into one suit, they couldn't walk around. So the M2 doesn't have legs, so it can't walk around in the suit.
If there was a spring lock suit, and it was inside the spring lock suit and left its agony behind, then the spring lock suit could walk on its own, question mark. I guess. I don't know.
A spring lock suit could walk around on its own.
Yes.
Because a spring lock suit can go between animatronic and person mode. Yeah, and see the moon suit is interesting because it's also one of the few suits, and people correct me if I'm wrong. I have to say that now all the time in case
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
speaking too arrogantly. But the moon suit is also one of the only suits that within the blueprints were shown a person within it. Like we're shown the outline of a human being
Yeah.
sitting in the suit and how it would work. And I think that's interesting. I don't know if it's necessarily the most relevant thing, but it is interesting if we're going off the idea that maybe Edwin could be the moon, that we're being shown, look, you need a person to be inside it. Like I know obviously the mimic could be, but there's no like legs of a robot to work. It's basically just a really big wire sphere that projects light, and then you just step into it and put your arms and legs at the ends.
Yeah, I have the blueprints up. Yeah, I hate it. I hate that again. It seems like a satisfactory answer is very close,
Very close.
and then there's just one thing that proves it's not. Like the moon having Edwin's agony makes perfect sense. The question's just like, why? Why and how? which are big questions. Also,
Yeah.
when?
Yeah, when is a big one.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Was Edwin associated
I'm gonna
with
save all these,
moons? Was Edwin associated with moons like before Moon.exe?
I think it's more likely that he is like he's seeing himself as like the opposite of Fiona. So it's more likely that maybe David related Fiona to the sun because she was dead and drew pictures of her, and then he related himself to the moon if she was the sun. I did not see this in game. There is a blueprint, at least in the files, for Dolly, and there's one for the Springlock Captain? Question mark? Yeah, the Springlock Captain. Did you see the Springlocks in game?
No,
The
I
Springlock,
did see the moon.
Blueprint?
No.
Yeah, I saw the moon. I didn't see, because I kept complaining about how few blueprints there were, because it just kept
It kept being the same
reused over
Monty
and over
over and
again.
over, yeah.
Yeah, but because the Captain Springlock suit does have the outline of a human inside of it. So that would go against my idea. Unless it's not in the game. Who knows? Let me see. Try to see here. None of the other ones. Yeah, none of the other ones show, even in like the costume suits like Chica, none of them show a person inside of them. So I wonder, is that part of the hint that it isn't? an
Like,
element
they
of
knew we'd think this, so they made it not possible.
Yeah.
But then, like, why bother?
No, I mean more so that like because they're drawing a human in the
Mhm.
blueprint, that you're supposed to kind of look at that and think, oh, there's a human in there, not the mimic.
But then he's...
Yeah.
But then he's Edwin's voice actor. Like, he is Edwin, so he's either a mimic or a ghost.
Or he's Edwin. Edwin went down there.
But Edwin's legs are broken.
Yeah. Damn it. It's nobody. He went to the hospital, he freaked out, he
Oh my
came
God.
back, and he got in the basement. He said, I'm done with all this. I'm getting in the basement, I'm putting on my moon suit. Attention, traders! I'm putting on my moon suit.
Attention, traders. Lullaby and good night.
Yeah. Anyone have any hot takes in the chat about what the hell moon is? Maybe it's just a monster. Maybe it's just a demon. Maybe we're just going to introduce demons into FNAF, and it's just a new
Yes.
thing, and we don't know that yet.
Old Man Consequences and Moon, Sleepy Moon, are the only two, like, actual, deity characters.
Yeah, non-human entities. What if it's like an agony being?
Like Eleanor.
What if it's like an agony thing, like Eleanor or the Pit Bunny or whatever? Demons got introduced in the Tale Story Monster. Oh yeah, someone told me about that. And there's like a big devil with red horns, isn't there?
Isn't that like the bonus one you have to buy at Walmart or something?
Yes, that's yeah. I think
Yeah.
that is it.
What's interesting is, like, in classic folklore, like, the moon is a feminine spirit while the sun is masculine. So, like, they're not pulling from that sort of thing. Sun also has, like, homophone sun and sun, so, like, that's also just annoying.
Yeah, that's really annoying. I still wish. I was like, I see. I get it though. Moon plus sun equals eclipse. We've already got that whole dynamic going on. So I can understand them going like, oh, it's like a child. Like Helpy is helper plus
Yeah, which
Mr.
is
and Mrs. Helper.
another... So that's one of the things I was arguing with T-Dreads about, where I'm like, if Mr. and Mrs. Helpful and Helpy are a clear representation of the family, then the idea that Sun, Moon, and Eclipse would be Fiona, Edwin, and David just seems silly to me, which is why I prefer the interpretation that they're all aspects of Edwin.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I know what you mean. I think it is interesting because, like, Mr. Mrs. Helpful, Helpy, that's a much more direct. I shudder to say the word parallel, but like to. It's not even a parallel. It's just like allegories of two parents and a child, or we're assuming that Helpy is their child, like in canon, quote unquote. But like, you can make those connections much easier than a moon going in front of a sun makes an eclipse, which is just like a child when it's not really. It is interesting though if you consider it through the lens of what we were talking about earlier, where the sun's light is being obscured by the dark side of the moon, and that creates an eclipse. And that we've kind of just got the ring of what's left of the sun outside of the darkness of the moon, and that kind of representing like the darkness of Edwin, the agony that Edwin infused into the mimic, like overshadowing
the power of the sun, like the goodness of Fiona. You know, you've got
Mhm.
more interesting symbolism there than just like, oh, dad and mom together make kid. Because an eclipse is not
Yep.
a third entity; it's two entities overlapping. But also David's there.
But also David's
I don't
there.
know.
David is the Earth. Are we still on
Is it?
Earth? Can someone... Okay, chat, help me find this. I watched this video a few months ago. John FNAF is playing through either Security Breach or Ruin, and something's happening, and he just goes, "Are they still on Earth?" And someone posted it to Twitter, and John's like,
Another
"Lol, I have no
dream.
idea what I was thinking." And I have not been able to find that clip. So if any of you know what I'm talking about, please let me know.
I know there's the clip of him going, "Is it Ennard?" when the mimic
Yeah.
walks out from Ruin. He's got some fun ideas. Old woman, sun, and moon are supposed to be Edwin's parents. Oof. I mean, then we're getting into double, like we've got sun and moon duo.
Sun
I
goes
mean,
away at Fall Fest, though. So,
yeah, sun is directly stated to be Fiona. So whether she's literally Fiona, like F10, or an aspect of Edwin, which he personifies as Fiona, unclear. Foxy.exe was the way to solve the lore the entire time. Let's go back. Let's go check it out.
what is it, like, be still your step into the heart of madness or something?
Be sure. Oh
Be
yeah,
sure your
first
step.
has it posted here. Be sure your step through the heart of madness. Wasn't there some like game file or something that was labeled Heart of Madness in one of the Steelwool games?
Yeah, I think the implication was just that the next story arc was going to be like the what we're playing right now is just the Heart of Madness into Madness.
My God. Trisha could have been a babysitter or a friend. Yeah, I don't know if Trisha's necessarily important, other than to just clarify that
Yes.
M1 wasn't built yet.
Yeah, that's exactly. So someone tried to say earlier that M1 may have been before Fiona died, and I'm like, no. Trisha.
Yeah, the reason that Trisha is named is so that we know there's a babysitter that isn't just
Yep.
Fiona or the M1. I wish there was just one extra log that said something about how the hell Edwin goes from hearing Fiona on the radio to being like, "Ah, my robot wife." Like
Yep.
we
Yep.
don't get that jump. Is it Fiona on the radio as M1 going like, "Hey, I'm quoting the film. Now also come home." And is he disappointed by that? Is he just immediately ecstatic? Because she says, "Oh, I know you're excited," but like, see, I kind of would like it more if the F10 machine started being Fiona first, and then they put her into M1, because then you have more plausible deniability on Edwin's part for him to be like, "No, it's definitely a ghost." Like, I know he can just say it's him believing what he wants to believe, but when you build a robot to pretend to be other people, and then it pretends to be your dead wife that it's been watching movies about, I mean, the immediate jump to be like, her ghost must be inside this, is a little, like, I know it's him just deluding himself, but at least if it was in a different machine that might, have more dubious ties to the mimic program, it could work a little better. Or not better necessarily, but might be a little clearer. I don't know. Lasso pig, Mr.
So what I'm probably gonna do is type out a lot of thoughts and then bother you in the chat. Be like, but do you think Moon could this? And then that's what I'm going to do. So, chat, if you guys haven't been aware, every week I'm releasing part of an ongoing series about Secret of the Mimic. So 2 weeks ago I did Arnold's story. This morning I released Edwin's story. Next week, ideally, will be everything about Moon.exe and everything about Sleepy Moon. And then the 4th week will be my overall the Fate Fiona theory. So Fate Fiona plus it basically, what does this have to do with the rest of the FNAF timeline? But in order to make that video, I need to know what Moon.exe is about. So that's what we're doing here. So if you guys have any ideas, please, I don't know, tell me on Twitter or something.
Help.
JB Ladder says, I emailed you a few days ago. What's the importance of the frequency? Is it just used something agony? I don't know what it means, but I do not think it means any of the things that people have been saying, which is the ghost radio frequency. If you Google it, it's also like an error code in a Windows operating system for something. I think it's a number that is internally meaningful in FNAF. Like, next time we see 4625, we'll know it's code for Fiona, right? The way that 1987 doesn't mean anything. It just means that's when the byte was.
Though inversely, it has the effect of every time I hear the numbers 1987 or 83, I in real life will be like, "Wait, is this?" And then I go, "Never mind, it's."
Was that the byte of
date
87?
Doesn't mean anything. Was that the byte of 87? Yeah, it's bad. The FNAF brain rot is real.
It is a projection.
Yeah, I can't think of any other. Like, I think the idea that we are the kind of embodiment of M2 as a concept, like Eclipse being like M2's purpose is to put David back together. I still think it's weird that Sun gives us the David persona and then says like, "Oh, the moon will think you're him now." Something about that to me implies that there is a more sinister undercurrent, especially the fact that the baby owl goes missing. There's a more sinister undercurrent to what's going on with Sun, but then it also seems that Sun is quite altruistic in the end, so I don't know. But yeah, I don't know if it's that Sun is supposed to be Fiona, and Fiona, we're going to find out, was actually responsible for M2. Like, is there a do you think, again, this is just like speculation, it's just like, oh, where can we go from here? Because I could see them in the next game to give us like a big bad now that Glitch Trap is gone, that we're going to be helping Fiona, or we think we're helping Fiona put David back together or whatever, and then she goes, I thought the boy was so lovely, but I knew he would be better if he was like me, and then it turns out that she went outside and killed him and wanted to turn him into a robot, and that was on purpose.
Super possible. Absolutely possible. Because, why would
I do
the
think
owl
it's
be a
interesting
sacrifice?
she's the last one to see him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it is interesting that she's the last person seen alone with him, and then she's the one who's like, "It's okay, you can make another one. You should fix him." I will say, though, the Fiona on the tapes and F10 have very different vibes. Like, I feel like the Fiona that we meet in the office and that is speaking to Edwin over the speakers is a lot softer and nicer and kinder than the one that's on the tapes that's like really creepy, emotionless, like, "Do not say that, it is me, Fiona." She's a lot less emotive than the one at the end who's like, "I love you, I really do, but I love our son, and I miss our son more." I don't know. It's weird.
Someone in chat said Trisha Afton, and with that, I think we need to call it. Mrs. Afton was David Murray's babysitter?
Oh my god.
Yeah, so that's the
Trisha
line.
Afton is the couch person.
Yes. No, my god, no, we were almost free.
We were just about to finish.
Say your line, say your bit.
Oh no, I just finished my video, thank goodness.
Oh, nice one. Congrats.
Yeah, I might send it to one of you early so you can proof
Yes.
watch it, because it is pretty long.
I'd love
and it's
to.
a controversial video, so
Maybe not live on
not
call with
controversial in
you,
the sense that
but
I'm swearing at people, but
how could you?
it's just God David. So
I'd love to be a beta watcher. So we
okay,
were just
I'll upload it tonight and I'll send it.
we were just saying goodbye to chat. What's your
Okay,
let's run this theory by you real quick. the idea would be that it's almost like Shatter Victim. The idea is that whenever Mimic 2 goes into an animatronic, Jackie, Chica, Nurse, Big Top, etc., it's sort of leaving some of its agony behind. And so what you're doing in Moon.exe is you're sort of freeing, happiest daying the agony within those animatronics by, doing the things that you do in Moon.exe. That way, when you get to the final ending, David is sort of contained within just the M2 endoskeleton, which is why you're able to put him to rest. Because otherwise, he's sort of split among all of the other animatronics.
That's interesting. I guess my question there would be, why do those mini games take the form of putting things or like healing people, I think, right? Or no, it's a different memory for all of them, right? We have to put them back together in a different way, pretty much.
We have to do different things. So for Big Top, it's giving him a ticket, which is what he was after. For Jackie, it's putting her in a boot, which is a reference to Jack in the Boxes, because before they were Jack in the Boxes, they were Jack in Boots. For the Nurse, it's healing all the animatronics, and for Chica, it's giving her her cake. So it's kind of like saying, okay, you've done the thing that you wanted to do, right? Because when the Mimic enters into a suit, it takes on their persona. So they have unfinished business, right? Jackie is out of her box, which she destroyed, and Chica doesn't have her cake, and the Nurse needs to heal stuff. So you've allowed them to move on, and so the David inside of them has left, and now he's contained only
After
to
you get
M2.
off stream, I gotta tell you guys something about this video. It's so funny.
My gosh! So what's your thought on that?
Oh, I said that's pretty solid, actually.
Okay, what's your favorite kind of pasta?
Probably, I don't know. It's kind of basic. I like spaghetti.
Ew.
It's just you can't go wrong with it. You know what I mean? Like, you
I
can say
disagree.
it's basic, but you can't go wrong with spaghetti.
I think penne is the default.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. That's
like
too much. You
penne.
get too much sauce in there sometimes. You
I
know?
like penne.
It's always even distribution of sauce when you got the spaghetti.
But the pasta's false where you put the sauce.
Oh, like shells are a little chaotic. Mrs. Trap says ravioli. I don't even think that counts. Ravioli is like its whole, like its own experience.
Like a meal.
Yeah.
My favorite pasta is pizza.
Yeah.
That's my answer.
Look at all that pizza.
Okay, and now I think we're actually gonna go. Bye, everyone.
All right.
Thank you for.
All right, everybody.
I was happy to be here the whole time.
Yep, a little over 7 hours. We did it. Enjoy your pastas.
Woohoo! Oh my God, really? Jeez.
Yeah. Sorry. What time is it for you? What time is it?
It's 2:30.
Good Lord.